pocket, we ain't take dough. Made merchants on our own clothes. We ain't never had our old folks. A lot of y'all tryna claim. Nah, brother, that's just lame. Same gang. Ain't a damn thing changed.
Welcome to those of you who have joined us. We are talking about Aave. Stani's going to join in just a couple of minutes here and tell me the correct pronunciation, what they prefer. I've heard it both ways. And we're actually going to fire up my Ledger or my MetaMask in Uniswap and get going. I'm going to purchase my first lend. It's not investment recommendations. Nothing here is ever investment recommendations. Consult your financial advisor, yada, yada, yada. Whatever legal rigmarole we need to add to the front of these episodes, I'm happy to do so. But for now, do a quick recap of the news, and then we're going to get right into the live demo here and ask Sunny a little bit more about the protocol, how it works, of course, and where they're taking things for the rest of the year, because it is one of the high flyers in the DeFi ecosystem. First, though, the sun is shining. Today is July 6th. Hope that the Americans had a good 4th of July weekend. Crypto is soaring. The markets are soaring. Stocks only go up. Crypto only goes up. And Bitcoin, Satoshi's vision, is up 15% today. So nothing is real in 2020. Kanye is running for president, and Bitcoin SV is up 15% as a result. Par for the course. There's a lot of fantastic news coming out aside from the day-to-day insanity of the broader world. We had the first Ethereum-based SEC-registered fund through our friends at Arca Labs. We have Kraken Crypto Facilities just won a UK license to offer derivatives trading. And we've got a ton of mainnet releases coming up the next couple of weeks, next couple of months here between different DeFi protocols and Layer 1 protocols. You can check all that out and more by subscribing to Masari's newsletter and checking out our feed, which is available through our new portal. Stanny, we're going to get going. After I thank our sponsors, Luca. Save money this tax season with Luca Tax. It's the only time-tested crypto tax software that allows you to calculate cap gains and losses and see the results using 3 different accounting methods, all for free, side by side. You only pay if you actually use their detailed tax forms and use their software. You head on over to Luca Tax, L-U-K-K-A Tax, 2 Ks, and use promo code Masari Tax for discounts on this year's taxes. Bitstamp is the original global cryptocurrency exchange. Since 2011, they've been a preferred exchange for serious traders and investors. They've been a good friend to Masari and over 4 million of their customers, including top financial institutions. So head on over, check them out. They have a NASDAQ matching engine, some of the best APIs in the industry, and advanced trade view interface on web and mobile. And no bots when it comes to customer support. So head on over to bitstamp.net/pro. And there's crypto.com. Apart from crypto purchases, you can also get a great deal on food and grocery shopping when you use the crypto.com app and their MCO Visa card. You get 10% back on food and groceries when you use that MCO Visa card. Or you can buy crypto.com gift cards on the app and get up to 20% back you download the crypto.com app today and enjoy the offers until the end of September. And then last, but certainly not least, if you own Bitcoin and have a retirement account, but you don't own Bitcoin in your retirement account, what the fuck are you doing? We use Choice by Kingdom Trust that allows you to have Bitcoin, stocks, ETFs, gold, and more all in one retirement account. First 1,000 users to open a Choice IRA will receive $63 in free Bitcoin. Join the waitlist at www.retirewithchoice.com/Masari and share with friends to secure the bag in your free Bitcoin. Retirewithchoice.com/Masari. Quick and painless. Thank you, Stanley, for your patience. I'm going to invite you to the screen right now. We're going to get going and we're going to tell people all about this fantastic ecosystem that you've built. All right, you can tell I have very, very subtly improved the background in this home office where I still do not have a desk, and I will not have a desk for another month. So you'll have to forgive my poor posture and my general discomfort if I look uncomfortable. It's not because of our phenomenal guests. Stanley, how are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you, Ryan?
Can't complain. Nice long holiday weekend. And I don't know if I'm more excited for the fact that I'm nice and refreshed after a holiday weekend here in the US, or if I'm excited to finally roll up my sleeves and start playing in DeFi. Because truth be told, I've played with so few of these applications, and it's not because I'm not interested in them so much as I just don't want to deal with the tax repercussions and all of the bullshit that has to do with tracking DeFi. But I think what I'm going to do, and this is not tax advice again for the millionth time, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm basically just going to pay annual taxes from one wallet on Ledger, one wallet on MetaMask, and whatever else I use. And if it's a net loss, if it's a net gain, I'm just going to report that single thing for my own sanity. I'll pay ordinary income rates on it. I don't care. Just to at least remove that bit of friction from the back of my mind and actually see if we can learn a little bit and make some money here, or at least understand how you might be able to use some of these applications. So, Senny, first of all, Aave or Aave?
It's pronounced Aave. So basically, okay. Aave comes from Finnish word, which is ghost. And yeah, it's kind of nice to have a word that is very challenging, because it's always like an icebreaker in every interview. So I really love it. But it also has double A.
Yeah,
so
I've heard it both ways, and this I think is obviously a kind of good starting point when you're announcing protocol. But what is Aave? Before while I get set up here and get ready to do a screen share, why don't you help by just telling us a little bit more about the protocol itself and what your aspirations are for Aave?
Yeah, definitely. So, well, as the name suggests, it's a ghost. So the idea was basically to have a less conservative name for a trustless protocol. So basically, as traditionally finance is very conservative because you're taking custody of funds, we felt that we want to make our branding a bit more nicer. And Aave itself started 2 years ago as ETH-Lend. And ETH-Lend was basically the first lending protocol on Ethereum. And it started as kind of like a more of a experiment. And we basically did first over-collateralized loans. And since then, we have been building, since last year, lending pools where basically we pile up liquidity. And we launched the current lending pool, or actually more precisely money market protocol, in January. And since 6 months now, we have grown quite a lot. The market size is now 164 million locked USD value, not locked USD value, but locked USD value in the protocol plus the borrowing market. So we have had like very interesting growth. And what makes Aave protocol unique is that we basically combine lending pool reserves with ability to flash loan any excess liquidity. And of course, like we're quite unique in a way that we select different assets into the protocol to be listed. So that's pretty much what we're doing, or what we have done since this far. And I will tell a bit more on what's coming up in the future.
Excellent. And you can see Aave there, number 5 on DeFi Pulse in terms of total value locked, up to close to 140 million now, and growing every day.
Yeah.
So since the beginning of the year, let's see, what is it since the beginning of the year? Up pretty significantly. So January 8th was a launch here with just a few 100,000 locked in. And in Q2, looks like we went from about 30 million to 130 million or slightly more locked in this protocol. So just one of the several success stories in DeFi, but certainly one of the highest profiles. So what do you what is the kind of core differentiator or the value proposition, how you've been able to stand out from some of these other protocols that are in many cases offering very high interest rates or some type of tokenized reward that in some cases, like we saw with Compound and their farming, can rise above 100% annualized, at least for these kind of very short amounts of time. What are the differentiating features, and how do you ultimately see Aave competitively positioned going forward?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like if we think about the kind of like liquidity mining rewards or different kinds of incentives, they definitely has changed the space a bit and brought a lot of value in terms of lock value and more liquidity providers. What's interesting, I definitely believe in the fact that you can incentivize liquidity to actually let liquidity providers to create market and make things more efficient and more cheaper for the kind of like liquidity consumers. But I think it's something that's where we are now in this kind of like agile DeFi space, where we see a lot of different protocols coming up with similar liquidity providing schemes. It's pretty nice. It definitely has brought a lot of liquidity, but what has been interesting is that actually Aave has grown quite a lot during this particular period. So it has definitely like grown the space as a whole. But one thing we need to remember, and I usually talk about this subject of kind of like lean DeFi or organic DeFi, is that incentive is just one particular kind of like a tool in the basket of finding product market fit and also users. And what's interesting is that rewarding for usage and liquidity isn't anything new. I mean, there's different kinds of schemes. For example, if you go buy groceries and you have a store credit, store card, and you basically get bonus points that you can spend or use. If it's a grocery store chain that is a co-op, you could actually vote even and govern there. So kind of like if you go in a shop and make a kind of like purchase this decision, it's not always based on this kind of schemes. It's actually, there's more into it. There might be, for example, you might go into a particular shop because of the offering that is there, or the customer service, or other conveniences. And I think the very same applies to any product and service. And that's something that we really easily forget in a space that is highly financial. I mean, I do believe that this model that basically PayPal brought in back in the days, where you actually pay for people to use, is very good, but there's multiple things to it. And one of the success when we talk about like organic growth at Aave has been that we actually focus on the user experience, servicing the users, and also ensuring that our selection in our kind of like a Aave store is something that serves our user base. And that comes with different kinds of collateral listings and risk parameters. And I think that is a distinguishing fact. And the user experience and the design is something that we focus a lot. The whole team has put a lot of effort to make something very kind of like usable. And yeah, and of course, that's not the whole story. I mean, big part of the whole success of Aave, it goes to the integrators and actually developers that are building new primitives and products on top of Aave. For example, whether it's DeFi server that are using flash loans to close CDPs in MakerDAO system, or for example, my Ether wallet that integrated seamlessly the usage of Aave. So I think most of the thanks goes to who are using and integrating our system.
All right, so let's actually dig in here, and I'm going to make a couple different transactions. But first, when you're a new user, you're instructed to connect whichever wallet you use. I have a ledger connected, but it also looks like this takes MetaMask as expected. So I'll ultimately play around with this directly from MetaMask. For those who have not already installed MetaMask, this is pretty much the default Web3 wallets that many use for day-to-day activity, particularly for smaller transactions, because it is directly in the browser. So I'm not as attuned to which wallets are deemed kind of most and least secure, but I just know personally that the hardware wallet and using Ledger offline tends to be my preferred mechanism for smaller transactions in the MetaMask web browser wallet for smaller tests that I don't necessarily care if I lose or make a user error, but nonetheless, makes it quite seamless. So we're looking at the Aave dashboard now. It says current market size of about 443,000. So what is the difference between this current market size that we're looking at and the 140 million or 160 million, depending on how you're counting it, that's locked in the protocol right now?
Yeah, that is actually a very good question. And so basically how Aave protocol is built, it's basically a infrastructure of smart contracts. And what it means that each the smart contract infrastructure by itself allows to create new money markets. And each money market allows basically to have different kinds of assets within the protocol to be deposited with different kinds of risk parameters and also settings, whether that particular asset can be used as a collateral only, as a lending currency only, or a lending currency and a collateral. And basically what this kind of like infrastructure allows us to do is to create multiple different kinds of money markets with their own collaterals and parameters. And besides our main market, last month we basically released a money market where you can use Uniswap version 1 tokens as a collateral and borrow against them. And basically this is the market we are looking at the moment. And in the down corner where we have the down right, there's basically a Uniswap market icon. If you press that one, it allows you to navigate between the main market and the Uniswap market. And there's also a kind of like a teaser of the upcoming set market as well, which means you can use the set protocol tokens as a collateral as well. And that is something we're building now and a couple of other very interesting money markets. So why we are doing this is basically that we can create different kinds of risk reward, basically portfolios. So the risk settings and reward settings might be different in the main market compared, for example, to the Uniswap money market and maybe a future money market that is consisting of real asset, tokenized real assets, for example. And that creates also kind of like arbitrage opportunities between money markets when you are looking for yield and different kinds of basically risk appetites. And I think that might be very interesting in the future, where we're expecting that there will be hundreds and even thousands and 10,000 different kinds of assets that are tokenized and they have market value in secondary markets.
Got it. So the first thing that I noticed here, it looks like the rates are slightly different between Aave and Uniswap. No surprise there. Uniswap is much less liquid it appears, and I guess that's a result of you just launching this. So let's talk about the difference between the marketplace and then the Lend token itself, because I was originally anticipating I would go to Uniswap to actually purchase Lend, but let's talk about that token, because I'm not sure if any of the economics of the protocol, the net interest margin in particular, flows through to Lend token holders, or what the purpose of that token is.
Yeah, definitely. So in terms, just to clarify, the Uniswap money market basically means that when you are a liquidity provider in Uniswap, so you're providing, let's say, a liquidity pair of Lend ETH or ETH USDC, when you deposit into Uniswap, you get in return basically Uniswap liquidity provider shares. And what you can actually do is you can use those shares as a collateral in the Uniswap money market. For example, you can borrow USDC or DAI or USDT against them, or even ETH. So that's the kind of like a distinction there. So the idea of the Aave market is basically unlocking collateral liquidity and borrowing different assets. And in terms of the Lend token, so what we have in the current state, so Lend token itself is a deflatory token. So when we collect fees in the within the protocol, we use 80% of the fees basically to burn the Lend token, and 20% we reward back to the referrals. And how we are changing now the model is that we're launching a completely new setting, because the protocol has been launched on January, and there's more and more kind of like assets under management on the protocol. So there's a lot of value locked. So we're in the position now that we basically have to delegate the protocol ownership to the Lend token holders. So in essence, what will happen is that the monetary policies in the tokenomics of Lend will change quite a lot. So firstly, the Lend token holders will have the power to control the whole protocol, which basically means the different kinds of risk parameters, what kind of assets could be added, fees, and so forth, and the token economics itself, and all that value that is locked there. And secondly, besides being just a governance token to vote, we actually want to have a utility for the token. So what we're going to use the token is that we're providing a kind of like a safety mechanism for the protocol, because what we see now is that many of the protocols focus upon rewarding liquidity providers, which is pretty okay. I mean, if you need liquidity, but what we want to achieve as well is that we have some sort of functionality for the token to secure those liquidity providers' deposits. And we came up with a three-folded model of a security incentives. So basically, in the first place, we have the ability for the Lend token holder to stake their Lend into a staking mechanism. And this staking mechanism will basically be used in terms of so-called shortfall event, which basically means that if there is a incident in the protocol, for example, a smart contract hacked, or there's some sort of event where liquidations aren't working properly because of a event that the market prices went down, which basically happened in the MakerDAO system. And in those kind of situations, that stake Lend will be used in terms of, it will basically be slashed to cover the deficit. So basically, the Lend token holders have the ability to stake Lend and basically earn rewards that way. So they have concrete utility for their Lend. And secondly, if that Lend isn't covering, there's minting mechanism which allows to mint Lend and basically to cover any deficit that is beyond the staking amounts. And as a third safety mechanism, there's a built-in backstop module, which basically is staked stable coins that will have an ongoing bid order to buy any excess Lend that doesn't get the market price out of the market, to avoid basically flood in terms of this kind of like a shortfall event. So in essence, as a liquidity provider, you are going to receive Lend tokens, and those Lend tokens can be then compounded into this safety staking mechanism to basically earn more. And here we also want to basically avoid land going back to the open market. So it's a combination. The future of Abenomics is a combination of rewarding liquidity providers and actually short-term liquidity providers, but basically there is incentive system for providing liquidity for a longer period of time, and then a combination of providing safetiness for the depositors. So that's a kind of like combination that we have here, that we watched, like what happened with the MakerDAO system and how the current liquidity incentives has been working upon, and basically trying to find a kind of like a good middle ground where we are incentivizing liquidity, but also providing them assurance in terms of deposits.
Got it. So the first thing that I notice here, I assume market size means deposits locked, and then total borrowed is borrowed against that. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. So market size is actually it should be basically the, let me see. Yeah.
Yeah, so market size would be the reserve size,
yeah,
borrowed, and then the difference between the two is the available liquidity.
Exactly.
And so when are margin calls triggered, or is this utilization rate separate from any individual margin call? How do you?
Utilization.
What are the key metrics to look at as you're looking asset to asset?
Yeah, definitely. So utilization rate basically states when there's a reserve, like for example, DAI, how much of that DAI that has been deposited, how much of that basically has been borrowed by the borrowers. And that's like a key metric. So the higher the utilization rate is, the higher the interest rate is going to increase in terms of the utilization. And the idea is that the more there is demand, the more attractive the rates are and brings more supply. And when the supply leaves the system, the rates go back up and basically attracts new supply. And the same thing when someone returns a loan, basically there is more to borrow, and basically the rates go a bit down, so there's less demand. So it's kind of like a supply-demand curve that we are working on here. And then,
well, I was going to ask, can the utilization rate climb past 100%, or are the interest rates set algorithmically?
Yes. So the interest rates are set algorithmically in a way that there is an interest rate formula that the max that you can get is, in terms of utilization, is 100%. But the rate is set in a way that as it goes closely to the 100%, so the interest rate starts from here and goes all the way, grows a bit higher, and when you go closer to the 100, it has a spike there. So the idea is that we can utilize the liquidity as much as it is safe, that there is still room for constant deposits and withdrawals, but then we leave a higher, actually substantially higher interest rates if there is small amount of liquidity left, and that is to incentivize new liquidity. And also what that helps is that if there is basically depositors that want to exit the position, they have the chance to do that without actually selling their A tokens, which is the interest-bearing token that you get when you deposit into the protocol in a secondary market. So like that is the idea of the utilization rate.
Are those curves, those interest rate curves, transparent? How should you be able to estimate what the interest rate APR will be based on utilization rate per deposited asset?
Yes, definitely. So we have published a kind of like an Excel sheet where you can actually compute what will be the interest rate if the utilization rate changes. The cool part about the user interface by itself is that when you come to the user interface and you basically select how much you want to borrow and basically what currency, it sets you the current rate that it will be, and that rate will be there as long as the next person comes and borrows, and then the rate will change, or deposits. So basically, in essence, it's a constant moving money market rate. And what is interesting in terms of the rates itself is that basically you can also pick a stable rate as well. So you can decide to borrow on a variable rate, which is basically the changing rate, or you can borrow on a stable rate, which is a kind of like a rate that doesn't change unless there is a condition that is basically met. And that condition is that if the utilization passes over 95% of that particular currency, and the borrow rate is lower than 25% API. So it's kind of like a very edge case scenario that might happen. But basically, the idea is to offer the borrowers more financial control, so they basically understand like how much they're going to pay for interest for a longer period of time.
So this all makes sense. I think the benefits of stable borrowing are just predictability, that you're never going to get to a point where there's a sky high utilization rate that essentially jacks up the APR for almost like a teaser loan in the 2008 type of mindset. So the I just going back and forth, even while we're talking, you can see that there's quite a bit of fluctuation in the deposit APY and the borrow APR for something like synthetics. It looks like the synthetics USD utilization is not too different from DAI, and yet you've got about a 15% interest rate on deposits. So what causes spikes like that, generally speaking, both from a depositor standpoint? In this case, that'd be very favorable if my interest spiked to 15%. On the other hand, if my variable borrow APR spiked to 17% from 8% as the 30-day moving average, that's not ideal, right? So are there alerts or what how do you ultimately highlight this a little bit more assertively in the app? Because at first glance, this is my first time playing with the app. I look at 85% utilization rate and 17% borrow versus DAI, 84.5 right there, pretty much for your utilization rate, but obviously the borrow is much, much lower.
Yeah. So what's interesting about the synthetics is an odd child, because basically you can only borrow it and not use it as a collateral. But I think like what's interesting about synthetics is that usually like people don't lend synthetics out. They take synthetics and go to the minter and basically mint different kinds of synthetics and get rewards, and basically or provide liquidity in different kinds of AAM venues. But there's also kind of this lazy user type that doesn't want to do that. And I can imagine I personally would be lazy enough not to do that and would rather lend my assets out. And that drives the rates based on the way that the synthetics is calculated. But in terms of the stable coins, in the beginning, we had kind of like a challenge that we were growing so fast that basically liquidity came and liquidity were going out at the same time, or I were actually consumed. And that basically had this kind of like a saw line of spikes in the interest rate. They were more like a short-term spikes, and the 30-day, for example, average rates were quite okay in terms of like the rates. But now we're kind of in a better position in terms of like liquidity, and we have grown into a state where it has stabilized a bit more. And I would say like the only weird thing now is kind of like the liquidity mining incentives that are drawing DAI rates a lot. For example, we had a huge amount of demand for USDT when there was a lot of farming activity in comp. And now basically we have the same, that there's more demand for DAI. and it changes a lot. And what we love about this, in one sense, kind of like, we don't have ourselves incentives yet, and there's incentives that we are planning with the future Abenomics that are coming now. But what's interesting is that we love the way we see how this different kinds of like composability is utilized through Aave. So if there is a demand or an action that is happening in other lending protocol, basically that has some sort of consequences in our protocol and basically drives rates and so forth. And the thing is that what I've seen now, people are definitely arbitraging between rates. So if you're holding, if you're depositing now, for example, DAI, you basically get a DAI, which is interest-bearing token that represents your position in Aave. And the fascinating part is that we build A tokens in a way that they're growing algorithmically in your wallet balance, which basically represents your earnings in Aave system, making the A tokens kind of like interest-bearing, global interest-bearing accounts. Now you can actually, if you want to, if you see there is a bigger rate, for example, next week on USDT, you could actually change your position just by converting your ADI to USDT and AUSDT. And that can be happened. There's one, for example, application built on top of Aave, which is called Yield Hero. And that allows basically you to swap your A token position. So this can be done. And I think we're entering at some point, we have it to a certain extent now, but at some point I think that DeFi as a backbone of liquidity and financial system, a lot of things will be automatized. So I would see that all these interest rate differences will be very well arbitraged because everything is interoperable by default and it's easy to plug in. So it's interesting to see like eventually different protocols will just bear a bit of different kinds of smart contract risk, but the rates will be very, very much close together.
Yeah, you brought up a loaded term, arbitrage, and absent some type of risk scoring per protocol, per asset, you have no idea whether this is arbitrage or whether the yields are there for a reason, right?
Yeah.
So how do have you thought about elevating that within the app? And if so, what is the how do you do that fairly or programmatically? Because so many of these are emerging protocols, and no one really has any idea how to assess the, I wouldn't call it black swan, the gray swan, risk that a protocol is depleted or there's a run on a given reserve and can kind of blow somebody up that otherwise was expecting 6% risk free versus 14% on synthetics. Might look risky, but it could be flipped, and it's really difficult to know one way or the other in terms of security.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like the whole risk topic is very important. And I think in DeFi, we're looking, like in the beginning of the year, there was some highlight into risk with all different kinds of hacking events. And now that everyone is focusing on the kind of like liquidity providing incentives, we're again forgetting the risk factors. And that is something that we want to change for a longer period in the DeFi space with the new Abenomics. And what goes to it, the risk itself in different protocols, we have a basic risk framework, which basis our risk team basically works. So that determines what kind of assets and how different asset risk, whether it's counterparty risk, smart contract risk related to that, market risk or liquidity risk, how those are assessed in general, and also what kind of parameters are applied into a collateral. For example, DAI USDC in the or TrueUSD can be used as a collateral in Aave, but for example, USDT cannot be used as a collateral. And same for synthetics, it cannot be used as a collateral. And if there is a situation where a collateral has lost significantly value compared to the borrowings of the borrower, what happens is there's a so-called liquidation event, which basically means that that particular collateral is sold in open market, and anyone can actually bid into the collateral either programmatically or through the user interface. And basically that means that when you are buying those collateral discounted, those liquidated collateral assets, you're buying them at a discount to basically to being incentivized for keeping the protocol in a non-deficit state. And that's like the important way how the risk is handled. And of course, there's risk before that, how basically we develop the smart contract code, and also risk related to how we list different kinds of assets and how we create new money markets. So when we are creating new money markets, now we're basically focusing on adding the Uniswap version 2, the liquidity share tokens as a collateral, and a separate set protocol money market. We're actually using the very same smart contract infrastructure and basically replicating that, and only adding price feed provider their smart contract, that a small piece of part that is the only piece of code that is added and audited. So the whole risk space is combination of different kinds of things, but that's something that every person, whether they're using centralized financial providers such as cryptocurrency exchanges, or decentralized systems such as, for example, Aave or Kyber and so forth, they basically need to understand that whenever you're dealing with rewards and you're incentivized, there's something that you're putting on risk, and you always need to mind that.
Makes sense. All right. So total, I don't see any total system or total market stats right now, but I'm curious if the current market size is 165 million. It doesn't look like all of that is flowing through into actual loans just now. It looks like loans outstanding, at least from this, just eyeballing it, let's call it 25, 30 million or so. Looks like it's the current borrow, and deposit probably a little bit more than that. So you're talking about net interest margin of 100 to 150 basis points, and 80% of that is going to be burned in the lend token. Is that how to think about the economics?
Yeah, I would say like that's the kind of like economics which upon we're transiting into the new economics. In terms of like the utilization and average, I think it's roughly in between usually 25% to 30% of the total liquidity available. And the interesting part is why it's this way, because there is more value used as a collateral, which is basically a good thing. So it's a good thing when there is more value used as a collateral, and what it makes up is that the protocol is the more the ratio of non-borrowed assets compared to borrowed it means that basically how much your protocol is over collateralized. But on the other hand, those assets are, even if they're used as a collateral, they're basically sleeping in the smart contract. So what we have is also this function called flash loans. So what you can actually do is you can borrow with one transaction from the protocol without a collateral, and basically do kinds of interoperability things. For example, you could borrow, let's say, DAI from Aave in a flash loan, and in the same transaction, you can sell it to another asset, or use it to buy one asset from one market, which might be, for example, Kyber, and sell it with another market with a higher price, which might be, for example, Uniswap, and then keep the difference and return the flash loan back to Aave. And because there's a fee charge, what it means that it brings a fee spike. Well, depositors kind of like a yield spike on that particular block, which is a very cool thing. And I think recently there's more and more flash loans that has been basically used or utilized through Aave, and that's something that's pretty cool. And it's kind of like step that we have into the under collateralized loans. Now, the very recent thing that we have been working quite extensively, actually under the hood for quite a long period of time, is basically kind of like unleashing the capital that we have in the protocol in a way that you can use them in under collateralized loans. So what's interesting here is that we might have depositors that are depositing into Aave. It might be any kind of collateral or an asset such as like DAI, USDC. And when you deposit into the system, a credit line is open to you against your collateral. And what we're now basically working upon is a system where you could actually delegate that credit line we call it credit delegation to a third party. And that allows, for example, to earn more as a depositor. And that basically allows kind of like using the DeFi liquidity in under collateralized loans. And for this delegations, basically these parties are using contractual agreements to secure those loan relationships. So we could imagine person A depositing into Aave and delegating credit, for example, to a OTC lending desk, for example, where they need to establish margin, or to a money lender that has a reputation and previous track record of basically sourcing liquidity from other parts, banks, and so forth, and lending them out. It can be even like a traditional financial institution. So our goal is basically to provide this kind of like a vision that someone who has borrowed from traditional finance and is basically walking in the street is actually sourced the liquidity all the way from DeFi, and that will be a quite a game changer, because we're not only putting liquidity into the DeFi space, but we are also utilizing and pulling it out into traditional finance and centralized finance as well.
So one thing I notice looking around at the stablecoin dashboards, right? So first of all, it looks like there was a big spike this weekend. Maybe that was a result of some, yield farming on one of the protocols.
Yes, it is, yeah.
For liquidation threshold, liquidation penalty, in theory, if you're borrowing against DAI or you're borrowing, against some stable coin, you shouldn't be liquidated unless the stablecoin itself breaks its dollar peg, right? And in that case, it's probably some second order failure of like Maker protocol. So how have you seen any defaults for those that have actually used dollar pegged stablecoins as collateral? I'd imagine, that's obviously a bad user experience, regardless of whether it's your fault or someone else's. But I'm just not sure if that's even happened, if we've seen even a temporary broken peg on one of the collateralized US dollar denominated stablecoins that then kind of flows through to an Aave liquidation.
Well, honestly, I usually like using stablecoins as a collateral is a way where you're borrowing an asset to do something, to provide liquidity elsewhere, or to short sell that asset. So most of the stuff that I see, usually a long position collateral is used as a collateral. So let's say land, might be Ether,
the total price
might
pool.
be
So something
that is
participate, you get a chance.
Yeah, something that's basically you're long position. Let's say that, hey, I believe in, let's say, land, and I basically want to be long on this position, but I also want to, like, I know that, let's say I have a 1,000 USD worth of position in land, for example. You have those land tokens, and basically when you deposit, a credit line is open to you, and you can basically borrow against that. So you have maybe working capital or leveraging capital. But I think what's interesting is the actual working capital. Or you might be the same situation, long on, for example, ETH, and you want to just unlock some capital. You might be a fund and you have management expenses, or you might be just anyone and just you need some working capital to pay bills or some other reasons. So that's like the most idea. But I have seen some stablecoin collaterals as well.
So it only took me 50 minutes into this presentation to finally discover the dark mode, which is slick as hell. So
that's it. Yeah, that's.
I will default here. And it looks like someone just made a pretty sizable deposit of DAI into the reserve, even when we're just speaking. So I think that's probably a result of this live stream. So you're welcome.
That's awesome.
For us, moment of truth, we're going to do a deposit here and show people what the experience is on the other side. So right now we're looking, we spent a lot of time the first 40 minutes or so looking at the dashboard, kind of understanding the economics of the system. But now with my connected MetaMask wallet, I have about 348 DAI. And I like this option where you can either choose a percentage of total holdings, or kind of write your own. So I'm going to say 50%, which would be about 175 DAI. Continue, and I can submit this. I'm not sure if you can see the other the MetaMask notification window open up for me. Probably not.
It doesn't show, at least for me.
Okay, good. From an OPSEC standpoint, that's good. So I'm totally fine with that. So what I'm seeing now is there's a transaction fee of 23 cents associated with this request. I'm going to confirm it, and then we'll see how good your gas estimator is, I suppose.
Did you put which gas? Did you put low, middle, or high?
I actually wasn't prompted to choose.
Okay, so you need to always press the edit, and then you can. Yeah, maybe it's that way that you press edit, and then you can choose the speed. Like you can change it from. Usually it's like medium. So basically now it's submitted. So the next thing, you basically approve the smart contract infrastructure to spend your land.
Yeah, that's all on MetaMask side. It's hidden.
Exactly.
There's nothing you can do to make a recommendation. Fast, slow, medium.
Yeah, because that's a MetaMask thing, basically. I think we can do something, but we and we have some sort of like a way to establish a gas that. And now, by the way, you just approve. So the next thing is just basically do the deposit transaction.
Yep. And it looks like am I going to have to wait here?
Oh, you basically, the MetaMask should prompt up another confirmation. So the first one was to approve to spend the DAI, and now the one that you are approving now is basically the actual deposit function. So with tokens,
do these need to confirm one at a time though, right? So I just looked at Etherscan, and it looks like the first transaction is going to take a half hour.
You can speed it up actually. If you open the MetaMask and you press that transaction. If you see it, basically, you can press a button called Speed Up, and then just select Faster, and then it takes maybe, I would say, but I think it confirmed if it's submitted. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm looking at the transaction right now. It says pending, estimated confirmation duration about 30 minutes. So probably should have sped that up. But regardless,
you basically, if you go to your MetaMask, do you see the transaction basically pending there as well?
Yeah, and a spinning wheel, and then I wish that I could show this to users, but you basically click on speed up right underneath the details.
Yeah.
And I'm going to pay 59 cents for this to confirm in 30 seconds, so we can complete the demo.
Yeah, definitely.
But there's no way to kind of elevate these estimates on the front end for Aave users. It's all abstracted away, and the responsibility just to know how to navigate MetaMask at this point.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like difficult, but I still think it's possible. We do have kind of like we're using some sort of reference, but I still think it's difficult to estimate because the gas price changes all the time. So like the recent problem in the Ethereum has been for a couple of months that there's so much transactions in the system, and basically that clogs a bit the network. But we can blame basically the liquidity farming, or we can blame the different kinds of like Ponzi schemes running. So that's the kind of issue on a permissionless network.
Hey, there we go. It's sped up. It's approved. And now I can do the second thing. So once again, we've got a pretty healthy gas fee here. And it looks like if we want to see this in the next 30 seconds, then it's going to cost $3.60, which is crazy.
It is.
we're gonna do it anyway, and it's gonna completely eat up all of the interest that I would otherwise earn, and then some. But we're gonna do it anyway for the sake of
that is the thing. That is the thing. Like what the high gas prices are actually doing. Like for smaller deposits, it really eats the kind of like potential earnings, and that's kind of like a problematic thing. And that is why we see always like bigger deposits. But like what is important for us as a developers, what we are doing a lot, we're trying to optimize as lot of gas as we can. And for example, that the new Ethereum fork that came with the Istanbul end of last year, basically that increased the gas cost. So one of the things that when we are launching new updates of the Aave protocol, we were focusing a lot on optimizing a lot of gas, and our developers were already they got 1/3 completely off from the gas cost. So that's already a big chunk, but still it really requires on the long run a more scalable Ethereum to basically get those gas costs down.
So it did finally go through it. It cost a little bit, but we know that's a result of people actually using Ethereum, which is a good problem to have. What is so what's going on here? So now we're on the dashboard view, and I can see my APY. Obviously, this is being used as collateral. What are the options here?
So this is very cool thing. So you will see basically a aggregated balance. So this actually shows all the time. It's basically increasing all the time, which actually shows how much you're earning on the whole, basically every second. And that is based on the interest rate formula that we have. So if you wait for, let's say, a few hours or a few days, you basically have more DAI that you can withdraw from the reserve.
So this is the concept of
that actually
WSOT.
tells you that aggregated balance, how much you can withdraw from those reserves. And that interest rate is basically based on the borrowers that are borrowing the liquidity and basically paying the interest to all of the depositors. So that's like a cool thing.
So is this a front end feature, or is this actually happening in the market pool as well, or how often do you settle that back to the protocol?
So basically, the way we build the system is actually that with the algorithmic formula that we have. So when you deposited the DAI, what you got in return is a DAI. So if you go to Etherscan and look at your balance, basically your address balance there, you should see there an a DAI balance, and that there's some amount of a DAI that basically represents your balance in Aave. So what's happening is that algorithmically this is calculated, and basically each and every wallet provider, for example, that is calling the function of the balances is basically calling the latest balance that you have, which is based on the algorithmic formula. This sounds very technical, but what's actually like happening there is that a number is drawn all the time on how much your tokens has increased in the balance, and that's like very interesting part. So if you look at, for example, MetaMask and look at there the a token balance, it basically has increased from the previous deposit. It really depends on how many decimals MetaMask shows, because I think you have was it like 6 decimal is increasing all the time. So it really depends on the wallet. But in essence, this is like a user experience thing that you don't need to go to Aave to see how much you're earning. You just basically need to look at Etherscan or your wallet, and you basically know all the time like how much you actually have gained. And all of that you have there is one-on-one convertible with DAI in the system. So you can come with your a DAI even if you buy it from your friend and go back to Aave and basically convert it to DAI equal amount one-on-one. And that's like the coolest thing there.
Very cool. And so by just over the course of the last 2 minutes, just talking through this, it looks like I have made about 0.04 pennies
Yes.
which sounds like it's not a lot, but it's very cool to see that in real time.
Yeah, I mean the difference, for example, with the
If
same.
only the gas wasn't so damn high.
Yeah, and if the gas is the only like a turn off, but in terms of like normal savings account, like let's even say current account, because in Aave you can withdraw, like you will be earning probably nothing, at least in Europe. You basically just don't earn anything. Like banks don't give you any interest. But if you have fixed term deposit account, you might earn something below 1%, and that means locking your funds for a year or two in a fixed term deposit. And here you're earning basically something like 6%. So I mean, that is already quite a lot. And I think the interesting part is that you can withdraw those funds at any time, so you are not stuck with an investment. So that's an interesting place to actually park your liquidity.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna do the same thing now, but from the other direction. So I just deposited DAI, and I'm going to borrow Ether against that. And let's see, we'll go. Although I'm sure most are doing it the other way around, right? They're depositing ETH and then borrowing stable coins against it, or what do you see the mix usually?
Yeah, but for demonstration purposes, it's technically the same thing. So I think there's nothing much different there. So I mean, both works.
Mm-hmm. But I don't want to borrow and then have to pay back ETH. So the only time that I want to borrow is if I was short selling it, and I'm probably not going to do that right now.
Exactly.
Despite the high gas fees. Well, this is it's an excellent interface. I think it's very intuitive. I love both the dark mode and regular. And for those who are looking to learn a little bit more about Aave, this is a good how-to and a good synopsis of the actual user experience. But I will encourage folks that are looking to actually learn about the roadmap and about the project itself to head on over to Messari's asset profile, which we're actively working on updating with the Aave team right now. But you can see we already have quite a bit of information, and there's going to be even more coming in the next couple of weeks for those that are looking to do more research. I wish that we had done this last week, because the token is up 30% today. But if you're trying to figure out whether this is just another pump and dump, you can make your own decision on Messari and hopefully leverage some of this information that we have. And
I really love the historical data there, like, and also like the historical background, because Aave has been around for I think almost 3.5 years, plus the development almost like 4 years, and very early stages. And that's like interesting to see like how we have been like how we have been in the whole space and how the whole space has changed. Is because like when we started with ETHLend, there wasn't like DeFi, there wasn't any kind of like that many financial protocols, and like when we started there was like one exchange which was EtherDelta by Zach, and like it's nice to see like how the space is going forward, and to see like later within years to come back and see like how things have been evolved, and that's pretty nice that you are keeping this kind of like a piece of history there.
Absolutely. Well, I think we went a little bit over time. If it's okay with you, and you can hang out, we had a few user questions as well, but I want to be, because I know we're a little bit over here. Cool. So first off, as a guest and someone that's actually walking through this live user demo, what did you think? Because this was probably the most fun I've had doing a live stream in a while. Not that I don't like my other guests, but I've found that there are just so many fucking podcasts right now, and they all talk about the same thing, and it's all it's all very abstracted. So having you used to be able to play around with some of these things and actually do it and show versus tell was fun for me. But I'm curious what you thought.
Yeah, for me it's nice to see like the intuitiveness, because we as a kind of like as a decentralized protocol, we have like our user interface, and we, even though like we want like vertical approach, we still like want to have like a very good entry point into the protocol with our user experience. But also we don't collect data, so we don't know like what people are thinking, how they're using, or what kind of stuff they're doing. And this allowed me to see actually how others are using it, because I'm as I know the product and I'm behind of the product, and basically I'm kind of like a super user there. But this allowed to me to actually see like how others are using and thinking, and what stuff is interesting there. So definitely like this was a good learning curve for me as well, which I can actually take back to the team.
Good. Well, I hope others have similar feedback. I'm looking forward to doing many more of these. Before we let you go, though, we had a few questions from the audience, and maybe we could do speed rounds here. Can you talk about the new under collateralized loans that you have on social reputation?
Yeah, sure. So basically, maybe social reputation is not the exact term. It's basically more about credit delegation. So what we are going to do
is this available in the app yet?
No. So this is something we have been working for quite a while. And the idea is that we allow technically anyone who deposits into Aave in the longer period of time to delegate their credit to third parties. So it might be your friend, it might be someone that you trust, or it might be, for example, someone that you have an agreement with. And we're starting it in a slower pace in terms of that it will not be in the beginning open to everyone yet. So we're creating a way to actually delegate credit in a way that those delegation have agreement behind them. So in essence, I would say that it will be very nice way for OTC desks, market makers, cryptocurrency exchanges, traditional lenders to basically source their liquidity from the Aave protocol depositors. And in exchange, the depositors that are delegating their credit, they're basically earning more interest. Now, there's agreements that are going to be behind every delegation, but also what's interesting that you can build different kinds of systems there. So you can use some ways to credit rate the users, or any kind of system that you want. But in most general and first foremost cases that you're delegating to someone you're knowing or has reputation. So might be two big parties, a credit fund, basically that has deposited to Aave, might delegate to a well-known cryptocurrency exchange that has reputation.
Got it. Are there any plans for liquidity mining?
Well, not as liquidity mining, but there will be incentives to provide liquidity in terms of, well, you can call it liquidity mining, but kind of what we're trying to dodge a bit is that we don't want to create a system where we are incentivizing fast food liquidity that comes and basically mines and then sells whatever they have mined. Our goal is not to do that. Our goal is to incentivize liquidity providers that are parking their liquidity for a longer term and basically getting rewards. And with those rewards, they're able to take them and compound back into the system to earn more, and basically providing safety for other liquidity providers. And I think that's the key difference that we have, for example, now at the so-called farming, agri-DeFi farming market, and what do we have in mind?
This one I really like from Elias. The Lend token currently makes up more than 50% of the total value locked, according to Etherscan. Does this represent balance sheet assets of Aave, or is there some synthetics-like mechanism that supports it?
There isn't any synthetics mechanism that supports it. It's basically the community members of Aave have deposited a lot, quite a lot. So in essence, Aave holders are also utilizing the protocol. And also we're comfortable enough that we trust our protocol, we trust the smart contracts, that we're depositing ourselves there as well. So in essence, it's a mixture of the whole Aave community trusting the protocol.
Got it. Moon Whale Danny, a regular listener and commenter here, says, I wonder how much of Aave's economics come from retail individual lenders versus hedge funds and maybe larger players. I'm paraphrasing his question, but I think that's the gist of it, because he's asking basically about the market size. And we've seen this with other peer-to-peer lenders, historically, Lending Club and the like got big, and it turned out it was just a demand aggregator for Goldman Sachs, right? So how do you think about the mix of liquidity providers and the protocol, and does it matter, I guess, to a certain extent?
It matters a lot, because if you look at DeFi, like what it allows us to do is like aggregate and source liquidity from like very diverse source. So like I think one of the biggest value propositions of DeFi is diversity, and it comes like diversity of different kinds of accessibility of finance, whether it's new or something that we have been used to, or just like the sources where the liquidity comes from. And if it will be so that big liquidity providers are providing liquidity and there's big liquidity consumers, they could actually take their action elsewhere and do that kind of like action in OTC way and have trust in between and do that kind of a business in like the same way that someone can delegate credit to a bigger borrower and might be a bigger depositor. So like I like the idea where you have a mix up with kind of like institutional liquidity, but also you have mix up of retail and different parts of like globally, and that kind of like creates an actual real backbone of liquidity. And that used to be the case when you went to a bank and you deposited funds there, and those funds would be lended out in different markets and you earn interest on your deposit. Now you don't have it anymore, because banks are basically printing their own money, and they have a license to print, for example, Europe, or whether it's Fed in US. And that's the whole difference now. Like people are getting back their own kind of like value in their whatever they're holding. So you're not always getting inflated on your dollar or your euro or your sterling pound. And this is like the substantial difference. And if we have a future of DeFi where we have big liquidity providers eating the market and pushing out the retailers, we basically end up the very same situation, and we're using expensive technology for this kind of like objective. So I think that the power belongs to the retailers, but also it's a mixture of culture. And I think if it's a mixture, it works. If it's basically a culture of big liquidity providers, I think the system will be very much broken.
Excellent. Super helpful color. I know we had a few questions. They were not upvoted, though. I'm going to try to follow some new rules here. And if a question is not upvoted, then we're going to can it, especially when we've kept a guest for longer than we'd originally scheduled. So I appreciate you, Stani, being generous with your time. I had a lot of fun with this. I'm excited to continue the format going forward. For those of you who are still tuned in, we're going to do Uniswap, Compound, Matcha, Kyber, and more in the next couple of weeks as we test with different formats. But this is going to be a tough one to top. So if this is any indication of things to come, this should be a fun series of live streams. DeFi Casino Summer from Masari and Masari's Unqualified Opinions. Sonny, I'll let you go. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. It was fun.
Take care. All right, everyone. That wraps it up. I am energized. I was excited for this format. I thought that it could be very interesting and a lot of fun. And even though I'm paying through the nose for gas fees, it's good to finally start dabbling a little bit more, aside from my very boring buy and hold Bitcoin, Zcash, Chicken Little
for the Libra rollout. In light of these
as a reminder, this is not investment advice.
Facebook's
Don't
Libra
listen to me
project
because
poison the waters, if you will, on the discussion on crypto and blockchain on Capitol Hill, or has it actually spurred more dialogue and more positive discussions?
Yeah, definitely more dialogue, but not without, some concern because of who was doing it. It was really on the heels of a lot of privacy concerns, a lot of suppression concerns from around Facebook. But certainly there were, the mammoth operator in the room. And so everybody had to pay attention to what Facebook was doing in this space. Now, it's not really cryptocurrency. I mean, it's a
Right.
digital basket of other currencies, kind of underwritten and surrounded by 28 other companies. 28 at the time. I think some may have dropped off and changed their alliances. But it was certainly interesting, and essentially it wasn't even technology at that point. It was a concept written into a white paper. And I thought it was absolutely brilliant what Facebook did, because it really stirred the pot and raised awareness and the discussion of cryptocurrency, whether or not it technically was a cryptocurrency. And so everybody was talking about it. The vocabulary was becoming more commonplace around it. And everyone on both parties raised all their concerns with Facebook and what they were doing. And so it was very educational for them. And if they put it on the back burner because of COVID-19 or for other reasons, then that's fine. But at least the discussion is out there for some of those who were forced into the discussion and weren't used to talking about crypto and blockchain.
Yeah, that really stood out to me as somebody who had spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill and over the years and helped and worked to educate lawmakers on digital assets, public key cryptography, blockchain, etc. That was really kind of a rapid rollout and baptism by fire, because a lot of times the Libre rollout, the white paper, was the first time I think a lot of members of Congress had really dove in and read about it. And I think it reset the clock for a lot of our educational efforts, but folks like you and other members of the Blockchain Caucus were already well aware of what was going on in this ecosystem. So, and I know you asked some great questions during that time frame.
Well, it was very personally interesting to me. You have, again, just for your listeners, there was the spectrum of members who were up to speed on this, and sometimes this is just generational, and sometimes it's purely worldview. One member even said, this is the digital version of 9/11 for our country and our currency. And that's pretty extreme, and I think it's very off base for that member to have said that. But nonetheless, it's, for all your viewers and listeners, you realize that's what we're dealing with around this technology. And then you have some are very pro, and Facebook can just do whatever. But we also surface the concerns of Facebook. If you are controlling certain views and you're suppressing or shadow banning people, are you going to shadow ban transactions? If there's a legal transaction and you don't like that transaction, are you going to suppress it or prevent it? And those are real issues, and didn't get a full answer from Mark Zuckerberg, but I really encourage them. Hopefully somebody from Facebook will watch this. I'm sure they are, and they need to understand that we're really concerned that if people are going to use this as a transaction, they don't have a right to suppress that as long as it's legal in the jurisdiction where the transaction takes place.
So in addition to what a year it's been, we've also had a recent individual named Brian Brooks, who's taken over now as the acting comptroller of the OCC. And what do you think of this in turn, and some of his recent announcements regarding the possible payments charter and a look at rulemaking for crypto and blockchain? Have you interacted with him yet? I mean, you've had an opportunity in his new role as acting comptroller?
So I had a conversation with him about 2-3 weeks ago, and it was a great conversation. I was pleasantly surprised. Of course, before I spoke with him, I just did a little background research on it. And I mean, you see this guy's got a Coinbase background, is just very skilled, kind of understands how Silicon Valley and San Francisco operate when it comes to technology. And that's where a lot of this fintech is coming from. So I was very pleased of what he's doing, how he understands. He can really bridge the divide between legislators and the innovators of technology. So I'm very excited, very optimistic about him, and it just seems like a great guy who's going to be wonderful to work with.
Yeah, and in North Carolina, it's particularly well regarded as a leader in financial services and banks, with Bank of America, with major operations for Wells Fargo, and not just in Charlotte, but also Winston-Salem and in Raleigh. And I mean, is there a balance, from your opinion, between the traditional banks and these new technologies going forward?
I think the model is probably going to continue. You have these larger banks, then you have these upstarts, and you're going to see some of these startup technologies that are going to become large entities of themselves. Think of Amazon in 1996 and what you see now. That continued on when it could have been at different points been bought out by a Walmart or somebody like that. But then some of them are going to get traction. They're going to have a user base, and they're going to have revenue, and then they're going to be acquired by a traditional financial institution. So I think we're going to see it split off into those who want to stay the course and become their own institution, and then those who are going to be targets of acquisition.
I see. And so next, the crypto industry clearly is lucky to have individuals like you and others on the caucus in Congress, because these are the conversations that need to be had. And the industry, oftentimes doesn't have that platform for influence in the space. So we certainly appreciate you, discussing, having an open door, and hearing the industry pain points and challenges. Have you had a chance to have additional dialogue with other regulators besides the OCC on creating a comprehensive framework for crypto regulation in the near future?
Hearing subcommittee hearings. It seems like just using the WebEx and Zoom platforms, we're backed up having our hearings. So I look forward to more conversations. There's been, unfortunately, a lull because of COVID-19. But I think we're back on track. I look forward to these. Definitely with Acting Comptroller Brian Brooks, that was great, and look forward to more. And with other, I don't know if you can call us regulators, but more legislators, have conversations all the time, mostly with Republicans. I mean, this, again, I mentioned earlier, this is an election year, and so you kind of see a little bit of separation, and then afterwards you see coming together on issues we can work together on. But right now, there's a lot of brain horsepower on this issue, on this side, especially as we as Republicans are getting a lot of younger talent and more tech-savvy talent coming on board. Yeah. It just seems we're crossing this generational divide, and I'm really pleased to see how tech-savvy a lot of the new members are.
Yeah, and I think there's a testament to that with the growth of the Congressional Blockchain Caucus. I mean, I think just over the past 2 to 3 years, it's really the membership in that caucus has grown considerably, if I'm not mistaken. So do you see that as being another good sign going forward, and do you think it'll continue to grow as a bipartisan entity?
I think it has to grow because the technology is moving, and we're a representative democracy, so we really represent what's going on out there. So you're going to see us not as the drivers, but as the reflections of what's going on in industry. And so I'd say just by nature of your growth in your industry, you're going to see more understanding here, and more people are going to join these caucuses.
That's great news, and that's encouraging to hear that too. And I just want to thank you again for making time to speak with us. I know it's a busy day on Capitol Hill, and you're doing the great work of the American people. And we want to certainly stay in touch, and hopefully our listeners today, if they have any questions and interest in connecting with individuals on Capitol Hill, some thought leaders, they'll reach out to your office.
I hope so. We're easy to get a hold of. We love talking about this, and I've got a great team. It's not just me here. We've got a team of talent that understands this and sees the value of it. So when it's the right time, we look forward to seeing you in person. And before then, we can always talk on the phone or do Zoom. But
we can always Zoom or talk on the phone.
Yeah,
that's right. That's good. Well, thanks again for your time.
Thank you, Dan. You've been great, and this is very important. Appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you so much, Congressman. We enjoyed it.
So really interesting perspectives, Ted and Dan. It was an honor to have you speak at our event. You heard them mention Brian Brooks, the acting OCC comptroller, who we're extremely fortunate to have speaking at Unitize on July 10th. So don't miss his fireside chat. I find it really interesting, the plethora of perspectives from around the world, but the fact that they all share the same excitement about this technology is amazing. So I'll dive into that a bit more, but first I wanted to discuss the agenda. So we can go ahead and put that up on screen. You can see this kind of brief overview. We'll be discussing Bitcoin, Fedcoin, mass adoption, investing in early stage blockchain startups, stablecoins, revolutions in personal finance, DeFi, and much more. It really covers kind of the full spectrum. There's something truly for everyone. So now back to kind of like I mentioned, the perspectives on blockchain and the world at large. Someone whose perspective I am always interested in hearing is the individual taking part in our next fireside chat, the one and only Balaji. So he is an angel investor and entrepreneur, was formerly the CTO of Coinbase and general partner at Andreessen Horowitz, was the co-founder of Earn.com, Council, and Coin Center. He is joined by Hasib Qureshi, who is currently managing partner at Dragonfly Capital. So if you're on Twitter, you have likely seen Balaji discuss COVID in depth and much earlier than a significant portion of the media. His background and expertise on this topic is why I am so excited for this fireside chat entitled How COVID Changed Everything, Crypto, Macro, and Beyond. And with that, I'll hand it over to our amazing speakers. Guys, you can dive in this exciting topic as soon as you're ready.
Hey, Balaji, how are you doing, man?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well, doing well. So I want to introduce, today we're gonna be doing a fireside chat with the one and only Balaji. Normally, Balaji does not need an intro, given that this is crypto, but just in the interest of completeness, Balaji, you were a PhD at Stanford. You co-founded a genomics company, Council. You also co-founded Earn.com and Coin Center. You were a general partner at Andreessen Horowitz. You were CTO of Coinbase, and now you are an esteemed member of the Twitterati. So you've got a very extensive background. So across all of that, you've been an academic, you've been a founder, you've been an operator, you've been an investor, and you've been an influencer. Which of these things do you wish you'd done more of, and wish you'd done less of over your career?
That's a good question. I think it's been very useful to be on multiple sides of the table. For example, as a student and teacher, as engineer and engineering manager, as entrepreneur and investor, as critic and as journalist, basically over the last several months, right? Because it gives you an appreciation for both sides and the incentive structures and so on, things that are not always apparent on just sitting on one side. What I actually wish I had done more of, and what I want to get more into, is actually art. So by that what I mean is,
you to say that.
Yeah, I know. Like back in high school, there was a choice where I was going to take this freehand art class, or I think it was BC calculus, or what, I don't remember. It was either a math or physics class that overlapped. But I'd always been interested actually in art, and insofar as that comes out in any of my work that I've done, I think I have reasonably okay slides. Like, I spend some time on the aesthetics of slides, but I've never formally trained on that, right? And so I'm just trying to boot that up. And one of the reasons for that is I think we're about to get into the era of decentralized Hollywood, where an individual can make full-length movies and stuff with their phones and their laptops. And there's at least two ways. First is recording video with your phone, right? TikTok has shown how high quality that can be, frankly, right? Like, it's very entertaining. People go for it. And the second is virtual influencers on your computer, so you're synthesizing it. So I'm just actually imbibing and learning art, and applied art history, maybe one of the things I'm thinking about.
What medium of art in particular are you paying attention to?
Digital. So, what I think a lot about is a cryptocurrency is a prelude to a crypto country. And when you think about France, right, the first thing you think about is not their stock market. What do you think about when you think about France?
Food.
The Louvre, right? The Eiffel Tower.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, right? Yeah, but baguettes, no, that's also important, right?
I'm clearly not as sophisticated as you are.
No. But we were talking about is the food and the culture, right? Like
Uh-huh.
when it's relatively infrequent that the first thing you think about when you think about a country is their markets. You know, that happens. For example, like if the USA, certainly capitalism would probably be one of the top 5 things that people would come up with when they're talking about what the US is. New York City and Wall Street and so on, right? So it's identified with that, like capitalism is part of the culture, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when you talk about culture, and a lot of it is art, a lot of it's aesthetics. And this is something that crypto and Bitcoin has started to do more of. Like there's certainly, obviously the logo. There's folks who have memes, like moon and lunar, right? Like hodl. Those are like kind of what I call pigeon art. It's not intentional. It's not funded. It's not like meant to be inspirational. For example, there's huge holes. We don't have a Bitcoin anthem, right? We don't actually have songs. We have some documentaries and so on. We don't have like movies. We don't have art yet. And so yet, on the other hand, if you think about a huge part of what boosts cryptocurrency, it is, like the community, right? And so again, we have the pigeon version of that. We have Twitter, obviously, and we have Reddit, and we have blog posts and whatnot. You have sort of text-based evangelism, but one thought is that text only works for a subset of people, and then to reach like a larger audience, it is going to have to be video. It's going to have to be songs. It's going to have to be images. It's going to have to be things that are maybe more feeling than just pure thinking. This is actually also related to something I've been tweeting about, which is we haven't made the emotional case for technology. We have only talked about the costs and benefits from a very left brain analytical perspective. It's 10x faster, it's 10x cheaper, it's more efficient or what have you. We haven't said something like, hey, if you are blocking self-driving cars, you're killing 30,000 people a year from car accidents. We haven't made that moral case. We haven't said, hey, the FDA is stopping genetic tests, and so therefore it is literally killing people by, like disabling our sensors around the coronavirus. We haven't said, hey, the SEC is preventing capital formation, is keeping you poor because you can't invest, right? We haven't made that moral and emotional case. It's like this huge missing thing. And this is kind of related to that. Anyway, maybe a long answer, but something you might be interested in.
No, it's interesting. We might come back to that at some point when we talk more about crypto. But so the theme of this particular interview is about COVID-19 and how it changes everything.
Sure.
So you've of course been in the spotlight lately because of your impressions on the COVID-19 pandemic. I remember, in our conversations, you were one of the earliest lucid voices that I heard, claiming that COVID-19 was going to come to the US, that it was going to be big, and that it was going to disrupt the world and even spark social unrest. And so far, you've been vindicated on every count. But I want to ask you, what do you think you got wrong in your predictions about how this would play out? And what has most surprised you in the way that the pandemic has progressed through the world?
Yeah, I was actually going to say, I would not call myself vindicated on every count. If I score myself, Scott Alexander actually has, and Brian Kaplan, they both have this really good exercise of self-scoring their own predictions, both as a public accountability mechanism and as a personal accountability mechanism. What did I get wrong? Because when I have a theory of the world that is disproved by events, I've learned something, and then hopefully I can update, right? In statistical signal processing, like you think about the Kalman filter, this so-called innovations process, where the deltas actually feed back in, and then you change the trajectory of your space shuttle or what have you that's guided in this way. That's like basic control theory. So without that feedback, you don't actually change your course correction. So what do I think I got wrong? I'd say the biggest thing that I got wrong was I underestimated the degree of ADD and irrationalism among the American public. Despite actually thinking of that at a pretty high level, it's actually off the charts in an unquantifiable way. Okay, and basically with COVID, the country went from, it was almost like the classic Gartner hype cycle, right? Ignore it. Oh my God, it's the most important thing ever. Then it went away for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks when we have all these protests and what have you, right? huge crowds, obviously, and then suddenly it surges back. Oh my God, and this may be something that everybody has different root causes of it. I frankly think if you take all the accusations on one side and all the accusations on the other side and you put them together, they're both right. Masks, if you don't wear a mask, probably going to spread it. You're more likely to get it. If you're in a huge crowd, probably more likely to get it. That's just like basic biology 101. The virus doesn't care how righteous one's cause is, and so, essentially what I got wrong was I thought that the level of energy around stay home, stay safe. Do you remember when the guy was on a beach and he had like a Grim Reaper, thing? Like,
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Yep.
Yeah.
So like that was there, and that was being celebrated by all these people on Twitter, literally like 2 weeks before these gigantic, closely packed protests, right? And you can argue maybe that, all right, hey, this is like higher in the priority stack, like one can argue about that, like, oh, maybe this saves more lives or what have you. Okay, but you can't argue that it's not going to spread the virus, right? And so the level of kind of irrationalism has been much higher than I expected. And of course, this is very much a universal thing. It's actually insane that you can't discuss a biological phenomenon without it becoming partisan in America, right? What happened very quickly was people, rather than fighting the virus, were much more comfortable fighting each other. And so it mapped onto this stupid right-left template that we have for basically everything. For example, remdesivir is, championed by the left and hydroxychloroquine by the right. Can you imagine like, like some sort of treatment of a normal flu where like amoxicillin or whatever is considered right wing, and like Robitussin is left wing or whatever? Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
It's something where that should just be like a scientific process, right? You shouldn't have these lunatics, making it partisan, right?
Right.
But that's what we've got. So that's what go ahead.
It's interesting because I think what COVID has shown us is that if COVID were more straightforward, if it were like the Black Death, then it would be a lot easier for people to calibrate correctly to just new social norms that everybody follows without really thinking too much about it. But it seems like COVID is all about externalities, right? Like even a mask protects other people more than it protects you, right? And sort of social behavior going out, especially if you're young and you're relatively in good health, right? It seems like a lot of the, at least to my perspective, a lot of the difference in behavior and performance between different countries has to do with their norms around sort of community versus individual identity.
Yeah, so that's another thing where I think COVID has affected my thinking on philosophy. I wouldn't say I got this wrong. Actually, I think I thought through this early enough in the thing, in the whole, pandemic, and I tweeted about it, where basically there's definitely a tension between the level of state power capacity that you need to fight COVID and, the ideals of cryptocurrency and small L libertarianism and freedom and what have you, right? There's absolutely a tension there between antivirus and pro-crypto. However, early on I had this tweet, which was, Ben Gurion, one of the first leaders of Israel, he had this saying, fight the war as if there is no white paper, fight the white paper as if there is no war. Meaning, during World War II, the British had put out a white paper on the disposition of Palestine that the proto-Israelis were, not happy with. And so they were against the British on this issue. On the other hand, they were allied with the British against the Nazis. And so, even though that these two goals clearly had, differing things, one was basically allied with the British and one was, very much against them, he recognized that actually he wanted both outcomes, which is both wanted to defeat the Nazis and wanted to have an independent Israel. So he said, fight the war as if there was no white paper, fight the white paper as if there was no war. And they got both of them, right? So over time, they both defeated the Nazis and they got an independent state, right? And I'm not getting into there's lots of politics or whatever. I'm just talking about that particular, strategy, right? Similarly, I think, fight the virus, fight COVID as if there is no crypto, fight for crypto as if there's no COVID. What gets interesting is you don't want to undermine a legitimate quarantine regime, because that's not only not in your self-interest, that is arguably violating like the non-aggression principle and so on, because you're visiting harm, potentially lethal harm, on other people, right? And again, I wouldn't call myself like a narrow libertarian, but just if one is going by those principles. On the other hand, certainly COVID has been cover for this incredible roll-up of power, where there's lots of TSA style policies, a cargo cult lockdown where, basically the US just completely wasted everything it did. Trillions of dollars was incinerated. There was this totally performative TSA style cargo cult lockdown, which was a copy of Italy, which was itself a copy of China, without admitting, the US couldn't admit that it was copying China. So it copied it through a proxy. It was this really bizarre elite discourse where folks, either thought of China as a third world country or something. They didn't realize that actually China is in many ways, very technically sophisticated, very good at execution, and especially in the physical world. And if they were having trouble containing this, well, then the US was going to have big trouble. And it seemed only real for people when it hit Italy, and then Italy did a lockdown, and then the US copied that. But the problem is when you do a copy of a copy, and I tweeted about this as well, and you're in denial about the fact that you're copying, well, the only thing they copied was the dumbest possible instruction, which is stay home, stay safe, right? There's like 50 other things that, Asian countries did, not just China, but like Taiwan and others. And not every one of them did all of these things. But for example, they had central quarantine. So if you had the disease, you weren't actually kept at home where you could spread it. You went to central quarantine. Obviously, there was testing everywhere. There was testing like with thermometers and at restaurants and certainly at airports and other places. So you had constant check-ins. They closed borders early on. They had, in China, they had mobile imaging machines, so they could do CT scans of people's lungs as a proxy or as an alternative, complement, in some cases to genetic testing, and so on and so forth. There's like a whole list of things. Taiwan itself had like a 52-point plan. So it wasn't just like stay in your room, right? So the US managed to basically ignore it until it basically, panicked and pooped its pants and literally just incinerated trillions of dollars, basically for almost nothing. Almost none of that initial bill was actually allocated towards, to my knowledge at least, biomedicine or drugs or vaccines or treatments or fast track. It was all just, treating the thing as a financial crisis, treating it as an economic or a political problem as opposed to a biological problem. And then, now everybody came out of lockdown with zero plan. And so you just got the worst of all worlds, right? And again, you can look at my tweets in March, and that's kind of like, I think we're going to get the worst of all worlds, where we're going to get a lockdown that destroys the economy, and we're going to have the worst outbreak in the world. And that's what American leadership at all levels has delivered.
Very true. So let's turn the subject from COVID to crypto.
Sure.
So it's been claimed by many people that COVID is going to accelerate crypto adoption. It's been 6 months now, roughly, that COVID has been spreading around the world. Has it been accelerating crypto adoption? And if not, what exactly is it going to take for that accelerant to really take place?
I think it's so I'm not sure that I don't know, maybe I have a tweet or something on this. I don't think that COVID specific, it's not like an A to B, it's more of an A to B to C. What COVID does is COVID powered up the state everywhere, right? Like, things that were previously edge cases, like, surveillance, house arrest of everybody, control of the economy, all of these things, like there are now reasons where, the state basically says, hey, we need to contact trace you, right? We need to track everybody you've ever associated with. Okay. Number one. Number two, we need to put you under house arrest, even if you haven't committed a crime. Like you can be, like basically yacked off the street. Like there's a curfew, right? Number three, imports, exports, tariffs, all of that is on the table. Like any economic intervention, print $1 trillion, tell Walmart that there's non-essential goods and they can't sell it. Tell a restaurant that it has to, basically implement biohazard mode or shut down. just anything is possible. We're in the time of the unlimited government, right? Seize masks, seize things on the basis of them being hoarded. We're just outside the bounds of any limits on government economically, right? So what COVID has done is it's just unleashed the state completely. Now here's the thing. I had this kind of doggerel or whatever, which I thought was funny, and everyone gets may get offended by it, but I do not mean any offense. But it was basically like, Democrats need to learn that experts are sometimes wrong. Republicans need to learn that experts are sometimes right. Progressives need to learn that a state can sometimes fail, and libertarians need to learn that a state can sometimes succeed. And that, to me, is the kind of non-ideological take on the last 4 months, where every one of the sentences you can immediately pull some incidents to mind where people are either mindlessly trusting experts or mindlessly dismissing them, or they're saying, oh, anything the government does is obviously bad, or anything the government does we must obey without question, right? Now, the point, of course, is there's an enormous parameter space in the middle, and what I've increasingly realized is our actual form of government is in the US and much of the West is no longer the Constitution or, regulators even, or, academics, journalists. You know what our form of government is? Twitter. Twitter is the supreme force in Western civilization. Okay. It stands above Trump and the Times. Okay. Because Trump can't post something online if Twitter doesn't want it to, and neither can Sulzberger at the Times, right? In the span of basically 10 days in different ways, Twitter edited both Trump and the Times, right? And so Twitter is now actually the supreme force in Western civilization, but it wasn't set up to be a government. You wanted e-voting? We got it, right? Basically a politician goes and floats some proposal and they count how many likes and replies. It's a new, phone into your, your senator or whatever. They just count, the flames or what have you. It's extremely influential on their thinking, And, I sort of sarcastically remarked, people say that Western civilization has no telos, no sense of purpose or direction. I'm like, are you kidding? The purpose of every single journalist, academic, influencer, politician in Western civilization is very clear, which is to gain more likes and followers on Twitter, right? And so once you actually phrase it like that, it's actually kind of true that all of them value that. They don't necessarily share common ideological goals. They may not believe in the flag or something like that, but they believe in followers. And I mean, I'm being sarcastic, but it's also unfortunately true, right? And the problem, of course, is that status and attention are fundamentally zero-sum games. This is a deeper concept. Let me go into this for a second, but if everybody has a Nobel Prize, nobody has a Nobel Prize, right? The entire point of the Nobel Prize is, out of 7 billion people, you're picking a few people for this honor, right? The more it's expanded, the less exclusive it is, the less, of an honor it is, or what have you, right? And so status is inherently zero sum in this way, right? If you've got a leaderboard and there's 10 people and the first guy has 100 votes, now let's say everybody got 10x the number of votes, the first guy has 1,000 votes, he's still number one, and so attention is still there, right? Status and attention are zero sum because they're leaderboards, right? One person's gain is another person's loss. It's inherently zero sum. Now the interesting thing about it is locally it appears non-zero sum because when you give somebody else an upvote, it doesn't seem to cost you anything and it seems to increase them. So it seems to cost you 0 and give them a +1. And so locally, it seems like it doesn't cost you anything. It's positive sum, right? Because sum up the two things. You had 0 status, you still have 0. This guy had 0 status, now he has +1. Seems positive sum. But globally, it's zero sum since your gain is their loss and vice versa, right? It's very deep actually, and what it comes to is because there's a renormalization. Everything is being divided by a divisor, and by you giving that, even though you don't think you're giving yourself a negative, you actually are because your status is decreasing by like a certain amount relative to that other one. It's like a whenever you link to a site and don't do no follow, you're actually putting that site above you in search rankings, for example, typically, right? At least according to the original PageRank. Now with capitalism, though, it's the opposite. It appears locally zero sum because you give somebody $5 and you're a -5 and they're a +5, right? So it seems that sums to 0. However, globally, it's non-zero sum because if everybody has a cell phone, then it's actually better that everybody has a cell phone. It's actually wealth increasing. There's a network effect and so on, right? It's not like, the Nobel Prize, or if everybody has a Nobel Prize, nobody has one, right? If everybody has a cell phones are more valuable, right? And other goods are like that as well, So what's the difference here? Well, when you gave that person $5, something flowed the other way. They gave you a Coca-Cola, or they gave you, a piece of paper or a notepad or whatever it is, right? They gave you something of value. So both of you actually ended up with more of what you wanted. This is the whole coincidence of wants kind of thing, right? So the fundamental issue then, backing it up, is that leaders in Western civilization have come to play this incredible zero-sum game of Twitter, right? Which is our actual government, and wasn't set up to be a government. Twitter was set up to tweet your breakfast, right? Twitter was not set up to think about checks and balances. It certainly doesn't really have a police force beyond the most arbitrary flagging of posts, which people make fun of, by the way. If you Google like 5G frequency or whatever, you've seen these things, right? You can tweet things and Twitter will put a warning underneath, and it's just like a dumb regex. It's looking for words in your tweet to like warn you of it, right? So Twitter wasn't set up to be a government. And look, I'm not attacking Jack. This thing started as tweeting, one's breakfast, and it grew to something that literally heads of state are angry about whether they can or cannot write to Twitter's database. This is also a deep point, by the way. Like, people talk about, oh, the president's the most powerful man in the world. No, the president isn't even the most powerful man in his own country, because like Dorsey and Zuck can control whether or not he's able to post online, right? Like, that's a totally new thing, right? Same with, the press. Like, the press is no longer the primary thing because Dorsey or Zuck can, up or down prioritize them, right? So, all right, remind me where my initial train of thought was, because I got into Twitter and leadership for a reason.
Yeah, we were originally talking about COVID accelerating crypto adoption, and I think we ended up going a few function calls.
So here's what's happened. COVID has massively powered up the state. In some countries, that state has, for the most part, taken that power and used it responsibly. So for example, Singapore has privacy preserving contact tracing and has managed to mostly get their epidemic under control. I haven't looked at the last few weeks in New Zealand, so like my news might be a little bit out of date on this, but New Zealand did for a while get to 0 new cases. Then they had large protests and so on, which may have brought it back. I haven't actually looked at the last few days, but New Zealand, for at least a time, did have a competent government that used their powers for good, right? And this is the thing that libertarians often, that they're ideologically against it, because they're correct in saying a state can fail, but a state can also succeed. And there's certain things that are hard to do unless you do them centralized. So it's not the case that every government failed. It is the case that every government powered up. And it is the case that every government powered up and gained lots of powers over the economy, right? To basically just pause transactions and so on. Bruno Mackay's, had a good essay on this, where he basically said, look, the economy is now a program, and we all learned something that we didn't know before. The Hayekian model of it all being free exchange and so on is one model, but there's another model where this is a program that you can just hit pause on and halt it, right? And there's a depth to that in the sense of, if you're PayPal, if you're Stripe, if you're the Federal Reserve, if you're looking at a blockchain, an economy is no longer an abstract thing. It's a data structure, right? It is a record of all the transactions that have ever happened, along with metadata on each edge. In the same way that in the late 90s, people talked about 6 degrees of separation as a sort of abstract concept. And then we had the social network, which is a very concrete thing that you can compute on. You don't just say 6 degrees of separation. I can give you like a time series of the degree of every node and all these analytics, right? It's a data structure, right? So now the economy is a data structure. Now people realize it can be paused, it can be edited, it can be analyzed. So that means enormous amounts of temptation and probably result of state control over the economy. And that is what stimulates crypto in the medium to long term.
So I think much of the cryptoification of the world thesis assumes that technology is this kind of neutral, permissionless substrate that anybody can co-opt, right? They can write whatever code they want to run on whatever hardware they have. But it seems like recently we've been seeing an increasing dividing lines, showing us that it's not quite so neutral of a substrate. So for example, India banning Chinese applications from the app stores, right? Or Google and Facebook enforcing COVID apps from not being able to be deployed onto mobile. Or the Chinese firewall, or Russia trying to import the Chinese firewall, or the EU, for that matter, trying to import their own version of a firewall. How does that affect the storyline of how crypto gains a chokehold if sort of, as you mentioned, states are powering up, and they're particularly powering up around their control over the internet?
Yeah. So what I think happens is we're in for an era. It's funny. Like it was either December 31st or January 1st. I tweeted something like a decade of disruption followed by a decade of decentralization, right? And I think that's holding up pretty well, actually, in some ways. So, but an interesting point, which is we're both decentralizing and centralizing at the same time. And let me explain. The virus breaks centralized states. Any state that is incompetent is basically going to face like de facto independence movements. For example, in the EU, down to the individual city level, Italian cities are like banning people from entering. They're doing border control to prevent people from entering, right? And the EU is like this huge new hit of the pandemic, came on top of all their existing tensions over politics and immigration and economics and what have you. And then this new force has just been pushing people apart, right? So I think the EU is not long for this world. Brexit is obviously the first country, the UK breaking away from the EU. But I would be very surprised if the EU makes it through this decade, right? It's already in some ways a dead letter, because when the pandemic hit, their first instinct wasn't to cooperate and act as one. Like India is actually one country. It didn't like break up in the same way, which is interesting. India has actually in some ways got higher state capacity and internal cohesion than Europe or even the US nowadays, which is astonishing, by the way. But the point being that it decentralizes, so it breaks into these states, but then within those states, they centralize and they gain more power, right? So it's simultaneously decentralization of breaking down, and then you have like more authority within that locality than you did globally, right? And arguably that's a better outcome, where rather than some person having like, kind of wishy-washy bureaucratic control over, a huge group of people, you have CEOs who actually have control, and therefore they have not just responsibility, but power to accomplish things. And at least in theory, you can exit from one to another, right? Now, in practice, you can't right now because of COVID. That has put all these immigration restrictions on people. But I think that's another thing which is interesting. All of my stuff on exit, and so on from 2013, right? And exit as a fundamental human right. I think people are going to value that way more once it's taken away from them, right? Like the fact that you cannot leave, that you're in lockdown in your home, or that it's hard to get out of the country is, UK people are also feeling this with Brexit, my ability to leave is being impeded. It's not even so much that you want to use it right then, it's that it was taken away from you. And now it's like, my freedom to travel is gone. Right.
Right.
So that's another aspect in which, this decentralization and centralization combined, it boosts the energy for thinking about exit as a fundamental right. Now, return to your question, though. You said something about. I want to make sure I answered all of it.
The question of whether the neutrality of technology is going to be maintained going forward.
I'll come to that point. So you have this decentralization. You have these states powering up, right? And as they power up, they do things like what India has just done, where they like knock Chinese apps out and so on. Now, not every state is capable of doing that. You have to be sort of like an anchor tenant. Like India is an anchor tenant, and arguably like Sri Lanka or Bangladesh maybe could be friendly with it, right? Pakistan probably not. Nepal maybe, right? China is also an anchor tenant, and Vietnam and others could be under its sort of sphere of influence, so to speak, right? And so you have these anchor tenants, and they have spheres of influence, right? The USA would probably, it'd have Canada, it'd have the UK, and it'd have, New Zealand, et cetera. But it doesn't have China in its sphere of influence as much anymore, right? So what you get is I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 spheres of influence. Roughly speaking, there's the Anglosphere, right? There is the Visegrad, right, which is Hungary, Slovakia, basically 4 countries in Central/Eastern Europe. You have the Russians and Belarus and so on, kind of the Slav sphere. You have the Chinese. You have India. You have Japan, which is its own thing, right? And Korea is interesting. Maybe that's also capable of, it's got Naver. It's got quite a competent tech ecosystem. And then, like big piece of Africa will probably be siding with China, for a while, because there's a lot of, Chinese, boots on the ground there. South America, I don't actually know as well, who would be the anchor tenant there. Maybe it'll end up being the US or something, but I actually don't know as well. So you've got like, I don't know, maybe 6 or 8 of these spheres of influence around the world. And you have, just like we talk about, Alibaba is the Chinese Amazon, right? You'll probably get a Russian Amazon and maybe a Visegrad Amazon and a South American Amazon, which is like Mercado Libre by Wences. So, you basically get, I don't know, 8 of these, spheres, and you have different versions within each. So you actually have more choice in the sense of internet giants. And one of the reasons is it's easier to clone, right? Once you know that something works, you can copy Amazon's UX, you copy Facebook's UX. It's something where those UXs have been stable for a while, so you can just clone them. Okay, so it'll probably work within these things. You have these protected spheres. And then between, the internet is like the ocean. Okay, so you know what the law of the sea is?
The international law?
Law of the SEAE. Oh, so not SEA. SEA, right? So the oceans have long been effectively, and I shouldn't say a demilitarized zone, but they've been something where, you'll have a Portuguese ship flying near France and England or what have you. So there's been need for a long time when there's this international waters kind of area, right, to have laws that govern the interactions of ships. Like they get in a fight or they crash into each other and they're 30 miles outside of, or more than 30 miles outside, it's like in the middle of the Atlantic. What happens, right? So the law of the sea is worth studying because it governs what happens in this no man's land, right? It governs what happens when ships go and hit. And I think that's a model that we're moving towards. We have these powerful spheres, and then in between them, the interstices, that's the internet and that's crypto. Okay.
Interesting.
So blockchain is the law of the sea or the law of the internet. And so, folks who cannot like collaborate, it's basically the place where internationalist capitalism happens, even as all these countries go nationalist socialist. And so that's what I mean. You've got both, decentralization and centralization, they become these countries, right? In the same way, you have a huge push for centralization within the countries. And then there's actually a corresponding demand of some kind of free trade zone in between, right? And you can rationalize this in the following sense, which is there's roughly 2 modalities that people will accept, right? A, we have total power. B, no one has power over us, right? And these 2 things are kind of the 2 parts of the spectrum, right? A, we have total power, meaning, for example, India has power over these apps, right? Like Indians will figure out what, who's eavesdropping on them or whatever. It's not TikTok, right? Or it's a technology like Bitcoin or Ethereum, where it's open state, open source, open execution, totally inspectable, totally transparent, and it's more like mathematics, where it's a property of the world, so nobody can deprive you, or no one has power over it, right? Now, of course, it's an idealization because there's still human beings who are reading and writing to the blockchain, and I'm aware that I don't know, maybe Russians may be more friendly to Ethereum because or Russians and Canadians might like it more because Vitalik, right? And that's fine. I think Ethereum is actually quite neutral in general. Bitcoin's even more neutral because there isn't a founder around, right? So at least in terms of optics, right?
Dr. Balaji, we're right up on the end of time, so I think we'll end it there. But that was a fascinating note to end on. Anything you'd like people to do to follow you or to keep up with your stuff?
Well, follow at Balajis, Balajis, at Twitter. And, if I launch something new, I'll tweet out.
Excellent. Awesome. Well, thanks for joining me for this conversation. It was fun.
Cool.
Thank you so much, Balaji and Asib. That was an amazing talk. I know I'm definitely going to go ahead and probably have to rewatch that one a couple more times just to pick up everything that was discussed. It really covered crypto, COVID, macro trends, and beyond, so it was really fitting for the title. It's really great to have individuals with such a depth of knowledge covering such a wide breadth of topics. Two extremely relevant topics for me that are near and dear to my heart are obviously Bitcoin and the potential for a US central banked digital currency, or Fedcoin. So two of the best individuals to cover this topic are actually up next. Meltem Demirors, who is the Chief Strategy Officer of CoinShares, will be joining Andy Bromberg, who is the President and co-founder of CoinList. And they will be discussing the topic of From Bitcoin to Fedcoin, the next decade of digital money. So go ahead, everyone, strap in, and let's hear what they have to say.
Hey everyone, Andy Bromberg here, co-founder and president of CoinList. Very excited to be here at Unitize, and even more excited to be speaking with Meltem Demirors, the Chief Strategy Officer at CoinShares. Meltem, thanks for coming and joining me.
Yeah, and Andy, I think you forgot one of the most important qualifications. We are also friends.
We are also friends. More importantly, longtime friends. One of the greatest things about this space is that there are so many good friends doing interesting things. So yes, very happy to be here with you and talk a little bit about some interesting things. I think, we were chatting beforehand and realized we're just past the decade mark for crypto. And it feels like we've gone through some transitions and maybe are at a little bit of a turning point now. Talk about the next era. So we thought we'd look at a few trends in crypto and the financial ecosystem more broadly, consider what's coming next. I'll maybe run through these 3 transitions we're seeing really quickly, and then we can dive in. I should also note, we're pre-recording this session. It's currently June 17th. I say that only because things are changing day by day in the world, and I don't want to be caught out here. So June 17th is when we're talking here. Who knows what will happen between now and when this airs in early July. But the 3 trends we thought we would talk about, first, within Bitcoin, this movement from consumer to institutional that we've seen, and now maybe going into banking on Bitcoin. And what does that mean, and where are we going with that? Second, a little more broadly within crypto as a whole, we had the early days, we've had boom times where everyone wants in, and now it feels like we're maybe seeing a little bit of a reversion to what Meltem's coined tools for the resistance. And so that'll be interesting to talk about. And then last, within finance, most broadly, we've seen a movement from fintech to more broadly open banking, and now into open finance. All 3 of these trends Meltem's been talking about for a while. So let's kick it off. Meltem, can you just tell me a little bit about the first one within Bitcoin, this transition from consumer to institutional to maybe now banking? What do those mean, and what's happening?
Yeah, I think that's a great setup, Andy. I think as we look at the first 11 years of Bitcoin, I've been working in Bitcoin since 2015, so I've been here for the last 6 years. What I think has been really interesting to observe, where Bitcoin first started and what makes Bitcoin so unique as an asset class, is it really was a retail-driven movement. Most asset classes start at the institutional side and then slowly trickle their way down to retail investors. But Bitcoin actually did the opposite, where it started with a really passionate, sort of philosophically motivated user base, and then has been trickling upwards, which arguably has been a very different progression than many other trends we've seen in the financial services space and in the asset management space. So what I think has been interesting to watch, really, the first 3 years that I worked in the industry, from 2015 through about 2018, the majority of companies in the space were really focused on consumers. So the companies from that era that we're all really familiar with are companies like Coinbase, companies like Ripple, companies like Gemini, companies like BitPay, companies that were building on and off ramps that would allow people to buy and hold digital assets, to trade them for one another, and then allow people to use them for payments in a variety of different use cases. But they were all related to really money and investing, right? Then I think in late 2017, I still recall at Consensus Invest, November 2017. I will never forget this day, the day that Bitcoin broke 10,000. And like 200 of us went out that night, and we sat there, we all looked at each other, and we were like, wow, this has become something that Wall Street's now interested in. And so from late 2017 till now, a lot of what we've seen in the Bitcoin space and in the crypto space generally has been built around connecting Wall Street and crypto in different ways. We see this in the form of integrated brokerage firms that offer custody, clearing, execution, price discovery, and a variety of services. We see that in these new prime brokerage offerings that are emerging. We also see that in what we do as a business as asset managers. We see a lot of new and existing asset managers creating products that include an allocation to Bitcoin or are entirely based on Bitcoin and other digital assets. So I think the last 3 years have really been characterized by a lot of capital, a lot of energy, and a lot of focus going into connecting the world of Wall Street and crypto and making crypto more institutional, if you will. And I think the phase we're going into now as we look at what's happening around the world, and certainly this is one of my aspirations, is the Bitcoin becoming part of, and cryptocurrencies becoming part of institutions, central banks, etc. Now, what's interesting to note here is there's a few ways to look at this trend. I actually think that Bitcoin and stable coins that are backed by fiat currencies are the opposite of one another. So that'll be something we can talk about a bit. They're both relevant and very useful, but they're very different and very sort of far apart in terms of their aspirations. I think what's been really interesting to see is this new narrative starting to emerge about the importance of compute and connectivity in the context of cybersecurity and national defense. I think if you look at recent moves that have been made in the United States, Amazon Web Services is now the largest military contractor in this country. It's no longer people who manufacture physical things. It's really about securing data and data assets. So that's one data point. The other interesting data point is what's been happening on the semiconductor side. So as many people saw a few weeks ago, a number of semiconductor companies, including Intel, Taiwan Semiconductor, TSMC, and NVIDIA, have all committed to move manufacturing of semiconductors or chips that power computation back to the United States. And so there are now a number of very large capital intensive projects underway to onshore semiconductors and these critical hardware components for compute. We also see it playing out with the lawsuits against Huawei. Huawei was faced with RICO charges, racketeering charges. Huawei, as we know, has been building out a lot of 5G infrastructure around the world. So I think that's very much politically motivated. And the US has voiced its concerns about letting foreign governments participate in the build out of infrastructure in this country. So I think again, 5 years from now, it would be very likely that 40% of Bitcoin mining, if not more, is done onshore in the United States. It's very likely that governments will view Bitcoin cryptocurrency networks as part of national security strategy. And I also think that creating these harbors or creating these regulatory regimes where entrepreneurs want to build businesses and want to experiment with these new types of technologies will be an interesting competitive advantage, whether that's through tax benefits, whether that's through sort of regulation and financial permissiveness, similar to the way that Safe Harbor helped facilitate some of the early innovation on the internet in this country, whether that's through changes in laws around capital formation, which is a lot of what we've seen at the SEC and CFTC level. But I think, again, we're getting to this point where government thinking about the future, and the future is digital. The future is very much about what happens in cyberspace. And so I think Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are an important part of that. There are a plethora of other technologies that are equally, if not more important. But if Bitcoin is going to be the world's global, open, permissionless financial network, then I think governments will have to sooner or later get involved in participating in that network. So that's my view. Yeah. Obviously, I'm biased, but I'm optimistic that we'll see that develop more.
No, it's interesting. I mean, you brought up a couple points I want to draw out there. One is, I think this is underappreciated, that as we're seeing a transition from retail users and kind of this kind of bottom up to institutional to maybe banking on Bitcoin and banking on crypto, different things start to matter. So, in the early days of crypto, the fact that semiconductors, these chips were being manufactured elsewhere, who cares, right? The industry is small. Retail users don't really care where these chips are manufactured, where mining's happening. It doesn't really matter. even less in the early days when the chips mattered even less than they obviously do today. But now if we move towards more institutional, even governmental use cases, all of a sudden it matters. And these geopolitical considerations of where chips are being manufactured, these supply chain considerations of where chips are being made, it starts to matter a lot. And the people that are then making those decisions care.
I think one thing people don't realize is even from an investment perspective, right? Through CoinShares Ventures, we invest in startups. There are rules now. The US implemented a series of new laws at the start of this year about US firms investing in foreign-owned entities in certain jurisdictions are off limits, and there are limits on, control persons. So I think, again, it's not just about where things are made or where they're produced, but it's about the flow of capital. And a lot of this really goes back to this geopolitical chess game that's unfolding. And again, it's just very interesting. We don't talk about it a lot in the Bitcoin community or in the crypto community generally, but it does start to become really, really relevant as we think about the future. Sorry, I'll let you.
Absolutely. No, I agree. And it feels, if you had told us when we were getting back into the industry, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, that geopolitics would actually matter for these things, we would have said you're crazy, right? It would have, this felt totally outside of the geopolitical system. And now the realization is coming out that it matters a lot what's happening in the world. And I think that fits into a second point you made, which is what crypto is fragmenting a little bit, but in a really positive way, right? The same way we see any industry develop when it starts, whether it's the internet industry or anything else, it starts with a really concentrated set of use cases. And then as those use cases grow, they end up looking very different from each other. And now, the internet is an obvious analogy here. Different websites are totally different types of businesses. So yes, Amazon.com is a website and so is Facebook.com, but their businesses look nothing alike. They're both internet businesses, but they're completely different business models and structures. And I think we're starting to see that happen in crypto, where we started with this very narrow set of use cases. Everything was kind of analogous to each other, maybe of different quality, but largely the same model. And now it's shattering out this fragmentation, and that means different people are going to care about different use cases.
But at its core, I think the one internet analogy that really jumps out at me that I think is still really highly relevant, and we talked about this in our crypto trends report that we put out in November of last year. Look, the internet and internet business models are all about monetizing eyeballs, right? So how do I get as many people as possible to come to my website and do something on my website? Now, in the case of Facebook and Google, it's all about selling advertising, right? So you're monetizing people's attention and you're monetizing the ability to aggregate users on your platform and capture their time and their energy. In the case of Amazon, you're doing something similar, but you're capturing users and attention by offering a variety of services and becoming almost a mega platform, and you're connecting buyers and sellers, right? But at the end of the day, what drives the internet and business models on the internet as we know them is the monetization of eyeballs, right? Of your time, my time, our energy, our attention. To this day, the predominant business model in crypto for crypto companies is monetizing transaction flows. Effectively, all a blockchain is a communication protocol, and we're communicating different types of messages, and we're now seeing a plethora of different cryptographic primitives and blockchains emerging that allow people to communicate different things, whether that's who owns a set of UTXOs or who owns what assets, or whether that's instructions to run a program on a distributed network of compute resources, which is probably more akin to the Ethereum model. There are a wide range of sort of use cases, but at the end of the day, blockchain-based business models are all about having transactions on a network, and businesses built on these networks are trying to monetize their role in facilitating transactions. So if you look at all the unicorns in this industry, they're financial services companies who command large volumes of transaction flow. And so again, I think one of the things we look at that's very analogous to the way the internet developed is, at the end of the day right now, it's about having flow, and it's about being able to aggregate a lot of flow, and it's about your ability to take a slice of any transactions that happen on these networks. The predominant model so far has been people exchanging crypto assets, right? Speculative trading is still by and far the #1 use case for most cryptocurrencies. And so the reality is until we see a market develop for compute and connectivity resources, I think the predominant model is going to continue to be financial services driven, where it's all about monetizing transactions. And so the question I have is, what type of compute and connectivity are people willing to pay for? Just yesterday, I was on a prediction market. I placed a bet on it for $5, and my Ethereum gas fees were $4, right? And that's an example. I'm not using that in a negative way. Like security and the use of a computational network, it has a cost. And right now the costs are fairly high. And so we tend to use these networks for transactions that require a high degree of security. It doesn't really make sense for me to use a lot of these networks for things that are lower security. So I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done in this arena. And I think it's going to take some time before we see unicorn companies emerge that aren't built around financial flows. But I'm also of the belief that at its core, every company is a financial services company. And we see this in traditional tech as well, right? Like Facebook's looking at payments. It's amazing that Shopify, you know, $100 billion company, has 1/5 of Facebook's market cap built exclusively on bringing payments tech into the Facebook platform. Amazon's delving into payments, Apple's delving into payments. I'm sure Microsoft will do it at some point, Google will do it at some point. Like every company will become inevitably a financial services company. And so I think that's where Bitcoin in particular starts to become really interesting, because you're providing this beautiful open financial network and this digitally native capability for people to transact. So I think the interesting things, like we try to talk about moving away from finance and all these cool applications, but at the end of the day, it's just like you use the network for what it does best. And right now, the model is like you're paying for compute and connectivity resources. And eventually, my view is it goes back to the cybersecurity angle. Like eventually, countries will compete for access to block space, right? Or for access to write data and information to the most secure financial network. And so in my view, this again, it starts to create a really interesting sort of opportunity to create new financial instruments, new marketplaces for financial compute and connectivity that haven't necessarily existed in the past.
Yeah, super interesting. I mean, I think, well, first of all, you made an interesting point there. I forget who said it, but you know, every company expands their services until they offer a debit card. And we're seeing that now, that all of these companies are just kind of stretching out, and then all of a sudden, you know, a card pops out, and that's the station often of these payment networks. I also think, you know, you mentioned a good one there, that these countries may start competing for block space. That's a kind of a crazy concept, because for so long, a lot of crypto was about how can we avoid, you know, politics in the world. And now all of a sudden, those same players that were being avoided are now becoming, you know, players in the ecosystem itself. And that, I think, marks a really important transition for the space, that, you know, they laughed at us, and now all of a sudden they're joining us and saying, hey, this technology is actually really meaningful. You know, we have to find a way to participate in it.
Right.
But that does bring up, go ahead.
But I think it's not that they're joining us yet. I think right now what you're seeing is people are co-opting the idea and trying to implement it in different ways, right? Central bank digital currencies have absolutely nothing to do with Bitcoin. They're antithetical, right? Like you might as well just use a managed database. Like I don't know why people are trying to even say they're blockchains. It's super cool. It's super interesting, but it has nothing to do with Bitcoin. What I'm more interested in is like, how do we rebuild a new type of correspondent banking system that doesn't include any central banks? That to me is a far more interesting question than how do we take dollars and put them on a blockchain and exert US monetary policy through this new digital mechanism, right? So I think there's some interesting sort of like, I don't know if it's deliberate. I believe it's deliberate. I think there's some deliberate misrepresentations when people talk about projects and call them blockchains. I'm like, no, it's a database of debits and credits on a central bank ledger, and it's great and it's interesting, and it allows central banks to extend you know, money in different directions and to extend all sorts of new services. But at its core, it has nothing to do with Bitcoin or why Bitcoin exists or what Bitcoin does. So I just think it's very interesting to see how propaganda is starting to come into this industry. Like governments are the best propaganda machines in the world. If you look at what's happening in this country, right? Like the propaganda machine has stopped working, and people are looking at the situation. They're like, what is happening in this country. And so what I think is really interesting is like, what's the shape of propaganda in this industry going to look like? And we're already starting to see it emerge.
Man, there's a lot there. Yeah. Well, first of all, I think the misrepresentations are a really interesting point, because one of the challenges I think that we face, one of the tensions, at least that I feel, is on one hand, some of these kind of centrally managed digital currencies have their upsides over existing fiat currencies. Now, it's not pure upside, but they've got some upsides over fiat currencies. And so in some sense, yeah, let's move digital. Digital is good. I like that. But what's really tough is when that gets mixed in, often to your point, kind of intentionally, with these pure decentralized networks, it hurts those networks in all sorts of ways by conflating the two of them. And so it's challenging when you have something that might be, at least in some senses, better than the existing solutions, but when it's mixed in with something that it's not, it causes its own issues.
But here's where the nuance comes in, right? In my view, it's not about better or worse, right? I'm not judge, jury, executioner. And I think it's sort of a false dichotomy to say better or worse. I think that different needs require different tools. And at the end of the day, Bitcoin and all of these other cryptocurrencies, digital fiat, and these other projects, they're just tools that we're trying to use to solve different problems. In my view, the problem that Bitcoin solves is the problem of monetary system choice, right? So if you live in the US and you look at what's happening and you're like, man, this is absolutely wild. Like, I am not on board with this. I can't not pay my taxes because I'll go to jail. The government has a monopoly on violence. So like, I can't rebel, right? I think was one of the last conscientious objectors we had. And it's 150 years later, we're still having the same conversation. So like, that's not gonna work. I can go and protest, but arguably like the results are mixed. I could run for office, but that's the whole process. So what do I have? When voice doesn't work, people use exit. And so I think one of the interesting things is Bitcoin is a way to exit the US dollar monetary regime and everything that it stands for. And that means different things to different people, which is really one of the wonderful things about Bitcoin is it can mean a lot of different things to different people, and those things can exist without being in conflict. But for me, I think the value is like, let's give people tools for the resistance. So, when we're talking about a payment system and using, a dollar collateralized coin, like great. If that helps people solve problem, great. But it doesn't help people solve the problem I think we have, which is the problem of financial censorship, financial control, and a fundamental lack of privacy and a fundamental lack of rights. And so different tools for different jobs. But I think when it comes to, money for the resistance or money as a way to exit, Bitcoin really is the leading horse in that race. And I think will be forever.
Yeah.
It doesn't else, but for that express purpose, that's what excites me.
Absolutely. And one, I think, underappreciated aspect there is that, if you go back and look at the classic kind of exit versus voice paradigm, one of the interesting things that Bitcoin enables is partial exit for the first time. Historically, kind of this concept of exit has been a total exit, like I'm going to exit this country. I'm physically leaving, and I am saying I'm no longer a citizen of wherever it is that you originally were. But now we have this idea of a partial exit that, I have some total of wealth, and you can move parts of it in different places now and kind of adhere to different systems and express kind of a probabilistic view instead of an absolute binary one.
Almost like physical jurisdiction doesn't define us anymore. Like, this is part of what to me is so cool about this. Like, I read a lot of sci-fi books. I'm sitting here like surrounded by my sci-fi. The idea, like, if we live in space, we have all of these different realities in which we exist, these different virtual worlds, and so the ability to like move across those worlds and to be different people and to hold different ideas that sometimes are in conflict with one another, right? Like, I have ideas that are in conflict with one another all the time, and the ability to do that simultaneously, as you expressed, I think that's so cool.
And rebalance over time, right? Like that I can now say, hey, something changed, I feel differently about something, and re-express my allocation in any way that I want. We're running short time. We tools for the resistance and what crypto means.
We love
I do want to touch
ideas, Andy. Like we gotta have big brain ideas.
We got a big brain ideas. We'll follow up on the smaller brain ideas later. But I do want to maybe ask one question as we wrap up here. If we're moving into this next era and we're seeing these transitions that we've been talking about from, Bitcoin going from consumer to institutional to maybe banking, if we're seeing kind of the early days move into mania, move into tools for the resistance, if we're seeing what you didn't really touch on, this transition from fintech to open finance, what are the big companies? Like if we look out 5 or 10 years from now, we've seen obviously a lot of companies capitalize on those early trends and bet on retail traders and this kind of speculation. Are those still the biggest companies in 5 or 10 years? Or are we seeing other people come in and take their place?
Look, I think the biggest companies are going to be banks. We're reconceptualizing what being a bank means. I actually am most excited about removing custody from banking institutions. I wrote a long blog post called The Battle for Assets, which is all about how custody and assets under custody, AUC, assets under management, AUM, have really defined the world of modern banking over the last 500 years. What's so interesting to me about digital currencies is I no longer have to entrust my gold coins to the church. I no longer have to entrust my share certificates to my broker. I no longer have to entrust my dollars, which are really like digital dollars on a spreadsheet at a bank somewhere. I no longer have to entrust those to JP Morgan Chase or to Citi or to Wells Fargo. What's really cool to me about these banks of the future, like today, the stickiness of deposits is really high. Only 4% of consumer deposits in the banking space move on a yearly basis. So banks don't really have to compete to serve their customers, they serve themselves. What I think is really cool about the crypto space is collateral becomes really fluid because you can move your assets from one platform to another with a click of a button. And, in Bitcoin, it's 10 minutes for a block to get processed. And then it's typically 6 confirmations, so 60 minutes, and then your transfer is done. There are other protocols in which it happens faster. Lightning obviously is making that way faster and instantaneous for payments. But what I think is so cool is you're no longer locked into one custodian, which then defines what services you have access to. So basically taking these vertically integrated banking structures that have been built and then spread it, like shattering them into networks where you have custody of your assets. You can come in any variety of ways, and you can have a little bit of each, right? You could like self-custody 25%, custody 25% with a full-on like cold storage custodian, and then leave the remaining 50% in a platform. But companies in the crypto space now actually have to compete to be best in class and to give users what they want. And so I think the companies that are going to be the best at doing that, like Binance is great at giving one group of customers what they want. Same with BitMEX and Deribit. Same in some ways with the BlockFis of the world who are giving people yield. So what we'll start to see, I think, is a set of financial services firms that are giving people more of what they want and actually have to compete for those deposits, for that collateral, for those transactions. And so I'm hoping it starts to flip some of that power dynamic that we've seen in the traditional banking space, where banks, they don't have to serve customers because customers can't leave.
Yeah, really interesting. I wish we could talk for much longer here, but I think we have to wrap up. Three recommendations if folks were interested in what we say here to dig in more. First of all, the article Milton just mentioned, Battle for Assets, worth reading and understanding those dynamics, because I think that's going to be a really important transition as we go into this next era. And we're already seeing some of it, but it's coming out to bear much more now. Second, also mentioned the CoinShares trends report from last year. One of the really good pieces of research in terms of just like taking a step back and saying, what is going on here, not on a day-by-day basis, but what are the macro things we're seeing. And then last of all, I would say, last year, Melton had congressional testimony about this kind of difference between, at its core, these decentralized assets and these non-decentralized digital assets that are starting to come out. And so going and watching that is a good place to get an understanding of that difference. Melton, thanks for doing this. Almost as fun as a real in-person chat and spending some time. But big thanks to the Unitize team for having us. Yeah, please.
Next time I'm going to grill you, Andy. So
Next time, we'll do it.
To
I
flip
look
the
forward to
tables.
it. Awesome.
Great.
Thank you, everyone, for watching.
I hope you guys enjoy Unitize.
Yeah, enjoy. Bye, everyone.
Thanks for that amazing discussion, Andy and Meltem. We're running a bit behind, but really quickly, I wanted to give you guys a brief reminder. If you are looking to my left, Umbrella, you can check out the exhibits and rewards section. So if you visit any booth and correctly answer the questionnaire there, you'll be entered into a daily raffle. And so 100 people per day will win a $50 Travelo voucher, which is now spendable via Expedia. Congrats, Travelo. And you can also win tickets to SF Blockchain Week, Block Show, Korea Blockchain Week, or any of the other phenomenal co-hosts that have provided tickets for the event. Also, if you go to every single booth and correctly answer every single questionnaire, once per day, we will have a daily winner for AirPods Pro. So go ahead and check out all of those exhibition area booths, answer the questionnaires, and best of luck to everyone who participates. So yeah, to transition, I don't know how many of you, after seeing that talk are kind of more or less bullish on Bitcoin. I know that I'm more bullish. It's really interesting seeing the kind of different trends that go around banking and Bitcoin and cryptocurrency and how they relate. So thanks again for covering that, Andy and Meltem. So if you're in chat right now, if you wanted to go ahead and kind of tell us, what coin or token are you most bullish on, go ahead and let us know what you think is interesting and feel free to discuss there. One thing that I'm particularly bullish on is creating community-driven economies. And our next talk, who better to discuss that than Kevin Chow, who is the CEO and co-founder of Rally, who will be joined by Ian Lee, who is the managing director of IDEO Collab Ventures. So content creators and influencers on platforms like YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Twitch have created a massive global industry for big tech. Yet these creators have limited monetization opportunities and power over these platforms. So we're going to go ahead and see Kevin and Ian deep dive into that, and I'll go ahead and let you guys jump into that as soon as you're ready. Thanks, guys.
All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our session today. I'm really excited to be talking with Kevin Cho. My name's Ian Lee. I'm the managing director of a blockchain-focused venture capital fund backed by IDEO called IDEO Collab Ventures. We've been building and investing in the blockchain and crypto space for the last 5 years, and we're really excited about how blockchain and decentralization is going to positively impact society and people all over the world. One of those spaces that we're really, really excited about is called the creator economy. And so today I'm really excited to talk to Kevin Cho of Kabam, Forte, and Gen G about how blockchain is going to create an entirely new path for creators in this space to build their own virtual economies and assets, and simultaneously in the process drive mass adoption of blockchain technology. So I'm going to introduce Kevin, and then we're going to get right into it. So Kevin is the CEO and co-founder of Rally. It's a blockchain project for creators and their communities. He's the chairman and founder of Gen G, a global esports team that in just 2 years has become the 6th largest esports team in the world, according to Forbes' annual ranking. Previously, before Rally, Kevin was the CEO and co-founder of Kabam, a top developer of mobile games. He's been honored by Fortune in 40 Under 40, CNN in Smartest People in Tech, and Business Insider's Silicon Valley Top 100. Kevin Cho graduated from magna cum laude from University of California, Berkeley, and has served on the university's board of trustees for the last 6 years. Thanks, Kevin, for joining, and let's get right into the Q&A here. So before getting into blockchain, you came from a gaming background. And what I'm really interested to hear about is what made you interested in blockchain technology, and how has that background inspired you in this new project that you're working on?
So I made games for 11 years at Kabam, and making games is about creating an experience, a context. But then what we're really doing at the end of the day is then within that context, how do we make players care about virtual goods, virtual currencies, virtual items within that context? And it's all about the social context. It's all about, sometimes it's about the story, but more so these days, it's about creating an environment where a bunch of different people interact around these different virtual goods and virtual items. And so that's one part of the background. The second part is that starting in about 2013 or so, some of the smartest people that I knew in the gaming industry were starting to go and do and focus on mining this crazy thing called BTC. And so I started to think, wow, some of the smartest people I know are really excited about what's happening in the blockchain technology space, and then getting excited about Ethereum. And so, in 2017, after I sold Kabam, I said, I'm going to really sit down and I'm going to read Satoshi's white paper. I'm going to read everything I can about, the space. And I just said to myself, wow, this is going to change the world, and this is what I have to do next. So those two things kind of came together, and Rally was born out of that.
Nice. So let's focus in a little bit more on this space that you're tackling with Rally, which is the creator economy. So some people may not be familiar with what the creator economy is or who a creator is. So can you kind of define that for us and tell us more about this space that you're focused on?
Absolutely. The creators are people who are creating content. It started with YouTube as probably one of the first major platforms. So these are people who are creating content, and it's either their primary income or their secondary income. And they're creating content on platforms today that are far more expansive than just YouTube. So it's things like Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, of course, right now. If you have kids, you probably know what some of these new platforms are. But there's really kind of this global craze right now of new forms of influencers creating content about almost any topic you can imagine in these different social media platforms, and it's become an incredibly vibrant, world today. I think there's two big ones. The first is that it kind of boils down to two issues, right? There's bad economics. So a lot of these platforms actually don't share any revenue with the creator. So platforms like Twitter or Snapchat, TikTok, some of these newer platforms, partly because they're so young in their kind of cycle, they really don't share any of there's really no revenue opportunity for the creators. A lot of times they're targeting young creators who are just happy to get a big following and become internet famous. And so these platforms have no rev share opportunity, or are just starting to implement some new revenue share opportunities with the creators. And then even platforms like YouTube and Twitch that have started with some pretty decent monetization opportunities for creators, as the platforms have grown and grown, those monetization opportunities have shifted, and we've seen a lot of different demonetization campaigns that have either purposefully or accidentally hit a number of the creators in the space. And so your economics, and if your livelihood is primarily based on creating content for some of these platforms, it's a very unstable environment, which leads to my second big issue, which is that I think there's really a lack of control, and there's no say that a creator has really in the platform policies, in the algorithms that are being used to surface content or get new content in front of existing subscribers. And so, and the worst of it is two different aspects of either being demonetized or having certain videos demonetized. For example, if you created a COVID-19 video and you had a medical background and you were really trying to educate an audience, those types of videos were demonetized by YouTube. Some good reasons for that, but a lot of other challenging reasons for that. And then the other, even worse, is to be deplatformed. And so if you, in certain contexts, maybe you're living in a country that doesn't respect free speech, and your government complains about some of the content you're putting up online, you could just get kicked off of the platform without any real recourse, for it. So I think those are the two big issues that I think are facing creators, both in the United States, but all across the world.
For those of you who are tuned in, if any of you guys have questions, feel free to drop those questions into the Q&A section, and Kevin and I will be responding them, throughout this session. So, Kevin, you're really kind of talking about some of these problems that exist for a large number of people, actually. I mean, like YouTube, Instagram, I mean, they've got 1 billion, 2 billion, people that are using their platform on a monthly basis. I think YouTube alone has something like 50 million creators, and Instagram has almost 500,000 influencers, right? And one of the things, the problems that you've identified that we also have found in our research is that, Web 2, these Web 2 platforms like YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and whatnot, they're really well optimized for things like distribution, attention, eyeballs, particularly advertising-based business models where these centralized marketplaces take, a lot of the fees and a lot of the value gets captured by these centralized organizations. And what Web3 or blockchains and crypto, we believe is really well optimized for is actually the opposite. So things like quality engagement, community over kind of attention, and also ownership and equity over kind of advertisement and fees. So I guess what are your thoughts on that, and how do you think that Web3 and your projects like Rally are going to help content creators break out of this cycle that they're currently living in?
Yeah, this is a great topic and something that I'm very, very passionate about. I think as you said, the Web 2 era of business models was very much about how do I build a very large platform, give away the service for free, but collect a bunch of the data. And as I get more and more data, I get more and more power, power to surface better content, and again use that to give away the core product and get more distribution and get more data, and then roll that all up as I go public to create a nice business model where I take 100% of the revenue or a large part of the revenue. And I think that was kind of the business model of the Web 2 era. And I think that's led us to kind of where we are today with a lot of big tech companies that have a near monopoly on their particular platform or very specific niche service. And and it's not a surprise. And that's I think a lot of great valuable services have been created. But we're also seeing the drawbacks of that today with the lack of privacy, lack of control of your own data, lack of control over the economics because it's primarily advertising based. And that's exactly why I'm so excited about where Web3 is heading. And I think a lot of the new blockchain projects and Web3 projects are all about how do we create something that will eventually be decentralized. I think the space started with everything needs to be decentralized from the beginning. And I think Bitcoin did a great job of pioneering that. But we're also seeing now that there's a path established by projects like Compound and Maker and a lot of other DeFi projects that's, hey, you know what, this is so complex and we're dealing with value. So how do we start with something that is a bit more centralized and then progressively decentralize over time? And then the business model sort of encourages that and is aligned with that. And so what happens is, unlike sort of Web 2 and big tech, where it was about giving things away for free and then consolidating power, closing the ecosystem, raising the fees, changing the rules as the platforms get more and more power, I think Web3 is kind of going in the reverse direction, which is we're going to give away a bunch of stuff for free. But then as we could potentially consolidate that power, the space is all about how do we give away the ownership to the community? How do we give away the governance to the community? How do we make sure that the technology is open and a shared protocol so that other developers can build on top of it without fear that their APIs will be turned off all of a sudden, and they can't, the service that they were trying to build a business on can't exist anymore because it's at odds with the business model of the central platform. So I think these are all of the principles that we think very deeply about for Rally. And what's really exciting for me is that I think as we think about creators and we think about social media platforms, I think it's just a really ripe area for Web3 to come in and take some of this ethos of what's happening and apply it to help creators and fans and people trying to make a living off of creating fantastic content all throughout the world and really turn this space on its head.
I'm going to want to poke into kind of the token design and the decentralization of the platform in a second. But Can you talk about how Rally is going to be working with creators?
Right. We think about it giving each creator their own sort of blockchain toolkit. And it'll start off as simple as no code and easy templates, for creators to use, but really, really powerful stuff under the hood. So it starts with a kind of a unique branded cryptocurrency token for the creator. So maybe it's an EN coin, for example. We give them, again, under a hood. It's all, we use something that we've been fascinated about since Bencore, which is token bonding curves and pricing algorithms to help creators. And maybe you only have 100 fans around the world. So even in a very small marketplace, we can create liquidity around this new coin that basically powers a creator's own economy. Second, we create a very powerful set of NFTs that a creator can easily configure and then sell through their community. And that NFT creator can create collectibles, such as a digital autograph, for example, that's rare and scarce. Or it could be a functional NFT that unlocks content. So for example, if you hold on to this NFT for the next 30 days, you get access to exclusive content that only my NFT holders who hold that type of NFT can get access to. So it's a really powerful toolkit that we enable, and it's all very easy, and there's no code required to use it. And then the third part of it is a loyalty system. And so this loyalty system, we're really fascinated with how do we take, we call it constant collateral loyalty system. So a creator would take a certain number of their own creators' coins and lock them up into a kind of a new engagement token. And this new engagement token can be earned by consuming content, by watching, by retweeting and sharing and posting this creator's content. So it basically enables a creator to turn fans into real supporters, and then also economically benefit as the creator grows their own business. And it's a really powerful ecosystem. I think when we put all these things together, and I think I failed to mention that the NFTs themselves will be comprised of the tokens as well. And so the creators' coins really are at the heart of everything that they do. There's also a very powerful clearinghouse architecture that we've designed that allows a creator to say, hey, every time my digital autograph trades, I get 20% of it. And so it's a very interesting way for a creator to either make income, based on selling some of these new goods and services, as well as a new asset for the creator. So the creator has their own Genesis tokens, and then as the tokens become more and more valuable, they're sitting on a pool of tokens, and so they're aligned with the rest of their fans and economy as that economy grows over time.
That's super cool. It sounds like an evolution of a lot of what the crypto community has been experimenting with over the past probably half year or more. Projects like Roll, projects like Foundation and Zora, really around sort of helping different creators like issue either their own personal tokens or creator coins or other things like that. That's super interesting. I'd love to hear, so you walked through a lot about kind of the architecture of this system. How is it that you think that this token economy or token economic model can help solve a couple of those two big problems? One, on the creator side, with developing stronger kind of communities engagement with their fans and followers, and on kind of the big tech side, like align incentives better between the platforms and the creators themselves.
Right. So I think what we think about when we think about the economics is, number one, we make sure that there's never a fee, for a creator, right? They're not subject to a platform saying, hey, come onto our platform and there's no fees. But anytime I want to, as a platform, I could change the terms of service. So now, granted, as we first launch, we are launching it a little bit more centrally, so it's fair for the community to scratch their head and be like, hey, is this really going to be, when can I see all the code for this? But we intend for this, as we launch it and we get it to be stable and mature, that we turn over the smart contracts that govern really the rule set for how all this stuff works over to the community itself. And we're, of course, looking at a lot of what what Compound and Maker are doing right now in terms of walking that path. So one is that we say, hey, here's creator, you have your own token, right? This is your own brand. We as a platform, we don't take any fees. We don't set the rules for what you can or cannot do with this. You have that. On the other side, we do design into the network a really important set of restrictions on the creators themselves. And so the creators sign up for kind of this transparent set of rules that say, hey, when I create an NFT, here's what the benefits are, and I can't just so while the creator can change can deliver these benefits to the fans, there's a level of transparency in that the creators can't change some of those rules kind of willy-nilly without the community also being in agreement. And then this all rolls up into a broader network as creators, as more and more creators come on, where the governance of the network itself, about who can come on as a creator, the different rule sets that all the creators are abided by, these are all governance systems that all the creators will be able to vote on, over time. And we're really excited to build this out with the community itself. And so it's all about giving the creators 100% of the economics of their own sort of mini economy that sits within the ecosystem. And then number two, as in terms of the overall platform and how the entire Rally network will work, each creator has a vote based on the size of their economy, and that's how the whole system will run. In the Rally itself, our destiny is not to be a company, but it's to fade away into nothing. So there won't be a company that sits there and says, hey, I'm trying to go public, I'm trying to make my next quarter's numbers, I'm trying to increase my profitability this much so that the investors don't dump my stock. This isn't about that, right? This is about how do we create tokens that when they're not worth anything, how do we give them out to the community, to the creators, to the fans? How do we grow this network together? And the Rally dissolves itself, and then we all hold tokens. So people on the Rally team, of course, hold tokens ourselves, and everyone's just incented over time to say, hey, we want to see more usage, more demand, for this type of asset, and more usage of this network, and that's beneficial to everyone without saying we got to raise the fees again, we got to change the rules so that creators make less money next quarter. It's all about, nope, we're going to give it all away and dissolve into nothing, and really then the creators don't have to worry that there's a huge new tech behemoth that is trying to yet again change the rules and be a kind of the next monopoly in the ecosystem.
That's super cool. I mean, I've been really inspired in tracking you and your team and your project over the last couple of years. This whole wave and movement around progressive decentralization with Compound, Balancer, and Maker, and all these other teams kind of leading the way, particularly from a token perspective. You guys have also been doing that in addition to progressively decentralizing the organization itself. I mean, maybe people don't know this, but you guys started as sort of a collection of different organizations and have progressively started to decentralize your organization over time, which has been super, super cool to watch. I guess related to that, looking ahead here for Rally and the project, what are some of the upcoming dates, milestones that people should be aware of and thinking about related to the development of this platform?
So in the mid-July timeframe, we'll be launching our testnet, and this will be sort of a semi-closed testnet where we're inviting a couple dozen creators to come onto our platform and really work with us as we sort of iron out all the kinks, but it will be a live blockchain, and we're pretty excited about getting that live in the July timeframe. And then in the following weeks over that, we'll be launching the rest of the toolkit with the NFTs, as well as the different loyalty and engagement token systems that we'll be testing with these creators. And in the beginning, we're going to be working with a lot of Twitch creators, which are more used to dealing with game-like services. They're obviously playing games and streaming that, but they're also Twitch also has a bunch of different type of virtual currencies already that are built into the platform or provided by a third party. And so we think it's a really robust ecosystem for us to roll out. And also because we've in a previous life, I started an esports team, so we have a number of streamers and esport players that we've been working with and educating them on how this will work. And so we're pretty excited to get this into the hands of the community in the coming months.
Nice. How about developers? Like, Oh, I'm on mute. How about developers? Like, how should developers think about getting involved, and how soon?
So I think there'll be several phases for how developers will get involved. The first is that we'll make data and APIs open sort of after this testnet phase comes to an end, and allow developers to build some pretty simple things. But then of course the ultimate destiny of this is to have a bunch of the Rally building blocks themselves be composable by other developers and other crypto projects to use them in maybe a DeFi project like Compound, or maybe use it in the way that creators are using other things to create works of art or so forth. So we very much believe in the principle of composability, but that's also really hard because you need the network to be, that's when you really need to worry much more about the security and stability of the network. And so we're going to take it step by step and really have kind of a multi-year, we kind of think long-term as we build. How do we progressively take a step every single quarter towards making the community stronger and giving away more and more of the project to the community.
You touched on composability, which is a key, obviously, feature and innovation of crypto and the blockchain space. As it relates to composability of your platform, what are some other projects that you're seeing that could have some kind of crossover with you in the future, either in the creator space or Rally specifically?
I think we think a lot about DeFi specifically. So, for example, if a creator started to build a very vibrant economy on their own customized token, how did they then, as it becomes an interesting way to build kind of a financial history, right? You can see the history of the creator's economy. Can the creator at that point, for example, take a loan out and work with other DeFi projects or more centralized blockchain projects around collateralizing, taking their own economy and using it as collateral for some of these new projects that are coming out of DeFi. So we're pretty excited about that, whether it's BlockFi doing it more centrally, or Compound and some others doing it more in a very decentralized way. We're pretty excited about seeing some of that composability over time. So I think there'll be a lot of, specifically as we build value around a creator's brand, their token, scarce digital assets. These are all things that I think will cross over into the DeFi space in a pretty interesting way.
That's super cool. I mean, we've been obviously tracking, and I'm sure you have been as well, like the exponential growth of DeFi over the last, couple years, particularly in the last month with Compound and Balancer and all these teams going live with their governance tokens. And it's been our sense that DeFi is going to be massive, but in order for it to cross over to the mainstream, it's going to need things that are outside of DeFi or at least DeFi adjacent. And so that's super exciting with what you're talking about. I'm curious to hear. So you said creators could collateralize their token and take out a loan or something on Maker or some other platform. What are some of those? Can you bring some of those ideas to life in terms of what that would mean for creators and the creator economy?
Yeah, a lot of creators. So kind of zooming all the way out again. A lot of creators, a lot of creators would love to pursue their passion full time, right? And a lot of them start out as kind of a side gig, side hustle for them in addition to whatever their main job is. And so for a lot of creators that are just getting started, a lot of it is I'm spending a couple hours a day creating content. After I create the content, I've got to edit it myself. I've got to market it myself. And so it's a lot of work that you put in the beginning. And of course, as you're just getting started, you don't have much of a audience yet. And so you're trying to build your brand, and you're doing a lot of that, and you may be making a couple dollars a day. That's literally how a lot of these creators get started. But it's a passion project, for them. But as they start getting going, maybe they're starting to make a few $100s a week. And so it's nice supplemental income for them. But a lot of creators start getting to that point where, a lot of their kind of personal hustle and passion get them to a certain plateau. And it's hard for them to sort of make it all the way over to the edge where they sort of make enough money to quit their job full time and then safely sort of just focus on their passion. So a lot of creators get to this point where they're trying to make a decision. Do I stop my full-time job so I can 100% focus on this and get myself to that next plateau? Or do I, try to work incredibly hard trying to do my full-time job as well as, create content? And I think a lot of what DeFi and what a lot of finance, some of these financial projects are enabling is to sort of borrow a little bit from the future, right? If I'm a creator and I've been doing this for a couple of years and I'm starting to grow my economy and it's growing, I'm making a few dollars a day to a few hundreds of dollars a week. How do I potentially take a loan against and I've got a few super fans. Let's say I've got a handful of super fans that love my work. How do I potentially take that history that's now transparent to the world and use some of these other projects that are being pioneered in the crypto space to basically make my history transparent, get a loan so I can invest and quit my job and have enough money to feed myself and pay rent for the next several months, and really take a risk to make this my full career. And I think those types of tipping points are going to be really interesting as the crypto space grows and we're able to tokenize more of these economies and create more transparency and create kind of the equivalent of a financial credit history, but all on chain in a way that other communities sitting in and around what we're doing in the creator space may be interested to say, hey, I want to take a bet on that creator and help them, and I'm going to come in early on this creator and help them make this a full-time job for this creator.
Yeah, I mean, not only just like paying rent and buying food and things like that, but as you're saying, like really getting their fans and community to invest in them and invest in the growth of their business that they're creating around themselves, especially in these times, right? I mean, we were living in this weird world where more and more people are sitting at home, and a lot of them are turning to these platforms, whether it's like Substack or Patreon or other things, to basically invest in their passion and maybe even form these side hustles. I think there's something like 17 million creators in the U.S. and it's growing double digits every single year. So this is a big trend, and it's only going to get bigger as part of this new economy comes out of this crisis that we're living in. So
Sure.
how do people stay in?
I'll give you another story about this, Ian. So we had an esports player on Gen G that came from Indonesia, and this person had hundreds of thousands of fans that followed this player because they thought he was just super talented. But because he was in Indonesia, his monetization from ads was almost nothing, and so he had all this huge following. He just wasn't able to make any money by doing it. And partly he had a very global fan base, and so he had a lot of fans from Malaysia, from Vietnam, from Singapore, from the United States even. But because he lived in Indonesia, he was dealing with all the different currency exchanges, and so he just wasn't able to really make the same amount of money on Twitch that a similar U.S. player would be making from some of these ancillary revenue streams. And so I think I'm really excited about obviously creators here in the U.S. and I think it's, as you had mentioned, there's roughly 17 million of those creators in the U.S. But if we think on a global basis, some of the things that we're trying to solve with blockchain technology, I think will make an even bigger impact on some of these creators in other areas of the world, which I'm really excited by.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Kevin, and thanks everyone for tuning in. We're really excited to continue to track your work, Kevin, and on Rally, and can't wait to see all the amazing things that this platform is going to do for people all over the world. So thanks again for taking the time.
Yeah, thanks, Ian.
Welcome back, everyone. Really love that talk. Always great to hear from another Berkeley alum. It was great to hear all the amazing things that are possible that individuals like Kevin and Ian are working so hard to build. Thank you guys for such an engaging conversation. I really think it's most impressive when people come up with new concepts that didn't exist before and help bring them to the world. So that brings us to our next topic is one individual who is a Bitcoin can relate to and the king of finding innovative ideas and funding them. Our next speaker, the one and only Tim Draper, who is the founder of DFJ VC, and he will be joined by Alon Goren, who is the founding partner of Draper Goren Holm. Thanks so much for attending, guys. I'll let you go ahead and jump into it as soon as you're ready.
Terrific. Well, thank you so much for having us on your show. Addition, I now run Draper Associates, which is another one that I founded. So just to make it clear. So I was the founder of DFJ. I am now the founder of Draper Associates. And through the Draper Venture Network, I'm a part of Draper Goren Holm. And it's great to be on the show with Alon.
Hey, yeah, excited to be here. Thanks for having us, everyone. And really, yes, I'm one of the founders of Draper Goren Holm. We invest in early stage blockchain startups, and actually, Alex has joined us as well. He's the senior editor at Cointelegraph. Thanks for having us, Alex, and the whole Unitize team. Alex, can you hear us?
Oh, here for Alex. I think he's got a delay or he's not hearing us. Anyway, we're thrilled to be here. We think that this is a revolution in new technology that's going to transform some of the biggest industries in the world. And we just love crypto. We love what it does. We think the blockchain is going to transform the system that we have of accounting and legal, and smart contracts are going to take over the whole legal world. And this is going to be an amazing transformation over the next 10 years. Now I see that I've frozen on the screen.
I can hear and see both of you guys.
I don't know.
Or I can see you. Alex, I can't hear you.
Did I freeze, Alon?
I can see you perfectly.
And I just went off on how great Bitcoin and blockchain are.
I heard you. If you can hear me,
good.
then we're rocking.
Oh wait, Alex, you're finally on. Speak.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the the time zone difference and like the fact that we're on different sides of the world. Yeah, sorry, I kind of had to jump off in order to reload. But yeah, I'm glad to be back, and I'm really excited to be part of this conversation and to have a chance to pick your brains on some of the biggest issues around investing in early stage startups and blockchain firms. I mean, I don't know what you've been discussing, but let me just jump into like the first question that I've prepared essentially for you too. Is why for you sort of investing in blockchain is sort of the main interest, and what are the main concerns that you would have when you come across an exciting small project?
So, Alon, you want to start?
Sure. I mean, I think we all know Tim just was talking a little bit about Bitcoin before you came on, but I think Bitcoin sort of drove us all in here, and we have a lot to say about it, and we're very, very obviously all in on Bitcoin and what it can do and transform how it could transform the world. I think that sort of this inspired so many incredible companies and products, whether it's in the DeFi space or even in gaming. We just saw that epic commercial for a minute before we started that pumped me up. But we also have this opportunity from the technology side, people building smart contract and infrastructure and things like that. And I think that when you look at the world, some of these products don't feel like they're ready for mainstream adoption, but you can almost analogize it to like JavaScript and go like, well, JavaScript isn't ready for mainstream adoption, but my mom doesn't know that it's a JavaScript pop-up on Facebook that's taking in her information to share with her grandkids, right? So for me, those early stage companies are what's going to build the infrastructure for the future that will actually make it so that we can really change the world with this technology. I think it'll be those small companies that really do it.
And for me, I think it came because I got to see the internet and how it transformed the world. It opened up free markets around the world. The world became wealthier, and the people of the world became healthier and happier, and their bellies were full, and they were much better. They were in much better living conditions. They started to travel. They were all connected through a smartphone, and so if they didn't know how to do something, they could always go to the smartphone and figure out how to do something. It opened up the world. Well, I look at this as, and that opened up the world, and it transformed communications, information, gaming, entertainment, number of different great industries. But when Bitcoin came along, and you thought about Bitcoin as a currency, as a global currency, the blockchain as a vehicle to keep perfect records, and smart contracts as a way to rethink contracts and how contracts operate and how contracts can be set in stone, literally. They can those can transform the biggest industries of the world, and those are and you're seeing it already in banking. You're seeing that people are much happier banking with I don't have one with me, something like this, where they put all their money on a ledger or something, than they are banking with that guy who's dressed like this, and he works out of a big glass and steel building, and you wonder where that money came from for him to build that. Now you've got a proven, trusted third party that is going to transform banking. Now, I think there are going to be a number of other industries. The insurance business is going to be transformed. I mean, I could create a great insurance company with just a surveillance and a smart contract with all my customers, and maybe somebody who's an actuary who knows how to kind of game the horses. And then and so insurance is going to change, and what most of government is insurance. And so government is going to go through a major change, major overhaul, and we're going to see much better governance per dollar that we pay in taxes, because governments are going to be able to take advantage of these new currencies, the new blockchain. So they don't need to have auditors and accountants and all that. They can build taxes right into the blockchain. They can create a smart contract with everyone who does business in their country. This is a major breakthrough, major opportunity for government to change. And governments are going to compete across border. There's this virtual layer, and then there's this physical layer. And the virtual layer is becoming more and more a part of our economic system. And so I'm very excited about what it can do with government. That's going to change everything. And these geographic borders are going to be less and less relevant. And it's all because of these technologies that have driven first the internet and now Bitcoin, and how they're driving this decentralization, this openness. and you're going to see changes in some of the big industries in the world, and we're going to be big as consumers. We're going to be big beneficiaries of this. And I just read that that only 1 in 14 Bitcoin wallets or wallets of any crypto are women. So when women cross the chasm, once they cross the chasm, this is going to be prevalent everywhere. And women control 80% of the retail shopping. And so when crypto becomes commonplace in retail, we're going to, and once the women realize that they can save 2.5% to 4% every time they swipe their credit card, or they swipe their debit card, debit crypto card, yeah, like that, or just use their smartphone. That's going to open up the entire world market, and we're going to see the prevalence of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies spread throughout the world. And you're going to start to wonder why anybody ever used fiat currency that was tied to some political force, and they can print 9 trillion of them, and we're just supposed to sit there and go, oh, I guess our money just got diluted by 30%. It's, of course, been happening in Argentina and Nigeria for years. But this is one of the great breakthroughs where we have currency we can really trust. So I'm excited about this, clearly.
Yeah, for sure. And Tim, you actually touched upon a point that I also wanted to bring up about the globalization. And like from your experience, Tim and Alan, do you look for companies that are based close to where you are or established in, for example, less developed economies? And additionally to that, if they're run by women, for example, or some, I don't know, people of different ethnicities, is that an additional motive for you to come in and engage with that company and bring them on as part of your venture studio?
Yeah, I am totally a free market capitalist, and I'm open to whoever. And we have a global system of venture capitalists around the world, the Draper Venture Network, and with offices in. There are probably 46 offices around the globe now. And so we have the ability, and I'm also an LP in a lot of groups in other parts of the world. We have the ability to invest in anything. We have a company called BitPesa, now called that uses crypto to trade Nigerian naira for Ugandan shillings, for whatever, all throughout Africa. And now it actually is penetrating Southeast Asia, and they're making it so that people can do business even if their country has a currency that is run by political whims, where they print a bunch of the money and the money's worth less and less. If I had a Nigerian naira 6 years ago, I would be, and I put it away, I'd be pretty disappointed right now. I think that Nigerian naira might have been worth, what is it? Might have been worth, I don't know, 30 to the dollar, and now it's 500 to the dollar. And to the Bitcoin, it's much worse. So yes, we're always looking for companies wherever they may be. We've funded a lot of women, mostly because we look and we say any woman who's willing to break out and start their own business, they've got to have something special to them. And so we do probably give a little bit of a favoritism to women. But we're kind of race blind. We're always looking for whatever the great entrepreneur is going to be, wherever they may come from. And that could be from Southeast Asia, it could be from Japan, it could be from England, could be from Africa, it could be from any number of different places. And we just are looking for the opportunity, and that drives our business, and it drives the world. I mean, God, think of what we backed Hotmail and Skype. Think of what they have done for the world. They've opened it up. We can all now communicate. We can see each other on the screen. We can from anywhere in the world, and we do it basically for free. That was, I mean, before we funded Hotmail, it was very expensive to get a message to somebody in some other land. And before we funded Skype, a long distance phone call to Uganda would have cost $80 a minute, something like that. So this is a major change in the world. And so we feel like, boy, if we just keep backing these extraordinary entrepreneurs, whoever they are, wherever they may come from, we're going to improve the world. It's going to be better. And so that's the way I look at it. And I say, I don't, come with whatever history you have, whatever background, whatever religion, whatever race, whatever sex. We're interested. You come to us with something that you've created, invented, driven. We're all over it.
Yeah, I was just going to further Tim's points. There's not much more to say than one just a quick aside. I remember growing up, I had family all over the world, and my parents are immigrants, but I was born and raised here. I remember overhearing my parents discussing that the phone bill was more expensive than our mortgage. And I remember one of the big wins for us that we got my grandma a standalone device that let her Skype us the last few years before she passed away. And back then, this was a crazy piece of technology. All of our cousins each put in like $100 or $200. Like it was more expensive than a computer for her to have this device next to her bed because she was bedridden to be able to talk to us. And that's how much this world can change so quickly. And like Tim said, a great entrepreneur is a great entrepreneur no matter where they are in the world. And we're going to try and back them if we love them and their idea. And to further it even more, there's data that proves that investing globally in immigrants, in minorities, and in women actually earn you higher returns. So we, what Tim was saying about the favoritism a little bit, there's actual data that proves that they've had to overcome more obstacles to get to where they are, and it makes them, makes them better entrepreneurs. Just like a lot of times immigrants end up being better entrepreneurs, it's because they had to jump through these hoops to get here or to get to where they need to be that some of us didn't have to. So, we want to support them, and of course, selfishly, it's a good investment as well.
That sounds like a big trade secret.
Yeah, the first two ICOs that we backed were two of, other than the DAO, they were the first two ICOs, and they were both driven by women, and so we were pretty excited about that. It seems that the idea of an ICO, the idea of these cryptocurrencies, is a big deal for women who are focused on community and the quality of the community and how they all work together for a common goal. And that's where Tezos and Bancor came from. Kathleen Brightman at Tezos and is really quite extraordinary. And at Bancor, it's I just talked to her. What's that?
Galia, I think is her name.
Galia. Yeah, Galia. At Bancor, they were so extraordinary that I just backed them right there. And that was the beginning of two of the greatest ICOs in history. And they, those were women driven. So we're excited. My daughter started Halogen Ventures, and she only backs teams that have a woman in the founding team, and that has served her very well. And I think she was the first venture capitalist to just come out and do that. So I'm very proud of her.
Talking about the future and being first, I mean, I also wanted to ask you about the sort of development of investment into blockchain projects. So first we had the ICOs, then we moved on to venture capital and private. And now some of the companies are starting doing the IPOs, even though they're still at relatively early stages of their lives. What do you think, which direction do you think so it's all going to go? Are more blockchain companies going to start behaving like the traditional companies, or we're going to see a different pattern? Alan, can we start with you, please?
I think Tim could probably talk to the more traditional side. Well, and he's much more experienced with companies having gone public and all of that. But what I will say, I think that I actually end up talking a lot to groups who are digitizing securities as well. And I think there's like two sides, right? I always have this dichotomy because I'm much more passionate probably about the DeFi side that completely goes around all regulation. And it's just like, let's do what's right, regardless of which jurisdiction and which government and whatever. But then there's also this side of, hey, we live in the United States. We have to obviously make sure that we're compliant and we deal with everything. And there's companies who are digitizing securities to make the process better for the consumer and better for the startup, because it's offensive how much it costs for the startup and that people aren't allowed to participate. It's not okay. So I love that we are on both ends of the spectrum, making it better for the consumer and making it better for the startups. I think that depending on the risk tolerance of the startup, where they're based in the world and all that, they're prepping themselves, and stage, of course, prepping themselves for different things, whether it's like the DAO model or the ICO model, or doing a digital security, or a company that's much bigger, like Tim would be more familiar with, like a Robinhood, that going public or something like that. I think Tim could add a lot more to it.
I don't recommend going public to anybody right now, unless your company's worth 10 billion or maybe Robin, $20 billion, because it's so expensive. The regulators have made it so expensive to go public that it's really not worth it. So some form of tokenization, some system. I do know that we've done a few things at Meet the Drapers with crowdfunding. That has been very effective for smaller investments. But at the largest investments are coming from those large funds, and that tends to be an easier way to get your money than trying to go public and be subject to the whims of the public investor, and also subject to the rules that the Sarbanes-Oxley rules that have come down so hard on businesses. We used to be able to get companies public if they were worth 50 million or above, and maybe they were doing only 20 million in revenues. Now it's not even worth it until you're about $5 billion market cap. So I'm not highly recommending that in any way as a path for an entrepreneur. And by the time a company's public, it's already past the growth stage. It's become a common knowledge for everyone, and making money in the public markets is a little bit more of a crapshoot. You don't get it kind of runs way up the way it is now with the public getting all excited, and then it runs way down with the public getting all excited. And so for an investor, I think you really want to be either you invest in private companies, or you buy tokens, but be careful about buying tokens. I'm very excited about all of the new innovations that are happening because this new technology or I guess it's sort of a platform of technologies, Bitcoin, the blockchain, smart contracts. I'm excited about what they're all doing and what they're going to bring to the world. All these new ideas that have stemmed from the ability to do an airdrop, or the ability to have a perfect ledger, or the ability to create a deal in cyberspace that just pays the right person at the right time. I know Hollywood could use that. I mean, some very honest system. So you ask the question a little bit about ICO versus IPO, but the answer is there are lots of new ways of creating liquidity, new ways of creating business model. There are lots. This is an evolving market, and it's exciting for me because I get to see venture capital change one more time. So this is going to be really fun, and I think we're experiencing it now, and all the Draper entities, we're driving that now. We're driving that change. Things I'm hoping to do long term, I'm hoping to be able to raise money all in Bitcoin or crypto of any kind, and then invest it all in Bitcoin, and then have those entrepreneurs put the money, or spend the money on their employees and suppliers all in Bitcoin. And then I want, if something great happens, I want the smart contract to drop all the money into my LP wallets, into all the wallets that are supposed to get it. Now, right now, the U.S. government's very far behind on its thinking for that kind of a business, but it's frictionless, and you don't have to keep going back and forth to the banks, the accountants, the auditors, the transfer agents, whoever is out there. You can actually have all of it done completely frictionlessly on the cloud. So I'm thinking this is one of the great changes that could happen in the world today, where we're all part of one system that isn't tied to political systems, and that the various governments compete for us, and they figure out how they can charge taxes on that crypto business. And those are some of the things that I think have to happen moving forward. And we've got to have all that happen, but we've got to wrap all the laws around it. But what's really interesting is, the U.S. is trying not to be heavy-handed, but they kind of are, because of all the legal work that's been done since 1933, and all that has been piled on, and the regulators have piled on. So you in London have this new group that's saying, well, look, we want the financial world back here. They've had it in New York for a long time. They got it in the Silicon Valley. We want it back here. So they're deregulating. They're actually creating fewer regulations, and they're allowing more to happen. And that's going to change the way governments start to operate. They're going to say, wait, we're losing all of that economic value. How did they get it? Well, they deregulated. We can deregulate. So that's what I'm thinking is going to happen over it's probably the next 10 years.
And just a very quick, short question right at the end. I just want to ask you, if, for example, I'm a startup and I brought you a brilliant idea, what advice would you give me to take my company to that next level? Just a brief answer. Great. Alan, can we start?
So one thing I didn't mention on the last question is that with the tokens via stocks or convertible notes or whatever a company decides to do at the early stage, we're very, very in it for the long term from Draper Gorham Home, and I think obvious, and on the Draper Associates side, we're early stage venture investors. So, I love all of this stuff, but remember, when we invest in a company, it's not to get the tokens and sell them immediately or do anything like that. That's not our plan. That's not what we do. So when I do come to companies at the very early stage, to answer your question now, for us, there's a little bit of it's not, I wouldn't say like magic or something like that, but it's just really is the people, because we're so early. When we engage with a company, we're writing their first check into the company. It could be a $25,000-$50,000 check, and we're the only investors in that company at the beginning, helping them get off the ground. So we want to see that the people can execute, that the people can do something. But more than that, we want to know that they can change and grow and shuck and jive as things come, because what they show us the first time we meet them will not be their product 6 months from now. And if they were to be that sort of thick-headed to where they think that would be the case, then they're probably not the right entrepreneurs at that early stage. So for me, I want to see that. I want to see that they can move. I want to see that they're solving a real problem, of course, and they're super passionate about it. And that I like the people, that, we're going to assume we're trapped in a room for the next 10 years. I want to like the person I'm trapped in the room with for the next 10 years. And then the next thing, that we have this internal talk, Joseph, my partner, and I always have this one talk once we really love a company. We go like, what disproportionate value can we add to this company? Like, how do we throw gasoline on the fire? If it's a company we love, but we have no clue how to help them, it's not a good fit for what we do, because we're super hands-on. We kind of have to be hands-on at that early stage. And if we don't know what we're going to do, then we can't help them. And we have to have that conversation like, hey, I love you, but I don't know how to help you. And so for us, it's a little bit of how can we sort of, like I said, throw gasoline on the fire. We have our conference. We have a big media presence. We are, experts in automated marketing, and Joseph is very, very hands-on behind the scenes in helping our companies really scale. And we do so many things like that we need to know what the next steps are before we engage, because we're early stage entrepreneurs ourselves, and we want to be able to help the companies. So for me, that's where the excitement comes from. Like, is there something here that can really, really grow? Like, to go back to what you said earlier, Tim talked about community, and then how some of those entrepreneurs are really, really passionate about the community. Something one of our favorite portfolio companies always says, Lunar Crush always says, there's no crypto without community. And then they measure the engagement of the communities, and they help those groups engage their communities and do things like that with their technology. And I think that those passionate entrepreneurs, if they get that at the beginning, if they know that they're building an exciting community, or that people are starting to flock to them, it's really, really super exciting, and we want to amplify it, right? Amplify is the big word we use. So that's I think I went around it a little bit, but
And Amplify is also the incubator you worked with way back.
Yeah, so Tim was an investor in an incubator called Amplify, an accelerator out here in Southern California. And about 10 years ago or so ago, they invested in a previous company of mine, and that's where I met Tim. So we use the word amplify a lot out of love, because when we sort of started, we pointed at a lot of things that they did and how they did it right. And aside from that, also following what Boost VC does, Adam Draper, Tim's son, I've gone to almost every one of their demo days at this point, and was a huge fan of what they did and how they did it. And they're partly responsible for some of my education in the crypto space. I met BitPesa, that company you mentioned earlier, at the demo day where they launched. So like it's an exciting full circle.
Yeah, and I look for, what were you saying, Alex? Got to wrap up?
We are going to have to wrap up soon, so if you could, Tim, briefly just give us like 1-2 sentence view of what you think, and then that fortunately will have to be it.
Good. Well, when we invest in these companies now, we want to make sure that we're aligned with the entrepreneur in whatever way we can. So in doing that alignment, sometimes we take stock in crypto, so that because we're not sure which one's going to take off, and I don't even think the entrepreneur always knows whether their company or their token is going to be a big deal. What we look for big ideas, big markets where entrepreneur can kind of wedge in there, and he or she's got a lot of passion for what they do. And that's kind of where we're hoping to go. And I mentioned the banker is dressed this way. Well, it turns out they are never dressed this way because I'm wearing a Bitcoin tie. I think they'd be fired. Anyway, it was great being on your show. Thank you very much. It was a treat.
Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, Alan, and Alex. I know that I definitely picked up some interesting info from that discussion, and I hope that you all in the audience did as well. We appreciate you all weathering some slight technical difficulties in the beginning. That's all just part of the fun of doing a live virtual event. So for those of you in Umbrella Chat, I'm curious, what early stage companies are you most excited about? That was a really great discussion that highlighted a few things to look for, but what do you look for? What are you excited about when it comes to early stage companies? For me, I think it's just in general, it's so interesting to see the way that these individuals see the space evolving. With blockchain and cryptocurrencies, it's truly a new paradigm. And the notion of tokens and coins is still something that's rapidly evolving. The topic of our next talk is going to cover something new and novel in the realm of tokens. So with that, I'd like to introduce McLean Wilkinson, who is the founder of NewCipher, and Carolyn Reckhow, who is the head of business strategy at Thesis, which is the parent company of companies like Keep Network, as well as FoldApp, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. These two are joined by Michael Zajko, who is the head of sales at CoinList. So they will be discussing a topic that, with the rise of DeFi and many projects looking for novel and healthy ways to grow robust and diverse communities, is extremely relevant. So I'll let them go ahead and jump into it whenever they're ready.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Zyko. I'm the head of sales at CoinList. I'm here with Carolyn Reckhow and McLean Wilkinson from Keep and NewCipher, respectively. And we're here today to talk about novel token distribution mechanisms. And I thought it made sense to bring both of these teams in because they are introducing their native tokens to the world in a different way than most of us are used to. So at CoinList, we've done a lot of token sales in the past, we've done airdrops, and they are trying two unique approaches. So beyond introducing privacy to blockchains, which both of your projects aspire to do, you're both also introducing tokens in a unique way with the work lock at NewCipher and the stake drop at Keep. Could you tell us a little bit more about each of these mechanisms and how one would get started? McLean.
Sure. So just to set the context, I'll give like a 30-second overview of NewCipher, the network, and what the token does. It's important to understand kind of the function of the token to understand like the motivations and mechanics of the work lock. But the NewCipher network is a layer 2 network. It's built on top of Ethereum, and it's a decentralized threshold cryptography network. So we basically provide a set of interfaces and runtimes that expose different threshold cryptographic primitives. The first of those is something called proxy re-encryption to developers. So basically, there's the NewCipher nodes all basically provide this service, whether it's proxy re-encryption or threshold signatures or Shamir secret sharing or any kind of threshold cryptography in principle could be run on these nodes. And the way that where the token comes into the equation is if you want to be one of these nodes, if you want to operate one of these nodes, provide the service and basically earn fees paid by users, you have to stake the native NuCypher token as a kind of bond or collateral. So I think some people call this model like a work token. So you stake the token that allows you to run a node, that allows you to do work for the network. You get paid for that work. In our case, you get paid in ETH, not in the native token. So the native token just is acting as this stake. And then it also has some governance aspects where there's a DAO that effectively governs the network and all the parameters around the network, such as fee ranges, things like that. And if you're a staker, you also have basically the ability to participate and submit proposals and validate proposals in the DAO. And what the work lock is basically this mechanism that we've created to distribute the initial set of tokens. And it's different, as you said, from a typical ICO or some centralized entity that's effectively selling these tokens as a kind of financing event. And the way that it works is you essentially stake ETH. That allows you to run a NuCypher node. And then if you do that, you're able to earn NuCypher tokens in exchange for running this node. The way that we structured it, although you could imagine structuring it several different ways, but the way that we structured it for our network is that there is an initial contribution period where you're essentially escrowing ETH on chain into the work lock contract. Once that contribution period ends, the network will start. So all the tokens will get distributed. You'll be able to start operating these NuCypher nodes, and over time earning new tokens.
Got it. That's super interesting. And Carolyn, how does that compare to what Keep is doing with its stake drop?
Yeah, so Keep Network, like you said, similarly focuses on privacy. It's a privacy layer on top of Ethereum. But what makes us different, one of the things is we're focusing a lot on interoperability for our first privacy use case, and TBTC is the first killer app. I bet a bunch of folks out there have heard of TBTC, Bitcoin on Ethereum, trustless bridge. And basically the way that Keep works is also uses secure multi-party computation, uses threshold signature technology, ECDSA, SIGs, but it also has this component called the random beacon, which is used for work selection. And with those two components, you'd need to stake Keep. Keep token is a work token, and in our mechanism, you have to hold it and stake it to participate in random beacon selection, to run the random beacon client, and then also to participate in the TBTC system. And the TBTC system requires Keep, but also requires an additional ETH bond. That's how TBTC works. You need to secure the Bitcoin deposits on the signer side with ETH. And what we're doing for this distribution, this stake drop program, is that we're saying for a period of time during the stake drop, we're inviting people who aren't current Keep token holders to come and to stake their ETH for TBTC and earn Keep if they're successful in staking, if they're able to be a good liquidity provider for the network, they're able to stake successfully, then they can continue to participate in the network and earn fees in ETH and in Keep with the distribution as well.
Got it. So this is something that hasn't really been tried out a lot. There's something somewhat similar last year with Edgeware's lock drop. McLean, you came out with a blog post introducing the work lock back in March of 2019. What was some of the inspiration for the work lock, and is there something that's specific around work tokens that you think for both of you this makes sense using this type of distribution mechanism versus another chosen path?
Yeah, so for us, I think the motivation basically was as we were getting closer to our mainnet launch, we were thinking about how we wanted to obviously distribute that sort of initial set of tokens and the initial stake, and basically how we would decide this initial staker set. And obviously, we were familiar, we had started the project back in 2017 when, right just before sort of ICOs went crazy. So we were very familiar sort of with that whole scene and had a pretty good sense that that wasn't really interesting to us or even really an effective way to distribute tokens in order to get kind of a robust set of stakers into the network. And so we were kind of looking around at various different sort of token distribution experiments. You mentioned one was the Edgeware lock drop. But what we were really interested in was something called the Merkle mine from LivePeer. And we thought that was really worthwhile distribution experiment. Basically, what they did is that they allowed people to essentially mine LivePeer token by creating something called a Merkle proof and submitting that to the blockchain. So in some ways, it was kind of mimicking like a proof of work distribution. And it was really interesting to us because one, it was sort of totally decentralized, totally permissionless. They didn't control who could and couldn't mine LivePeer tokens. And so it was really compelling on that front. It had a couple, issues that they ran into, like it bloated the blockchain. I think it spiked gas fees. So we sort of spent some time looking at that model, speaking with their team, and tried basically with the work lock to take like the interesting aspects of that, but potentially at least attempt to improve upon some of the problems with it. And specifically, instead of this Merkle proof, which is just basically this pointless work, it's not work that provides any value or any service other than just mining the proof, but instead tying the actual work that you do in order to earn that native token to the work that you would actually do in the network itself. So in NuCypher's or in the context of NuCypher, that would be operating a NuCypher node. In the context, of another project, it would be doing whatever work, however work is defined in that system. So I think it's very well suited for work tokens like NuCypher and Keep and LivePeer and others. But I don't think it's necessarily limited to those types of projects. I mean, I think you can think of this whole yield farming craze that's happening right now is kind of very similar to a work lock or a stake drop, where they're basically providing, in many cases, liquidity or some type of work, however it's defined in that protocol, in order to earn or farm these native tokens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. On our side, a lot of similar stuff in terms of early inspiration. We looked at Edgeware, like you said, LivePeer we were inspired by. You guys, of course, you guys announced before we did. That was like, okay, signs we're on the right path. But we also looked at communities like the Cosmos ecosystem. We looked at them and thought, like that's the type of community and ecosystem that we want to emulate. These are folks that aren't necessarily as concerned with maybe like the market investment side, but they're really active community members in terms of like just staking and technically contributing. So we were thinking about everything, like even proof of work at one point, but we did decide to go down this path because Keep is this work token, and essentially it's just the best way to that we found to have a distributed network of good community members, people who have proved that they can stake and contribute to the network.
Got it. And since there is this craze around liquidity mining and how that can bootstrap a network, I'm curious if there's anything that you guys have seen or learned in the past couple of weeks that has changed or modified your thinking on how you guys might want to approach this since you haven't started yet.
Well, I think certainly it's been exciting to see, just because it sort of validates in a sense our hypothesis that people want to earn on their ETH, and they're willing to use their ETH in novel ways to lock it up, to try new mechanisms. And so, I mean, to us, we do think that this is going to lead to the best distribution possible for Keep, just because it looks like people want it.
Yeah. definitely. Cool. So both of you guys have talked about the communities that surround the projects and just more broadly in crypto. But looking at both the work lock and the stake drop, it definitely requires some technical chops. Like you have to know how to run a node. Carolyn, I logged into your Crowdcast and got tripped up on some steps once I needed to deploy a node. So how are you guys thinking through like who you expect to participate? What are the different ways that people can onboard into each of the respective mechanisms for distribution?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so definitely agree. There's a lot of technical barriers, and for Keep, there may even be more barriers than to NuCypher. I think for us, you need to run a full node to participate, right? You can't just give your ETH to somebody else running a node. You're not going to earn that way. So it does take some time. There's a learning curve and certain amount of technical chops. And we're targeting folks that have done other incentivized testnets like Cosmos and stuff like that. But what we're doing to help participants have some time and be incentivized to learn how to do this is our own incentivized testnet called Plating for Keeps, and we're giving away Keep to folks who get staking early on testnet and figure it out. We're giving away Keep to folks who do translations, who write guides, who are community members that help other community members get up and going. And then, of course, there's a lot of work on our end too, just making sure that our resources are up to date. So it's a lot of stuff to get people going for sure.
Yeah,
Got it.
It's definitely more than an ICO where you have a contract address and you send your ETH and you get back tokens and that's it. You have to figure out how to, basically right now we provide a work lock interface for participating in the work lock, which what we provide is just a command line tool. So you have to know your way around a command line. There are a few community members who during our incentivized testnet built like web UIs so that you can participate from like some Web3 wallet like MetaMask. But even beyond just the initial contribution step, obviously after that, you have to actually do the work of running a node. So it's not passive. You have to, either yourself or someone on your behalf has to operate this node for you. So if you're going to do it yourself, obviously you need some sort of like DevOps or sysadmin type skills. You need to be able to keep the node available and online and well protected and basically servicing the network. We do have a few partners who I think are working on basically offerings that make it that obfuscate some of that for people. So they'll basically run the node on your behalf. They might provide kind of a nice web UI type interface to participate from a kind of pooled wallet. So I do expect that will be an option. But yeah, if you're participating on your own in a non-custodial way, with your own ETH, running your own node, you do need to actually do the work.
Got it. That makes sense. And as far as expectations from the community or users, can you talk a little bit more about the distribution? So how many tokens are being distributed? What percentage of the network? How should a prospective participant be looking at this when they're considering the other options that are out there for they could get into liquidity mining or go somewhere else and provide ETH and Compound, for instance?
Yeah. So on our end, we just worked with Masari to launch our transparency report, and that's probably the best resource to check out right now, just in terms of it's got our entire schedule and everything there, our roadmap. But basically, when it comes to Keep, it's a fixed supply, billion tokens, and we have set aside 20% for this stake drop. And in terms of doing your research, I would check out. So we're working with a bunch of staking providers like Staked, Figment, and Bison Trails, and I think it was Bison Trails that did some early research on just what yield is going to look like. So I checked that out as well. I think that they've made that public, and it's looking pretty good. From what they're showing. So that would be my recommendation for research.
Got it.
For a new cipher, so we're actually distributing, so most of the tokens, the new cipher tokens actually go to the stakers over time. So most of the new cipher tokens, about 75% of them are actually mined over the course of the network's life. But of the initial tokens, 25% of the initial tokens are going out through the work lock. We also distributed approximately 2% through our come and stake it incentivized testnet. So we ran several test iterations of the work lock and obviously test iterations of the network itself during that period. Another 2% are going to what we call our university staking program. So we've got about a dozen or so universities around the world, like University College London, Waterloo, Berkeley. They're going to be running nodes for the network as well. So we've done, beyond just the work lock, we've done several other programs to try to ensure that we have a very strong and robust staker set at launch. But 25% go out through the work lock. In terms of where you allocate your ETH, I think that's one thing that's been super interesting. Not just between Keep a New Cipher, but also all the other protocols that are like Comp that are starting to do like this yield farming thing, or turning ETH essentially into this productive asset, which I think is a really interesting phenomenon. Whether you should put that into the stake drop or work lock or Curve or anything else, I can't answer for you. I think all those different models sort of require different things and have different risk profiles for that ETH. So in Keep the New Cipher's case, you actually have to run a node, where in some of the other sort of liquidity provisioning protocols, you might just sort of be passively providing that ETH. So I think probably the hurdle for participating in a work lock or a stake drop are probably higher than just passively putting it into some of these automated market makers, for example. So maybe not only depends on sort of what you think the return profile is going to be, but what your skill set as a participant is.
And I'll also add, you reminded me, so in addition to the 20% for the stake drop, about 2% of the supply has gone, or is going to go to playing for keeps. So the incentivized testnet that's happening right now. And then also we've got an additional 5% that we put aside for TBTC liquidity rewards, which we haven't really announced yet. That's coming soon, information about exactly what that's going to be. But it's going to be a mix of the types of liquidity rewards that you're used to seeing if you're big into DeFi and you're yield farming out there. But also some interesting stuff for folks that are maybe less technically DeFi proficient. Maybe if you have Bitcoin, there'll be a way to use that and get some Keep liquidity rewards as well.
That's awesome. You both have mentioned the incentivized testnet a number of times. During the incentivized testnet, any key learnings as it relates to distribution that came out of it? Any discoveries, vulnerabilities, things that people saw like, oh, this doesn't quite work the way it was expected to, or has been pretty smooth and kind of moving forward as planned?
Yeah, so for us in our incentivized testnet, like going in, we had a couple specific goals. So one was obviously to provide a way for people to earn new tokens based off of merit, as opposed to having a lot of capital. So basically, particularly people that maybe are smaller stakers, so maybe not these large professional staking operations, although of course we had a lot of those folks participate as well. So that was one goal. Another goal was not to make it like a kind of competitive type testnet like some of the other incentivized testnets we've seen, but more as a way to prepare and to train node operators for mainnet, so that we can have as much of like the learning and the iteration and the mistakes in terms of like people spinning up their nodes and joining the network happening during testnet, where the stakes are obviously much lower, versus right during like the sort of that initial mainnet period. Sure. So we are optimistic that the work we did there, like having everyone spin up nodes and join the network more or less at the same time, will make like the actual mainnet transition a lot smoother. So we wanted to concentrate kind of like that learning period there. And obviously the other third piece was we wanted just to stress test the network and see how it operates at scale. So I think during the incentivized testnet, like at peak, there was something like 1,000, low 1,000 nodes operating at once, which was a pretty significant number. And so it was really interesting to see, what were kind of the breaking points in terms of actual like learnings that impacted what we or changed what we were planning to do. We did several test iterations of the work lock on testnet, and there were some interesting sort of edge cases that under like the way we had currently basically structured the work lock, some weird edge cases could potentially result in somewhat skewed token distributions through the work lock, where like a whale or someone who did like these not attacks, but like if they tried to game the work lock, they could potentially earn a disproportionate share of new tokens. So we kind of changed some of the rules and the structure and the parameters for the work lock that will help us kind of avoid those sorts of scenarios.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's interesting to hear because, we're still, I think we're just in month 2 of our incentivized testnet that's going to last at least 6 months. And, of course, there's been some learnings already on the technical side. It's always super helpful to just get going on testnet and work out some of those kinks. But I think for us, since our incentivized testnet is not just about staking on testnet, we're also including other contributions. We're asking every month, it changes a little bit what we're asking for. We're always baseline. We want people to get on testnet and to stake. That's the priority. But some months we've got a judge that's interested in, this month we've got Spencer Noon that really wants to see data and metrics, like build some cool dApps or some interfaces that show us what's happening on TBTC or Keep. We've got other judges down the line that want to see different types of TBTC or Keep dApps. We've got folks that are interested in documentation and translation. So like, let's reach other international communities. And so that's been, I think, great in terms of just building community, but then there's also the balance of, making sure that the rewards distribution really hit what is the heaviest, most important thing for us, which is staking successfully for the health of the network. So it's just been learning process as we roll out this incentivized testnet that has these different levels.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an experiment, and I'm curious if you guys are, if you had to kind of predict, are there teams kind of reaching out to you that are looking to explore something similar? Or do you find that, or you think that this is a new approach that more teams are going to be utilizing moving forward based on maybe feedback you've gotten directly?
Yeah, so I won't name any specific teams. I don't want to steal their thunder, but I know that there are several other kind of networks that are similarly situated or architected as NuCypher and Keep that are sort of looking at similar types of work lock or stake drop style distributions. And then, obviously, I think the most notable example is just DeFi as a whole. I think there's been, tons of examples of this happening sort of as we speak, which is getting tons of attention. So I think, I think certainly tying token distributions to work is strictly better than, the 2017 era, public ICOs. There are obviously a lot of problems that or a lot of things that could still be improved even over and above, what we've come up with and what sort of the DeFi folks have come up with. But I do think in general, it's a positive direction for projects to be moving towards in terms of how they do their token distributions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Won't go into details about teams, but I'll just say I think it goes back to your first question around yield farming and DeFi, right? I think that this is something that we're going to see people continuing to experiment with and iterate on, because we are seeing people want this. They want to earn with their ETH or their tokens that they already have. And if they can support a new network, great.
Yeah, you guys alluded to this already, but with only a couple of minutes left here, if someone's holding ETH, they want to get started, where should they go? I think you guys mentioned some materials. What would be a good place to start or send them now?
Well, for Keep, the best way to get started is to join our Discord. We kind of have this flow where we point you right towards our guides to get you going, and then we've got community members that can help in different channels. And so that's our Discord. It's chat.keep.network. So yeah, come jump on in, and all the stuff's there.
Awesome.
And for Decipher, more or less the same. We do everything in Discord. It's discord.newcipher.com. We have a testnet faucet in that Discord. So I think the best thing to do right now, as we get ready for the actual mainnet work lock, is that you can grab testnet new tokens from that faucet, and you can join the NewCipher testnet and just practice running a node, work out any of the kinks before we do everything for real.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. Well, I'm for one really looking forward to seeing how both these go and participating in each. Definitely earned some tokens from both. But yeah, it was nice speaking with you both today.
Likewise. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you. All right. I think that is it. All right.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much, Carolyn, McLean, and Michael. I'm definitely impressed by the level of thought that has gone into properly distributing tokens to incentivize participation in these new networks. It can be challenging for new projects and networks to gain adoption, but one of the teams who is really leading the way in this regard is Celo. In our next discussion, we are going to learn more about how Celo is powering solutions for individuals and communities around the world. This spotlight on Celo is their first community, Kuneko, a monthly community gathering. Kuneko means togetherness in Esperanto, and during this event, you'll get a closer look at the projects being built on Celo, see a preview of the Celo technical roadmap, and hear some exciting ecosystem announcements. There's quite a few people on this panel. I'll let them go ahead and run through it, but without further ado, let's go ahead, strap in, get ready, and dive into it.
Great, welcome everyone to Kuneko with some exciting updates from the Celo community. So Kuneko is the name for the monthly gathering of the Celo community, hosted by the Celo Foundation and with speakers from across our entire community. Kuneko means togetherness in Esperanto, and it is our hope that Kuneko can foster togetherness for the Celo community. Since our first Prosper retreat, which is pictured here, which was last fall, our community has grown significantly to over 90 Alliance for Prosperity member organizations, over 300 projects currently building on Celo, and over 700 Celo backers following the CoinList auction and exchange listings. Community is growing all over the world in dozens of countries. And I know a bunch of fellow Prosper participants are tuned in right now, and seeing this picture really makes me miss spending time in person with you all. So I'm glad we're getting together at least this way. Today we're celebrating the launch of Celo Dollars. We'll talk about why it matters in the stablecoin ecosystem. Then we'll have an exciting product sneak preview, more on this shortly. We'll also be hearing from the winners of the Celo Camp database. Really excited for that one. And we're making a trip to Colombia, at least virtually, to hear about some work that the team has been doing there around microloans. After that, we'll hand over to my co-founder and C-Labs CTO, Merrick, to provide some technical updates and milestones achieved and a look forward. And then it's a wrap. So we have a full agenda here for you guys. Oh, one thing, feel free to ask questions throughout the throughout Koneko in the Q&A box, and we're able to answer those in real time. Great, and with that, let's talk about stablecoins and let's talk about Celo dollars. So just as a reminder, as a community, our mission is to build a financial system that creates the conditions for prosperity for everyone. And to that extent, we took a big steps towards that this week with having all the right infrastructure in place. Just about 2 years after first announcing and introducing Celo to the world, 1 year since C Labs open sourced the code base and launched AlphaHoris, our AlphaNet, and just actually about 2 months since mainnet went live on Earth Day, Celo dollars is now live on the Celo network. So this milestone brings a stable asset, the first stable asset, one pegged to the dollar, the US dollar, to the Celo platform, and makes it easily accessible with a mobile phone. And some of you know this, but just as a reminder, this is made possible in part by 3 key innovations that power Celo. First, the ultralight client implementation that allows fast syncs with the chain, even on budget phones and in limited bandwidth environments. Secondly, the ability for transaction fees to be paid in Celo dollars or other stablecoins in the future. And compare that to, for example, Ethereum, where in order to send a stablecoin on Ethereum, you would still have to pay for gas in ETH. Lastly, the lightweight identity protocol that really allows anyone, anywhere to receive Celo dollars just based on their phone number, even if they're not yet on Celo. And we'll have an exciting demo of that in the next segment. So since starting our journey and going back to the mission here, we've been very focused on identifying solutions that enable economic inclusion, prosperity, and doing that all over the world, whether it's in Buenos Aires, Beirut, Bogota, or Berlin, and that's just the B's. The focus really has been on the second part of that mission statement, and we'll get a glimpse of what that looks like with Celo and how it's being used in a moment. Stablecoins were introduced with great promise for financial inclusion and as an alternative, especially in markets without sound currencies. And we've certainly seen a rise in the market size, especially this year, going from 5 to over 10 billion. However, we think that there's still a huge untapped market for stablecoins, and particularly with some of the technical innovations that I just mentioned, we see stablecoin adoption expand far beyond the arbitrage use cases and some of the early use cases we've seen to date. In particular, we see a big lending market, peer-to-peer lending market, alone at $34 billion market size that is ripe for stablecoins to actually make that more kind of more convenient and better. An $87 billion digital remittance market, the $248 billion gig economy, and just maybe as one more bubble, the mobile point of sale market, which is $1.4 trillion. And we're not even like far into the journey, because obviously as digital currencies become more and more widely used and not just complementing traditional fiat currencies, the global monetary system is up for grabs. And I think there's a big opportunity here to improve that and make it more inclusive. So maybe now that we've covered some of the tech innovations and that actually get to address the usability of stablecoins, let's talk about how we unlock the true potential and how we do that together as a community. First, I think I mentioned this a little bit, the launch of Celo dollars provides a mobile-friendly form of digital money that can be used by the over 6 billion smartphone subscribers around the world. The photo here actually displayed is from a recent pilot where the C Labs team partnered with a microwork organization to provide instant and low-cost payments to power gig economy style jobs to millennials in Kenya through their mobile phones. On the second picture, you can see a restaurant actually in Canada that's accepting Celo dollars as a form of payment, a solution that's enabled by one of the Celo Camp finalists. We'll hear shortly from from our speakers, who's the winner of Celo Camp, on how they are using Celo dollars to power solutions that meet the need of their communities. And lastly, already at this early stage, there are over 90 global organizations spanning from leading humanitarian organizations to global payment processors, marketplaces, all committed to leveraging Celo against these various use cases, and bringing that to their kind of user base of over 400 million people. And that's just the initial reach of these early members. Today we'll be talking about two specific examples on how Celo dollars is already being used for sending and for lending, and we'll have an exciting announcement coming up as well. And with that, I want to hand over to my colleague Nitya for the next section.
Thanks, Renee. As mentioned today, I'm so excited to be here with you and to also share an update that's definitely new, but has also been an in-progress product over the last 2 full years, up and down the stack. Today, we're introducing Valora. Valora is designed from the ground up to take advantage of all of the features of Celo dollars and Celo that Renee mentioned earlier. Valora is also a lot more than that, which we're going to talk about soon. So Valora is a global payments app that allows you to freely exchange and securely store money on your mobile device. So Valora actually came out of this near universal need that we saw across pilots and across user research. And that was really the need to, one, save what is ours and keep our value, and also to share that value with the people who matter most to us, our communities. So to illustrate this need today, I'm going to talk a little bit about Fernando. Fernando is fictional, but his story illustrates a need that we saw time and time again. Fernando was born in Mexico and now lives abroad. He makes a comfortable salary, and with this salary, he's able to support his mother so she can retire, which is something that's very important to him. The catch is, Fernando's only options to send money home right now are really not ideal. His mother got a bank account recently, but even then, sending a wire transfer is expensive, $30 US or even higher every month. He'd like for that money instead to let his mom do more, be more independent, maybe take her friends out to lunch every now and then, but he'd like her to have that money. Enter Valora. So Valora, first of all, is global, which may not be a surprise to our crypto natives in the audience, but money with Valora is instant and borderless. So Fernando can send money directly to his mom in less than 10 seconds and with very, very low fees. In fact, in the time that I told you all of this, this transfer is already completed. And if you're curious, this transaction actually took place on mainnet. The cost was 0.0001 cent. So that's 1/100th of a cent, and took only 4.8 seconds to complete. As mentioned earlier, this is possible because Valora is direct. Using the power of the Celo network, transfers are easy and cost-effective because there's no intermediaries, even if you've never used the platform before. For example, this is what Fernando's first time using Valora was like, the screen on the right. He actually heard about Valora because his friend attended an event called Unitize and thought Fernando might find the app useful. So he sent Fernando an invitation that looks just like this one. Now, I don't need to tell this group that security is important. Valora is fully non-custodial and leverages innovative cryptography to keep your money secure. I'll call these out in the following demo. So back to Fernando. He was just invited and received that text message. So next, he'll download the Valora app at the provided link and then provide some basic information. Of note, this whole time, an ultralight client is running on device, so that if Fernando prefers, he doesn't need to trust a full node for communication with the Celo network. So next up, he enters his invite code. This experience is familiar to many app users, but is actually a really cool trick under the hood. This link contains a temporary wallet with the funds needed for Fernando to verify his number. And it's an easy way to get a small amount of funds transferred to him from his friend to get started. So after setting a PIN to manage key access, now Fernando will confirm his number. So this is when things get really interesting. The Celo Lightweight Identity Protocol allows for decentralized confirmation of identity information such as a phone number. So you might ask, is it privacy compromising to have a phone number on chain? Well, it can be. Without appropriate precautions, someone could reverse engineer Fernando's phone number and then bombard him with messages of cat videos. We don't want that, which is why on Celo, phone numbers are hashed and verified with a salt managed through a threshold cryptography scheme. More on this later from Merrick. Why this matters? Having a phone number makes it easy and fast to share value with your community. So the Celo Network Identity Protocol is managed by its 100 validators, which each run an attestation service. When Fernando verifies, 3 of these validators provide an attestation that Fernando actually owns his number. This means that it's hard for another party to verify his number and that you can be confident that you're sending your funds to the right place. So Fernando goes, eats a Kit Kat, the best candy bar ever, then comes back and sees that he's received these 3 codes. They've automatically been read for him on Android, and that's it. He's ready to go. Fernando is now ready to send money home to mom directly, just as easily and even more cheaply than if he was sending a text message. You just saw how easy it is to go from 0 to sending cross-border payments thanks to Valora. So you may be thinking, what's next? Maybe you're thinking, how can I get Valora? Well, today we're live at valoraapp.com where you can sign up for the beta waitlist. Also, check out the virtual booth as part of Unitize where we'll have a small preview group who can be the first to check out the experience. And with that, I'll hand off to Taylor, who's going to talk a little bit more about the story behind the Valora identity.
Thanks, Natia. And like Natia said, I'm going to cover really important parts of what developed the Valora brand. First, my colleague Jackie and I went through a bunch of names that could potentially fit different experiences throughout what you would eventually see at the time, Celo Wallet, now Valora. The word that we kind of really took to was value. There's a beautiful double entendre there where we describe money and currency as having value, but we also have a subjective understanding of what value is. As individuals, we value certain things. We took value, translated to Esperanto, got Valora to maintain that Celo brand integrity. From there, we didn't quite like the O ending. We tried it on with an A. That actually is the verb to value in a few romantic languages. And we like the eloquence that we got from switching it from an O to an A. I want to walk us through a few key moments in developing the visual logo type as well as the icon. This is an illustration I was developing when I was creating the illustration style throughout the app. So what I really liked about this was it was an encapsulation of what the Valora experience is. Out from the left, someone sends value into a phone, and that person gets to have that value. They get to save it, they get to use it, but ultimately they would send it out to someone else. That reach from one trajectory out to another kind of just like said the whole Valora story to me right there. I showed this to the greater team, and our designer, Peter Noel, took a lot of prompt from it. But we got some feedback from it that it looked expressive, easy, and fun. But what we ultimately want to head towards is trustworthy, stable, and accessible. So we tinkered with it a little bit. We landed here. We added some girth to that V, but still maintaining that reach that you get coming from that stem. And then I asked Peter to throw a circle into that V. And what I started seeing was a bunch of great visual analogies that I thought fit the brand story very well. This included a power pose. It's something that we all naturally do when we feel empowered and we accomplish something. Throw our arms up into the air, tilt our chin back, and we're filled with pride and accomplishment. And this is something I was hoping to have our users be able to feel in using Valora, and hopefully the prosperity that they can start experiencing. I also thought about how a vase, and maybe like a table or a centerpiece in a room, comes up to a point through the neck of the ceramic, and then what we choose to put in there is the beauty that we see in the world, and the natural beauty we see in the world in flowers. And we start seeing that same trajectory from the V and up and outward, and we see the beauty that's held there. And lastly, I think of the gesture that we have when we're holding something precious that we personally believe is valuable. This happens to be a shell, but you can imagine swapping out a shell for a coin or precious stone or even a small heirloom. The idea that we hold the things that we value with that same tenderness is sort of that V shape. And then I had my designer, Peter, spread them out horizontally. And I started seeing arches, and I was curious, like, do arches fit into the brand story as well? Can it play to some of those adjectives that we wanted to achieve in the letter form? I did some nerding out and some art history and architecture, like looking up, and I found that once that keystone, which is that brown stone placed amongst those other supporting stones, is placed, there is a downward force that creates some very powerful innovation that we saw throughout architecture in the past. That pressure is pushed down and out, creating one of the most stable feats in primitive architecture. So this is the Roman aqueduct, and this is a screenshot from a teacher talking about the Roman aqueduct. The arches repeated over and over again was pointed out through those red lines that the neighboring arch would support the following arch onward and onward. What I loved seeing about this is the analogy of if these arches are something that are able to build on top of one another. I think about one community prospering and then the next community over time being able to prosper on top of that and then on top of that. Arches are also found throughout all different cultures. This is something we really look forward to leveraging as we take our story into new markets. And then lastly, I asked Peter to throw those circles on top of the V, and we started seeing a group of people able to throw their arms up and have pride in that power pose. This is something I would love to see Valora be able to achieve, to bring this sort of prosperity to communities all over the world. Would love to and as we moved from the V out to the other letter types, we used arches as a strong reference to inform other letter forms. You could see the L being the column, the O being the negative space of the arch, and the R and the A playing to the contour of those other arch forms. And this is ultimately where we landed. The icon on the left and the letter form on the right. The icon has a gold on the bottom left that signifies the gold ring, a part of the Celo logo, also then represents the native asset. And then to the green, up to the top right, representing the green ring, and the Celo dollar and stable currencies built on top of the native asset. I am extremely excited for everyone to get their hands on this app. And with that, I'm gonna wrap up and send this over to Nihal, who's gonna be talking about Pesabase. Thanks.
Thanks, Taylor. Hi, all. Just going to tell you about Pesabase. And our mission is basically we want to financially connect Africans everywhere. And, you know, coming to Australia in 2003, the reality was that sending money was not easy. And years later, I've always thought that these things should keep getting easier and easier. And this is the story of how we think now we're in a position, given the technologies and the work that the likes of Celo have done, that we'll be able to build this. This is Nyakan, a recent graduate and earns about $3,000 monthly. She sends money constantly to her father and family to support them. And she's one of 30 million Africans who live outside their country of birth. And essentially what that means is that often whatever they go to do is to earn economic empowerment and to be able to send money back home. Pesabase wants to build a solution that connects these Africans back to their family's home. And we want to make it easy for them to send money cheaply, to send money fast, and to be able to send it at cost-effective prices. This is me. From 2003, when I first arrived in Australia, it didn't take me that many months to start sending money back home to my family. One of the things that happens with us Africans in general is that we tend to have close ties to our families, and we want to support them. We know a lot of the things that they've gone through, and we work hard to try and make them strong as a result. And so when I came here, the first thing I started doing was to send money. And this act of sending money every so often made me realize that there should be a better solution. What I saw was that there's a lot of manual ways of doing it, there's a lot of expensive ways of doing it, and there was no connectivity. I could not send my brother money and within 5 minutes he'll message back me and say, hey, thanks, you just paid for my lunch. I wanted to build that to improve my own life, to improve my community's life, and to connect Africans everywhere and build eventually better financial services for them. How it works. Let's just take a look at some of the work that we did during CelloCamp. So if you look at that, we built a very simple app, effectively an easy way to onboard onto the crypto ecosystem, an easy way to offload off it. And we think that over time, users will tend to actually use it more and more between themselves because it's simply a better product. It's simply an easier way of holding your wealth, and it's simply an easier way of transacting and a cheaper way of doing it. And so with every transaction, there's actually a Celo transaction on the back end on the blockchain. And the costs are so minute that eventually my expectations is that every user will end up being able to do all manner of transactions like this. So we're really excited when we built this and came to the notice of the Celo team and the CelloCamp community, as well as the guys of AdRight. When we built it, we thought this is just a prototype. There's a lot more that we need to do. We didn't actually expect to be winners, and we were really excited to be announced winners. And we enjoyed that and realized that, yes, this is an acknowledgement of a beginning of a journey that we can definitely become better and build a more powerful solution that solves these problems for communities. So in closing, I just want to say thank you. And the reality is that this is just a journey and the beginning of a journey for the Celo community and the CelloCamp as well. They have just launched a CelloCamp 2 and they're about to accept applications for that. If you think and you believe in the mission that the crypto community is embarking on, then you should definitely apply and become a part of this movement. Thank you. So I'll hand over now, and Alon will definitely talk more about it.
Thank you, Niall, and hello to everyone. My name is Alon Shavit, and I'm CelloCamp's program director. CelloCamp is a virtual acceleration program for startups building apps on the Celo blockchain. It was great to see teams from more than 60 nations around the globe sharing their ideas of what can be built on the Celo blockchain. If you have a startup idea and you share our mission of bringing prosperity to all, I have a great news for you. Drumroll, CelloCamp Batch 2 is coming this September. So please send us your application at cellocamp.com. I will share the link at the chat below. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the presentation.
Hi everyone, I'm Sochi. And I'm excited to talk to you today about how Celo can be used to provide microloans to anyone with a mobile phone. But I'd first like to start with a story. We met Jorge this summer in Colombia. He's a lifelong entrepreneur and father. He immigrated to Colombia with the hope of providing a better life for his family. He works as a bike messenger by day, but dreams of owning his own business again. Jorge hasn't just rebuilt his own life in Bogota. He has helped his community rebuild their lives as well. The lack of formal solutions prompted him to start his own savings circle with a group of fellow immigrants. Together, they establish financial goals, access money they need, and support each other on the path towards achieving those goals. Across the world, friends and family lend money to each other. A loan on Celo turns a common community practice into a credit-building activity that can help communities prosper. We started this pilot in Colombia during a pandemic. As families around the world are under shelter in place, more people are turning to delivery services. The delivery service market is expected to grow from $540 billion in 2019 to $824 billion by 2023. Demand for couriers is booming, and immigrants like Jorge are helping to fill this demand. Most of the couriers in Colombia use a manual pedal bicycle, but a motorized bicycle is a game changer. As part of our pilot, each participant received a $500 loan to purchase a beach cruiser that was retrofitted with a 66C two-stroke motor. This bike not only extended their range and speed, but doubled their income. Lending on Celo has several advantages over traditional financial institutions. It provides access to anyone with a mobile phone, offers better terms, provides increased transparency, allows for programmability, and most importantly, it offers someone like Jorge and his community a mobile identity and a credit history. Let's dive into a few of these benefits. In the absence of formal credit solutions, people turn to informal ones, borrowing money from a friend or from a family member. Reputation and relationships are essential to informal lending networks. We looked at the best of these informal networks and used it as a basis to assess credit worthiness and likelihood of repayment. In the case of Jorge, he was able to use his social collateral to vouch for others to obtain a loan. What we found was a small loan could have a huge impact on someone's life. This is Darwin. He was the top performer during the pilot, earning 4 times the minimum wage simply by using a motorbike. On average, across the cohort of 55 individuals, incomes doubled. This loan placed these individuals on a different trajectory in life. And at an institutional level, the lack of transparency is a huge risk. One microfinance institution we spoke to had to replace their entire country team because of fraud. A loan on Celo provides more transparency to the entire financial chain, providing tighter financial controls. This was actually put into action during the pilot when we caught a fraud attempt thanks to the traceability through the financial chain. The P2P lending market is expected to reach $589 billion by 2025. I'd like to challenge us all here today to reframe our definition of DeFi. How might we use the power of decentralized finance for good to offer a microloan to anyone with a mobile phone? Informal financial solutions are built on the foundation that communities will help each other. It can work exceptionally well for small groups, but doing it analog prevents scale. A microloan on Celo has the potential to reward trust, help communities prosper, and connect those with capital to those without. For Jorge and his community, we've already seen an immediate impact to their daily lives. How might we empower and scale even more communities with solutions like this on Celo? If you're interested in learning more about DeFi for good and our work in Colombia, please come find me at the virtual booth. I'd now like to turn it over to Merrick, who's going to provide a technical update.
Thanks, Sochi. So now that you've seen Velora, let's take a look at the platform that's powering it. The network is composed of 3 types of nodes. At the center lie 100 validators, elected through proof of stake using the Hans algorithm. These validators perform PBFT consensus similar to Tendermint, but with one big difference, which is that Celo uses the BLS 12377 elliptic curve, which allows validator signatures to be aggregated into a single multisig. This also lets us create efficient zk-SNARK proofs that can reason about the validity of a header. Next, a number of full nodes play the role of servicing light clients and connecting them to validators. Full nodes on the Celo network are incentivized and receive a portion of transaction fees for any transaction that they forward from a light client. And finally, Celo's light clients sit at the edge of the network, connecting with full nodes using the Plumo light client protocol. Now, before we talk about what's next, I wanted to spend just a quick moment to look back on the past few months. The Celo mainnet release candidate was launched on Earth Day on April 22nd, and it was stood up by a quorum of community validators. Now, the choice of Earth Day was not an accident. Celo is committed to preserving the environment. In fact, part of the network's epoch rewards are going towards Project Wren to carbon offset the electricity required to operate the network. Now, since launch, the network has already paid out $6,000 towards carbon offsetting. Now, soon after this, through Celo's on-chain governance, the community turned on validated elections and voting rewards. And here's a map showing the locations of validators and full nodes shortly after this moment. It's really exciting to see the geographic diversity of the network, which has continued in this direction day by day. You can view the current validator set and other information about the network at thecelo.com, which was created by BI23 Labs, one of the elected validators on the network. You can also view the health of the network by going to stats.celo.org. Since everything was running smoothly, a few days after elections were enabled, the community voted to turn on transfers of the Celo asset and deemed the network the Celo mainnet chain. Since then, we've been working hard to prepare for the Velora launch. And to that end, we launched a distributed oblivious directory service, which helps maintain the privacy of Celo users' phone numbers. And as Rennie and Nitya mentioned before, Celo maintains a map of hashes of phone numbers to wallet addresses that lives on chain, making it very easy to send payments to people in your contact list on your phone. Now, to help maintain user privacy, each phone number is hashed with a unique and high entropy salt that can be queried from this oblivious directory service. And the service uses threshold cryptography so that lookup requests are encrypted and not viewable by the operators of these nodes. And critically, so that a threshold of nodes is required to reconstruct any salt. Since each of these nodes rate limit requests from other users, even the operators of the service itself cannot infer the salts for a large number of phone numbers. As part of this launch, we performed the first ever DKG on the Celo network, which is also really, really exciting. Now, this section wouldn't be complete without mentioning the launch of Celo Dollars. The currency has been live for around a week now and has been holding its peg as seen here on the graph showing its past price. There's now 5.8 million Celo Dollars in circulation, which are collateralized by a basket of crypto assets valued at over $217 million. Now, CUSD is a ERC20 compatible token on the Celo network. And as Rennie mentioned, you can pay for transaction fees with it. So if you've been frustrated with how transaction fees for ERC20 tokens on other networks work, we invite you to check out Celo Dollars. Celo is fully EVM compatible, and so it's easy to redeploy your work. And Celo Dollars are backed in part by ETH. So if you're an ETH holder, that should make you happy as well. Now, on to what's next. And now, on to what's next. With the Velora launch imminent, C Labs is organizing a key ceremony for Plumo, which is Celo's snark-based lifeline protocol. Plumo is built on top of the Zexi library, and we've developed the snark circuit and tooling to perform the ceremony. There will be two phases to the ceremony, both on the BW6 curve. In phase one, we'll be doing a general powers of Tau ceremony that can be used with any Groth16 snark, Plonk, or Marlin system. In phase two, we'll run a follow-up ceremony for the Plumo circuit that will be using the Groth16 proof system. And the ceremony is open to everyone, and only one honest participant is required in each phase. So if you're interested in participating, join the Plumo channel on chat.celo.org. We're also making major improvements for the validator community. Like other proof-of-stake networks, Celo lets validators use hardware wallets to securely sign blocks, and in our case, using a custom-built Ledger Nano X validator application. Now, however, in these COVID times, where visiting a data center and using a physical hardware device can be challenging, C Labs has heard from the validator community that they want more options for how to secure their validator keys. And so to that end, we're working on a new multi-validator setup that uses BLS 12377 threshold signatures to allow validators to securely split their validator key across 3 heterogeneously configured machines. This also helps with validator uptime and the related slashing risks, as only a subset of validator machines need to be running to sign blocks. We're doing this using Raft to elect a new validator whenever one of your validator machine goes down, which prevents accidental double signing. This also makes it easier to upgrade validator nodes without risking downtime. Now, slashing is a major concern for validators, and the security of the network is paramount. This change will make things even better than they are now on both fronts. Look for this release later this summer. So with that, I want to hand it back over to Rennie.
Thanks, Marek. So this concludes our first Kuneko. Thank you to all my fellow amazing speakers for the exciting updates coming out of the Celo community, really exciting. And of course, thank you everyone for tuning in. Thanks for the great questions in the chat. This was fun. And going forward, I think we'll do these roughly on a monthly schedule, and you'll meet other projects building on Celo. You hear updates about the technical roadmap, of course, from core contributors and other key announcements. Make sure to tune in for our workshop tomorrow if you want to do a deeper dive on the technology. And also, as Nita presented, you can request early access to Valora and help us make this even better ahead of the general availability launch. And to that extent, please visit our virtual booth through the Unitize homepage, and you can also learn more about CeloCamp there and chat with the team. And with that, I invite you all to continue the conversation on Discord, which you can easily find by going to chat.celo.org. And again, we look forward to connecting with you all at the next Kuneko. Thank you all for the collaboration. This is an exciting journey. And looking at the clock, it looks like I have a little bit of extra time. And so since there were a lot of questions about how to make a Celo logo at home, I'll do a quick demonstration. You take one donut, and then you take another donut, and you kind of try to angle them at the perfect level. And then there you go. It's as easy as it can be. If you don't want to leave your house because it's still, shelter in place, there's some great donut recipes, which are quite cumbersome and require a lot of cooking oil. But heck, you get a Celo logo. And with that, I'll leave you all and see you all soon. Thank you.
It started simple. A token, a symbol of hard work, of skills, for trust between people. Money was meant to be exchanged for things created and services provided. It takes many forms, both plain and shiny, honoring leaders of the past and those leading us into the future. Somewhere we lost our way. People waged wars over it, big and small, concerned more with growing interest on $244 trillion in debt than growing communities. And many people are left out, 1.7 billion invisible, left behind and underserved. But what if money were more accessible to everyone? A universal symbol for essential needs, for empowerment and connection. People, communities, entire countries prospering. What if money were all of this? What if money were beautiful?
And welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone at Celo, for that presentation. And we are glad that we could host your first Kuneko at Unitize. Really quickly, before we jump into our next session, I wanted to remind everybody that if you're on Umbrella, if you look to my left, there's an Exhibits and Rewards tab. You can go ahead and click there. If you answer one questionnaire, you'll be entered into a raffle. 100 people a day will win a $50 Travella credit, as well as potentially be entered into the running to get a San Francisco Blockchain Week, Korea Blockchain Week, or another ticket to one of the events for some of our co-hosts and organizers. One person per day will also win an AirPods Pro. You can win something multiple days, so definitely go there. In order to win the AirPods Pro, you have to correctly answer every questionnaire at every exhibit booth. So go ahead and do that. If you have any questions about how that works, go ahead and head to unitize.online/rewards. There's more rules there. So it is clear from that presentation that the Celo team has an amazing understanding of what community is, as well as a lot of the technical innovation needed to support it. I hope that all of you who are new founders took notes or interested in early stage companies. One of the earliest founders in the space who took a huge bet on Bitcoin and won big is the CEO of Pantera Capital, Dan Moorhead. He will be joined by Catalina Castro, who is an educator and content creator for her company Tech with Catalina. These two will be discussing some extremely interesting topics, and as one of the most legendary investors in the space, you don't want to miss this fireside chat. So Dan and Catalina, welcome to Unitize, and once you're ready, I'll go ahead and let you both take it from here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. My name is Catalina. I will be the host of the following conversation. I'm very excited to be here today. We have a very special guest, Dan Moorhead. He is the CEO and founder of Pantera Capital. Hello, Dan. How are you today?
Great. Thanks, Catalina.
Okay, so we have many different topics and questions to cover and a limited time. So if that's okay with you, we can jump right into it. And the first topic that I would like to cover is Bitcoin and altcoins in 2020. Because back in May this year, you said in one of your interviews that usually Bitcoin performs better than the rest of the market in times of crisis. And now that it's been 4 months since the crisis started, how do you think Bitcoin will continue performing in 2020? And do you think altcoins will start regaining market share soon?
Yeah, it's a great question. And in the history of Bitcoin, there have been 7 big bull and bear markets, and altcoins have been part of it for about half of those. And we've seen in a typical crisis environment, Bitcoin typically massively outperforms in the early months of a crisis, especially in a very steep downdraft. There's a flight to quality mentality, people trying to stay in the mega cap of the industry. And smaller things are less liquid, and so if people have to sell things, they go down more. However, in history, it's taken about 4 months until the Bitcoin dominance, which is the share of Bitcoin as a total market share of the entire industry, has typically peaked within 4 months and then gone back to normal. And we've actually just seen that. It's been about 4 months since this crisis started, and Bitcoin dominance peaked in the middle of May. It went up about 4 percentage points, and now we're right back to where we started in early March. And it's our opinion that these altcoins, and particularly smaller cap smart contract tokens, are going to outperform Bitcoin over the next couple of years. And again, we think Bitcoin's going to go up a ton, but altcoins are going to go up even more. And the example is Bitcoin's up about 30% year to date, which is amazing, given that equities are down and real estate's down and almost all assets are down in price. But other things in the cryptocurrency space are up much more. Ethereum's up 80%, and then other smaller projects like Augur and 0x are up 100% on the year.
All right, excellent. I think that is a question and topic that a lot of people want to hear from you. And the next topic is the current crisis and pandemic. And for this, I have the following 3 questions actually. So how has venture investing in crypto particularly been affected during this crisis? Has it been positive, negative, and why?
Yeah, so financial crises obviously kind of slow the markets down, a lot less transactions happening. But in the long run, it's the best time to invest. And there's a study by Cambridge Associates on the general venture markets, and the return for all the vintages prior to the last financial crisis 10 years coming up to 2008 was about 6% IRR, but the 6 years right after the crisis were 3 times that, so 18% return. And we think that's going to be the same in the cryptocurrency venture space. The crisis itself had a big slowdown. There have been very few transactions happening in the last 3 or 4 months, but the transactions we're seeing and we're doing, and we've executed about 4 since the pandemic started, will probably be some of the best transactions when we look back 5 or 10 years from now.
Okay. And how has this economic crisis affected companies in your portfolio specifically? Also, do you have implemented certain business models that you didn't used to implement before?
Yeah, so I love that question because it's highlighting why Bitcoin was invented and why other cryptocurrencies exist. Satoshi Nakamoto invented Bitcoin as a response to the last financial crisis. There were big bailouts for banks, and Satoshi wanted to create a currency that was essentially exempt from all the issues of moral hazard and money printing, and would be able to function without these so-called trusted intermediaries that often fail our trust. And I think that Bitcoin essentially was born in the last financial crisis, but it's going to come of age in this one, and really will prove itself. And we're already seeing it. The companies we're invested in that do cross-border money movement have seen a very sharp increase in their volumes. Traditional money movement companies, including banks, are very difficult to access during this pandemic. Many of them have shut down their branches and made it very difficult to use. But cryptocurrencies are essentially native on the internet, so they're very easy to use, even in a barrier to entry issue like this pandemic. And it's very hard to get data on that as a normal investor. So we've polled our own private companies that we're invested in and created an index of 7 of them that do cross-border money movement using Bitcoin. And those companies have seen an 80% increase since the end of last year. And to my mind, that's excellent proof that Bitcoin is really becoming useful and proving itself in this stressed out era that we're in.
Excellent. Are there any specific projects that you are excited about for 2020?
Yeah, so that's one of them. We're invested in exchanges and cross-border money movement companies. For example, we're invested in a company called Bitso in Mexico, which is now doing about 5% of all cross-border money movement from the world back to Mexico. So, it's really helping real people around the world. And we're invested in about a dozen of those around the world in all the different regions. And those are all doing very well. Another big theme for 2020 is scalability, that the first 2 biggest blockchains, Bitcoin and Ethereum, do about 10 transactions per second. In order to be very useful, they have to do thousands or even hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. So we're invested in 6 or so companies and tokens that are allowing scalability. And I think in the next 12 months, you're going to see those either prove themselves out or not. And so we're very excited about the scalability companies we're invested in.
Okay. And last question regarding the current economic crisis is, in your most recent letter, you discussed how recovery to pre-crisis real GDP may take many years to achieve. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and why?
Yes, I've spent 35 years doing global macro investing and thinking about global macroeconomics. And I just am worried that a lot of commentators and even policymakers are talking about a V-shaped recovery, that somehow, this is all going to kind of go away and the economic impact will be very short-lived. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be with us for quite some time. And as an example, the last crisis, 2008-9 global financial crisis, which incidentally was the only global recession we've had since World War II, it took 3 years to recover the level of GDP we had prior to the crisis. This is obviously much bigger, much steeper, and potentially ongoing, either the physical effects of the virus itself or the lasting psychological effects. It's something we haven't dealt with in 100 years. So I think, unfortunately, that means that GDP won't recover its previous high for at least 4 years from now. And the reason that's important for our investing is that means we're going to continue to see more and more financial stimulus plans, monetary stimulus plans, all of which are going to increase the quantity of paper money, which should push up the price of things that cannot be increased, like gold or cryptocurrency.
Okay. Now I would like to focus on the blockchain space in particular. And you, with so many years in managing institutional capital in the blockchain space, how have the different avenues for blockchain exposure evolved over the years, in your opinion?
Yeah, I like thinking back to the early days that, we were the first investment firm in this space, and we had only one fund, and that fund had only one asset in it. Pantera Bitcoin Fund was a very simple product. And so selling that was difficult. Asset allocators want to build a diversified portfolio with lots of managers, lots of assets. And so with only one manager in the space and only one fund and only one asset, that wasn't a great pitch for allocators. So the huge change is now there's, half a dozen, very reputable firms in this space. Each of those firms has 3 or 4 funds. Each of those funds has 20 or 30 assets in it. So an allocator can now build, a very robust portfolio with several managers and tokens and venture and, some things that are liquid, some things that are illiquid. And so now you can do that. The other big problem when we started this industry 8 years ago is custody. Custody, was, no regulated custodians existed, back then. We then invested in Zappo, which was the largest custodian in the space, and it's been acquired by Coinbase. But still, there wasn't a regulated custodian out there. And now Coinbase is, highly regulated. We have Fidelity, the New York Stock Exchange has created a company called Bakkt that does Bitcoin custody. And then you also have CME and CBOE that do Bitcoin futures. So that was really the last, solid reason why an institutional investor could be worried about investing in this space or not want to bring this to their investment committee. But with regulated custodians now serving this space, it's very easy to make allocations. I think that's why you've seen an explosion in very sophisticated investors like the major college endowments investing over the last 2 years.
Okay. The following two topics, I think a lot of people, they make a lot of noise in the crypto space, and I think a lot of people have certain concerns about them. So the first one is, what do you think about central bank digital currencies, and how could they affect the crypto market? Do you think they could serve a certain role in the industry or not?
Yeah, I think you put it very well, that they're going to serve a role, but they're not going to take over the entire industry. And I think there's almost a religious view in crypto that it has to be just one thing. It has to be just Bitcoin or just Ethereum or just Ripple or whatever. And I think we should all get comfortable with the view. There's going to be probably about 10 really important types of tokens or cryptocurrencies in the future. Some will be very volatile, like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Some will be stable coins that are pegged to other currencies, like USDC is essentially pegged and backed by US dollars. And then some will be issued directly by central banks. And so they all have their different uses. And an example of why they would be very useful is in the United States, which is obviously supposed to be one of the most sophisticated countries on earth. It takes 3 hours to send FedWire money. And so even the most sophisticated bank trying to send money across Wall Street to another sophisticated bank, physically sending it 100 yards takes 3 hours. So a central bank cryptocurrency token would be fantastic. You could send it in a matter of seconds. And so I think they will be very popular, but they certainly aren't going to solve all of the issues. And so the existing cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum will be, still have their use cases, very important. And the issues like central bank digital currencies or even like Fidelity's Libra project, to my mind, those are all very positive. They're bringing exposure to the cryptocurrency space and bringing potentially billions of users into cryptocurrency, and then will ultimately lead to more people using the existing cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and Ethereum, Ripple.
Okay. And the other topic that a lot of people have certain concerns about are regulations. You have already said a lot about this topic, but what are the concerns that institutions have expressed to you when considering allocations to Bitcoin or digital assets as a whole? Is there market infrastructure ready for institutional adoption?
Yeah, it's an important question, but I would say that one is pretty well behind us. That 6 or 8 years ago, the regulatory environment was very uncertain. We really didn't know where it would go. But now, 50 million people or something have cryptocurrency. All the countries on Earth have dealt with it in one way or the other. Most have been neutral. There have been a few countries like Luxembourg that are very progressive in trying to promote cryptocurrency, but most countries like the United States, they don't do anything to help it, but they don't do much to hurt it. And I think the final bit is sorting out the security laws, particularly in the US, about cryptocurrencies, which is kind of half done with the initial coin offerings that have been popular over the last few years. And then, ultimately ETF certification needs to happen. So there's a few small things to be wound up, but from an institutional investor standpoint, I think we have enough clarity that it's an asset class they could invest in and that they could feel confident that, there really aren't any gating issues. And you hinted at one, the market infrastructure, and it's been talked about quite a bit, and even the chairman of the SEC has mentioned supposed market manipulation in Bitcoin. And I personally believe that's a bit overblown. That there obviously are some exchanges, particularly in Asia, that do fake trades, basically wash trades to inflate their volume and to make it look like they're more popular than they are, and to push their exchange up in the league tables. But if you're talking about regulated exchanges like Coinbase or Bitstamp or the CME, there's no fake volume going through those, and there's often kind of mythical tales in the industry about Bitcoin whales that are controlling the price and pushing it around, and to my mind that's ludicrous. The market's worth $300 billion. There's nobody that's big enough to push around a $300 billion market.
How do you expect the crypto space to evolve in the following 3-5 years? And this is another question that I personally have. Where do you think we need to evolve the most? It could be on a technical level or on any other factor.
Yeah, that's a great question. I like to remind people that big disruptions don't happen overnight, and it's very popular to say the internet took 20 years to happen and to go from kind of the primordial, email type stuff to, Uber and other more useful applications. But the reality is it actually took 20 years for TCP/IP to just even get to the browser, right? And then it took another 20 years to get to where we are today. And so, technology does take a while. Bitcoin's 11 years old, so it's been around for a while, but we still need scalability issues that I mentioned before to make it very, very useful. I think that over the next few years, you're going to see most of the major blockchains scale, either on-chain or some kind of off-chain way to scale. And that's the remaining technical issue, is to be able to do more than 10 transactions per second. And there are some blockchains that already do, thousands of transactions per second. And there are new blockchains coming out, like Polkadot and others that will allow much more transaction flow. So that has to be proved out, but the rest of the building blocks are essentially there. And that's why you're seeing an uptick in usage. That's why you're seeing, more institutions investing in the space.
Okay, so we started the conversation with Bitcoin in 2020. Now, to sum up, I would like to talk about some price predictions that you did in the past. So maybe you can tell us a little bit more about your 115K stock to flow analysis prediction that you made in the previous months.
Yeah, so Bitcoin has a unique feature in the money supply being defined, and you know exactly what it's going to be. Very different than the Federal Reserve or any other kind of paper money system. And the formula is the original days, 50 Bitcoin were issued every 10 minutes. And then every 4 years, that number is cut in half until ultimately 100 years from now where there's no more Bitcoin issued. And so we've had 2 times where the number of Bitcoin is cut in half. And as you would imagine from the law of supply and demand, that if you cut the supply of something by 50%, with constant demand, it probably goes up in price. And we've seen that in the first two halvings. The first one, they were cutting out half of the supply when the stock that was outstanding was actually relatively low. There's about 10 million Bitcoins outstanding when it was cut. And so over the next 440 days, which is a period that's important for halvings, that cut about 15% of the total stock out of the new supply. And so it had a big impact on the prices. Prices went up 9,000%. So 4 years later, the halving was, of course, half as big, so it was a less impact. And then the amount of Bitcoin outstanding was much more. There was about 15 million Bitcoin outstanding in the halving in 2016. So that cut out about 5% of the total outstanding stock. And the impact in the markets was out about exactly a third as big as the previous one. So the halving that we are going through right now cuts out about 2% of the outstanding stock. So it's about a third as big as the previous one. And if these ratios repeat themselves, which obviously history doesn't have to repeat itself, but it often rhymes, that would mean that the price of Bitcoin would go up about 10x over the next year and a half. And I'm not saying that's my, bet your entire life savings on Bitcoin achieving exactly 115,000, but I do think it's a very high likelihood that Bitcoin goes up a huge amount in the next 18 months. In addition to the halving, we have obviously the global macro stuff that we talked about earlier. You have all these institutional investors coming into the space. And then Bitcoin's still at less than half of its previous peak. So it's not like it's expensive yet. We think it's actually very, very cheap to its long-term trend regression. So all those factors combined make us as bullish as we've been in many, many years.
All right. Well, we have covered all the topics that we had on the agenda. Thank you so much, Mr. Moorhead, for being here. It was very nice to meet you. And yeah, we hope you enjoyed this as much as we did. And we'll see you next time. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Catalina.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much, Dan and Catalina. It's really great to hear the perspective of the CEO of one of the biggest funds in the space. So while many of these talks have highlighted large funds finding impressive investments, this next discussion is going to highlight you as an individual and how you can get more involved in early stage investing. So this year, 2020, there are now many more opportunities to invest, save, and have control over your finances. Sure, mutual funds and savings accounts are great, but investing in startups directly, adding crypto to your retirement fund or creating your own index fund are much more exciting. So making these approaches more accessible to the masses will be the topic of discussion for this next panel, or for this next fireside chat, rather. So I'm proud to announce Kendrick Wynn, who is the CEO of Republic, and he is joined by Aya Kantarovich, who is in charge of strategy and business operations at FalconX. These two will be discussing something they have been tirelessly working on: personal finance in the modern world. So as soon as you two are ready, I'll let you go ahead and kick it off.
Great. Thank you so much to the Unitize team for hosting myself and Ken. Super excited to be here to cover personal finance in the now modern world of 2020. So maybe starting off with introductions just for myself and then Ken following, and we can kick it off. So really quickly, my background, I started off my career as a banking capital markets consultant. and then joined a startup out here in San Francisco that was focused on TMT investments called Tegas. Was able to scale that both in San Francisco and Chicago, and had always been really interested in crypto and blockchain, specifically for the kind of cross-border ability to transfer money around the world. And at the time had the opportunity to join Pantera Capital. So that's where I'm previously from. Today I'm at FalconX. And the team whom I love, FalconX, we're a digital asset platform, trading most of the top cryptocurrencies, right now servicing institutional investors. So with that, Ken, I'll let you introduce yourself as well.
Hi, everyone. Truly a pleasure to be here today. My name is Ken Nguyen, and co-founder and CEO of Republic, Republic.co. We're one of the largest private investment platform where anyone can invest in companies and crypto projects that we curate. I started out as a securities attorney and went back into academia for a couple of years before joining AngelList back in 2013, 2014 as its first general counsel. And I think I bought my first Bitcoin right before the interview with Naval, knowing that he would ask about it. And that was, I don't
Good
know.
call.
But that effort, got very involved with the regulatory implication of doing new things in fintech. Out of that, we launched Republic when the law changed that allows people, anyone, not just millionaires, to invest in private securities. And I also helped co-founded CoinList as well in 2017. But fast forward where we are today, we do all things private investing. A lot of it are tech companies and crypto projects, but we even have real estate and game development financing. And I'm a firm believer in a more democratized world when it comes to the private market.
Perfect. Yeah. So super excited to kind of double click on this, both on the tech side and, more to your background, Ken, on kind of the legal side as well. That's led to some of these really awesome opportunities for folks to invest in alternative assets and investments. So one of the things in terms of today that keeps coming up, and you'll probably chuckle when you hear this question, why isn't there more adoption? What's holding people back, and is something holding people back, both kind of on the retail side and on the institutional side? What do you think?
Going back a little bit to 2017, 2018, I think all of us, at least 90% of us crypto enthusiasts at the time, probably you see much more adoption in the space by now, by the end of 2020, wouldn't you say? But fast forward a few years and through the crypto winter, you still see more or less the same, crypto enthusiasts, and everyone else knows about blockchain and definitely has heard of Bitcoin, but very few people actually taken that step to buy, to invest, to be a part of it. And I do think adoption is the promise, the potential of the entire industry, how to make it more accessible, more secure, easier to hold these crypto assets. And, we're doing our part at that, but I wonder what you're seeing as well.
Yeah. So I completely agree with you. Actually, some of the trends we've at least seen this year is similar to what I think a lot of folks have seen with the Robinhood effect, or the perhaps Coinbase effect, I call it, on the crypto side. And a lot of that, when the government gave out stipends following the now official recession, a lot of that money, which is really exciting for the space, was sent and put into crypto. And I think Coinbase was able to report on some of those numbers, which is pretty exciting. Similarly, on the retail side, we are seeing that happen with Robinhood. And I think one statistic which is just crazy to me is Robinhood actually has, I think, somewhere around 10 million accounts, as opposed to like 3 million that Morgan Stanley has. But the average size of the account, Morgan Stanley is around 900K, whereas Robinhood is anywhere between $1,000 to $5,000. And so the difference in accessibility there is huge. It's pretty simple and standard and straightforward to open a Robinhood account. It's very difficult to open a Morgan Stanley account. It takes way more clicks. You could lose the person somewhere along the lines. And so I think that's different there. The other thing that we're seeing more on the institutional side is similar again to what we're seeing on the Robinhood side, is that because more and more retail are coming in, the flows are a little different, right? And so we were seeing a lot of, at times, sell pressure from Asia coming in, but the price was still coming up for a lot of, whether it's Bitcoin or altcoins, mostly because of this buying pressure from the retail side in crypto. And I think that's great to see for the industry. But to your point, it's more than just buying and holding. I think being able to understand specifically what's going on with these assets, where to comfortably store it in a secure place. These are all questions people are asking, and I don't know if there's a clear path or solution there.
And one of the subsets of the industry, commonly known as digital securities or STO, been very underwhelming or performing below expectation the past couple of years, and I think that's exactly is the problem, the lack of adoption. But on the other hand, I do think that the next wave of or the next 12 months and beyond, people will naturally want to see real value underlying these assets in order for them to get in, meaning the retired dentist or lawyer in Milwaukee or in London, may not just believe in supply and demand and community engagement. He or she would want to see that economic value underlying it. And that's why I think outside the Republic, very optimistic about the future of STO.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more. I think, one of the things, and to your point, I kind of boil it down to a few things. The first is what you mentioned, right? Accessibility. How easy is it for people to buy digital assets? Is it, now with the potential news of Venmo and PayPal, hopefully that's really exciting and can open the market to additional retail folks. But right now, I think the biggest players are Robinhood, Coinbase, you have Cash App, all of these who, some of which have also auto deposits, which again makes it much easier. But then the other question is just education. I think, one statistic that is very near and dear to my heart is that women and minorities are actually 7 times less willing to take on risk than men in the markets. And so a lot of that comes with just education in addition to accessibility. And so what would you say? I know Republic takes a lot of pride in both making things accessible and educating folks on the different products that they have on their platform. What would you say to that?
Yes, when you look at the venture space and blockchain as tech as an extension of that, there's no question that the number of underserved founders, female founders, Black and brown, and those in cities and regions that have not traditionally gotten the attention pretty much anywhere that's not New York and Silicon Valley, the 2 coasts, right? We have always, we launched Republic with the mission of leveling that playing field. And today, 50% of the capital on Republic, on the retail side of Republic, have gone to underserved founders. And we do believe that particularly blockchain technology really does enable a far more diverse subset of investors to participate. So here's an example. On day one, when we launched in 2016, the minimum investment amount in Republic was $50. Well, that's a reasonable amount and a low enough for people in the US, but you couldn't expect someone, a stay-at-home mom in Vietnam or Ecuador to invest $50. Why? Because the transfer fee, the international wire fee, would already be more than that amount. So clearly it is wholly inaccessible. Now, then we implemented Bitcoin investing. You can invest using BTC or ETH, and that brought the transaction fee to a very low, affordable percent. 10, 20 basis points, then we all of a sudden open up our investor base to people who before were locked out of this, wealth generation event. And, the furthest iteration of that is that the Facebook, the Google, Amazon of the world brought tremendous wealth to the economy, but it basically benefited the ultra wealthy, investment banks and funds. And I think the next wave of technology, of crypto investing, of blockchain, gotta be much more diverse and accessible. And it's a legal hack in order to get that done. And, we now over 500,000 investor community at Republic, but we aim to be, many, many more times that size.
Yeah, congratulations. That's a huge feat, especially in this space. And I, couldn't agree with you more. I think we're seeing it on the institutional side as well. So, I would say a year ago, if you were an institution, you wanted to find liquidity, you probably had at least 7 tabs open on your screen with different service providers, all of whom had their own KYC AML onboarding process, which probably took 2 or so weeks. I mean, it was really painful to be an institution trying to trade in this space. And these are sophisticated folks coming from traditional finance who have had years of experience doing this, maybe on one platform with one broker. And so, that gave us at FalconX a really huge opportunity to fill in that gap, to create much deeper liquidity across different platforms to provide. And I think same to your point on the retail side, it's the accessibility. We keep coming back to this accessibility point. It still hasn't been solved. And one thing I think is interesting, even to your point, if you look in Robinhood and you're trying to buy a stock like Amazon, Amazon's really expensive. Not everyone has $1,200 to $1,300 to buy just one share, right? So you have maybe fractional shares, but not everyone gets access to that. So it always comes back to this level of accessibility, which I think on the retail front, Republic is doing a really good job of making that happen.
Thank you. And I agree completely. It's all about UX. The friendlier it is for end users, the more you're going to drive adoption. And I think, as we discussed at the beginning of the chat, I do think that's the potential of our industry. What's your take on Venmo and PayPal now enabling people to pay?
Yeah. Time for the controversial questions. No, no, I think it's going to be great. I mean, the exposure to the marketplace is huge. It's undeniable. I think, it goes back to your point of UX. If the UX is really straightforward, and I personally think this is something that Robinhood has really struggled with. To me, when you're dealing with finance with a retail customer base, you have to go above and beyond to educate folks, and with the understanding that they probably don't know what the financial instruments they're using actually do and the risks associated with that. And so I think, unfortunately, Robinhood has kind of fallen short on that, especially with recent news. I would hope that with Venmo and PayPal, it depends on the use case. If it's just to move crypto around, that could be interesting. If it's like the Robinhood version, where on Robinhood, you're not actually purchasing crypto, you're purchasing the value of Bitcoin at that specific time. Alternatively, you have Cash App, where you're actually holding the Bitcoin in a hot wallet that you can then move the actual currency around. Cash App is very Bitcoin maximalist, so I'd be really excited once they start to offer alternative coins as well. But it'll be interesting to see what side PayPal and Venmo take. Are they going to take the position of just sending money around? Are they going to take the position of actually creating an investment vehicle where you can buy, hold, store it? All of which, again, are difficult questions to answer.
I imagine that it will be some time before they enter the investment world or offer investment products, only because that invites a whole new bucket of compliance and regulatory complexity. that I gathered that it's so outside of their business model as a money transmitter, a payment facilitator.
Right.
Be interesting to see, but yes, the level of regulation and sophistication required to operate in the industry that we are in some way, there's a huge barrier to market in and by itself.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's the one thing everyone on this conference will definitely agree to. The U.S., regulatory environment makes it very difficult, I think, to be creative in this space, and so hopefully, I think things will change in the long run. I'm curious to get your take on some alternative investments as well, things that are popping up in the space, whether it's like staking, DeFi. What are your thoughts on some of these new investment opportunities?
The Republic itself, not to be promotional about, but we're rolling out what is completely new in the industry, is a profit sharing token, but it's widely available to non-accredited investors, which people didn't even know that is legally possible, but it is. And I think the notion of investing into enterprises and businesses that pay out a profit, future revenue, is I think is probably again I think will define a whole new investment asset class for us. And blockchain technology, in so many ways, weaves itself into every single asset class. Fractionalization, automation necessarily means we're going to participate, and out of that, I mean, a function of how the stock market, the public stock market, has managed to be more robust than what people expected a few months ago. I think it has a lot to do with the number of traders that, like you said, now enter on Robinhood or otherwise and trade at a lower dollar volume, but in aggregation is a lot more capital getting funnel into the system. But man, the next 12 months I think would be so fascinating to see. I'm highly bullish, but now much remains to be seen, right?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you. And you actually mentioned a point that I think is super important to know is yields, generating a yield down the line. I think, going back to the point we discussed about education, not everyone clearly understands how important it is to make your money work for you while it's just sitting in an account, and what generating yield might be. So it's funny, I have a lot of friends now in just the traditional space who have no idea that they could put their assets into a yield generating savings account versus just a savings account where they generate zero yield. And I think the crypto community is just so obsessed with yield generation, which is great. So you have staking on one side. I think one thing we've heard a lot of, at least recently on our side, is yield farming, which I'd be curious to hear your take on it, especially with Compound recently, exploding with popularity.
Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen whether or not it's truly scalable at that rate, but they're looking at yield that you get for more traditional asset, forget about just like cash deposit, even more, credible, established yield fixed income instrument to get something like 8%, 9%, 10%, and higher is like a remarkable yield. And I think much of the investing public still don't even know about that. Like if you ask my parents, or they didn't know the concept of which never even occurred to them. So I think there's a lot of potential there, but we haven't tested out the limitation of it. Like, is this something that can sustain $10 billion in investment volume, or $1 trillion? What's your take on the future of this?
Yeah, good question. So it's funny, I remember when I first heard the term yield farming, the first image that came to my mind is not at all what yield farming actually looks like. So essentially it's really just, you collateralizing something either with a stable coin or sometimes a really volatile coin, and then you lending out that amount and then receiving in comp tokens, which you can sell and then just continue to go through that circle. So that circle of just collateralizing, borrowing, collateralizing, of supplying and borrowing is yield farming, which is not at all what I thought it would be when I initially heard the term. I couldn't agree with you more. Essentially, if there are negative borrow rates for positive lending rates, that doesn't necessarily align, and it means that there has to be some incentive within the system right now to create the marketplace, which is very, very normal. However, those incentives, like you mentioned, with something like $10 billion pumped into the system, it's unsustainable. And so it's a good place to find maybe perhaps riskier yield, but at the same time, you can, in 2 minutes, put your money on BlockFi and get 8% on the year. And so I think the biggest thing is, one, make your money work for you, and two, always analyze the counterparty risk of where you're storing your capital. So like, even if your capital is on BlockFi, and you could probably speak to this really well, right? Even if your capital is on BlockFi or it's with Compound, if it's on an exchange, us working with institutional investors, we really double down into this. What are the capital risks of leaving money with a custodian somewhere else? It's because it's all great when it's 8% yield until it disappears. And so something you need to constantly keep in mind in this space. But curious to hear your take as well.
What you said just led me to an observation about arbitrage opportunities. In the past, past meaning 5 years ago or 10 years ago, a lot of these investment classes, the most attractive ones, there was a barrier in terms of just straight up minimum investment amount. You could not possibly participate in a fixed income product if you couldn't write $20,000, if not a $200,000 check, right? Only for millionaires. Right. And now technology, with changes in the law, pretty much anyone can, like you said, in 5 minutes, invest $200 and still get 8% fixed income, or anyone with $10 can invest in a private stock on Republic, or do an index fund like the Republic token. But the arbitrage here is information, is the lack of information. 99.9% of the investing public in the United States and outside do not know that they can, generate 8% return that easily. So the next phase of it is very much about education and how to get information out in a targeted fashion at a time when there's an influx